Hello? Wow, my transition thing, my stinger didn't work, but it's alright. Let's see, how are you guys? Good morning. Morning, morning, morning. Ba, 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 ba. Let me let me greet everyone. Hi Kane, congrats in first. Congrats in second, Jackie. Hope you're doing well. Get well soon, by the way. We have KBR. Congrats in third. Good luck with work. I hope work treats you kindly today. Hello, hippie. Hello, Balaryon. Yes, you have my full attention, Balaryon. Thank you for the lurkies. Hey, Vape Lord. Hi. How is everyone? Let me give a shouty to Valerian. Also, I'll be low battery today, low energy today. But we will be listening to some horror stories and some true crime while I'm working on some artwork.
If you fall off again, I can't guarantee that Connor will turn back around to you.
I won't turn this boat around.
Right, let me. So, first and foremost, I wanted to watch a horror, not movie, but a horror documentary or like story online. I ran into a TikTok a couple days ago about Appalachian Mountains. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Appalachian Mountains. I'm not even sure if I'm saying the name of the place right. Is it Appalachian or Appalachian? I don't know. So, if you guys are familiar with the mountains, I've heard some really creepy horror stories from there, and I wanted to know more. Appalachian? Ah, okay, I see. So, I wanted to hear more stories about the mountains because I don't live there. I'm nowhere near these mountains. But apparently, during the Pangea, or I don't know, is it Pangea? Pangea? I don't know. I can't English, but yeah, during those times, the mountain ranges, Pangea, okay. The mountain ranges of Appalachian Mountains can it actually extends over to Europe or something. So it's like an extremely old mountain ranges, and like it's very it's it's very mysterious, and there's a lot of like people who go into those mountain areas and never come out. They just go in there and never to be found, never to be seen again. So I'm very curious. We're gonna start with that uh, while I set up my stuff for the artwork that I'll be working on. I didn't really feel like playing today. Oh, I have reverb on. Sorry. Let me turn it off. Okay. I didn't really feel like playing today, so I'm just gonna work on commissions. I do have quite a couple of commissions. Thank you so much for, you know, supporting me, because your girl broke as fuck. But yes. Let's see. Let me also work on this one first. Cause you guys might um dun 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 dun. There you go. Let me know if you can see the video now, or hold on. Cause wait though. Wait though, wait though, wait though, wait though.
Sharing 8 true disturbing stories
Is it too
about the
loud?
Appalachian Mountains.
I can like lower
Ever
it
wonder
down.
what it means when a red cloth appears near your tent
Is it too
and you
loud?
didn't put it there?
Okay. How
Or
about
why a
this?
fire tower might not be the safest place to sleep, even when you're 30 feet off the ground. So make sure to hit that like and subscribe button, share this with your friends, and let me know where you're watching from. Thanks.
I'm
Now
watching
let's get
from
into it.
Twitch, sir.
I'm James. I was 26
Hi,
when I
James.
decided I needed a break from absolutely everything and everyone. Not a breakdown, not a midlife crisis, just a full-on mental mute button. So I figured, why not hike part of the Appalachian Trail alone? Not the whole thing, obviously. Just a manageable loop, about a week long, starting near this tiny town called Elk Ridge in North Carolina, somewhere outside Hot Springs, and curling back down toward a place called Blinny's Hollow. It sounded remote enough that I wouldn't run into tourists, but still close enough to bail if things got weird. I didn't make a big deal out of it. Told my boss I was taking time off, dropped a
I'm
vague
doing
line
good
to
and
my
true.
sister
I hope
like,
you're
hey, gonna be off
well.
grid for a
Thank
bit,
you for asking.
and that was it. No Instagram posts, no GPS tracking links.
I'm just
no
low
emotional
energy today, so I'll be
goodbyes.
doing some
The
art
last
and
thing I
listening
wanted
to
was
some
someone
horror
texting me
stories.
every other day asking if I'd found myself. I wasn't going out there for that. I wasn't trying to heal. I was just tired. Like brain buzzing from fluorescent lights, tired. I wanted to hear my own thoughts again. Or better yet, no thoughts at all. The first 3 days were exactly what I'd hoped for. Long, quiet stretches of trails surrounded by thick green. You start to notice
I'm
weird
okay.
stuff
I'm
when you're that
doing
deep in the woods.
good.
Like how many different shades of moss exist.
Thank you
Or
for
how
the
tree bark feels when you
concern.
lean your whole body
Appreciate
against
you.
it. It's like everything gets sharper. I got that kind of good tired feeling you only get after hiking all day, where your legs ache but in a satisfying way, like they've done something worthwhile. I ate those terrible freeze-dried meals, slept under a tarp, filtered water from streams, saw deer once, and even spotted a bear way off on a distant ridge. It didn't look my way, and I didn't go looking for trouble. I was cautious. Overly cautious, honestly. Bear bag? Hung it every night. Fire safety?
Them.
Nailed it. Checked maps, used landmarks, marked emergency spots. I had backup plans for my backup plans. That kind of structure is comforting when you're alone out there. Made me feel like I was in control. Night 4 is when everything turned. I set up camp in this hollow north of Devil's Thread Gap, about 10 miles past the halfway point of my loop. There was a dried-up creek bed nearby in a clearing with enough rocks to serve as a natural windbreak. I remember thinking it was a perfect spot. I boiled water, tore open a bag of powdered lasagna, still disgusting, and sat on a half-rotted log, flipping through a book on my phone. I had just started to relax when it hit me. The smell, it was instant, sharp, chemical, like a mix of blood and battery acid with a hint of something rotten underneath. Not just bad, wrong. You know how your brain kind of tugs at your instincts when it detects danger before you logically process it? That's what this was. I thought maybe some animal had died nearby, so I got up and did a slow sweep of the area. I looked under brush, climbed a bit to check the slope above, checked near the tree line. Nothing. No carcass, no buzzards, no scratch marks or tracks. Not even disturbed leaves. It was just still. Too still. I didn't waste time after that. Shoved the food down, double-checked my bear hang, zipped myself into the tent before sunset. Sometime after midnight, I heard the steps.
That's
They were
crazy.
slow, even, one step at a time through dry leaves and twigs. Not frantic, not animal-like. I've heard raccoons, foxes, even deer crunching through the woods. This wasn't that. This was deliberate. I sat up in my sleeping bag, completely still. I wasn't breathing, just
Okay,
listening.
wait.
This
I honestly don't understand. I am very curious. I wanted to understand like why? Like why do people go out hiking all alone? Like, are you not scared of being alone in the dark? What if there are animals, like wild animals out there, or like criminals out there? I don't know. Like, I want to meet someone who likes to mountain hike by themselves. Like, I want to ask them face to face, like, what goes in your head for you to like go up a mountain just all by yourself? Like, are you okay? Or did someone like push you to do this? Or I just don't understand. I want to understand actually.
Steps moved around the tent once, just once, a perfect circle. Then they stopped, directly
Hi
behind my
Himara. Hi
head. No
Uneng.
rustling, no flashlight,
Good
no voice,
evening. Hello,
just
hello.
silence. I didn't unzip, didn't even twitch. I was holding a knife under my sleeping bag, fingers cramped around the handle so hard my hand went numb. I waited. I think I stayed like that until the sky turned gray and the birds started up again. In the morning, I checked the ground behind the tent. There were prints, not mine. The soles were almost completely smooth, like old school leather shoes, and the toe pointed inward slightly, like the person's feet were turned in. That small detail, that messed with me. I don't know why, but it did. It felt off, like something was wrong with the way whoever it was moved. I packed up fast, didn't eat, didn't even stretch, just started walking and didn't stop until my legs were screaming. I skipped my next planned site, ignored my brakes, and only stopped long enough to slam water and keep moving. And the smell followed me. It came in waves, sometimes faint, sometimes stronger, like rust and rot. And something else, something sweet, almost syrupy, like spoiled fruit. It didn't make sense. Nothing dead follows you for 10 miles. That night, I found a spot high on a ridge. The trees were sparse, and I could see out in all directions. I thought it might make me feel safer. It didn't. I didn't make a fire, didn't cook. I crawled into the tent and held that same knife in my hand like it was glued there. Then, around 2 a.m., I woke up again, breathing. Slow, steady, human breathing, coming from just outside the tree line, not moving, not panting,
No,
just
this is
watching.
so
Then the steps
scary,
started again. Crunch,
man.
crunch. No circling this time. They came straight toward the tent. I saw the silhouette, a tall, lean shape, backlit by moonlight. It was holding something. A stick? No longer. More like a staff or maybe a pole. He stood just outside the tent and tapped it. Once. That's all. Just one knock, like someone tapping their finger on a window. Then he turned and walked away. The smell clung to the tent long after he left. I didn't sleep after that. I didn't even sit down when the sun came up. I packed up in 10 minutes and followed a shortcut I'd marked on my map, a maintenance road that would eventually lead toward the highway. Around late afternoon, barely able to move my legs anymore, I stumbled across this old hunting shack. Barely standing, 3 walls, half a roof, rotting wood. I ducked inside just to catch my breath. That's when I saw the carvings, dozens of names, scratched into the wood above the doorway. Some initials, some full names. Every single one had a date. Some from the ADS, some newer. The most recent was from 3 days earlier. Underneath that name was a blank space. It wasn't even subtle, just an obvious empty spot, like it was waiting for the next one. I sat there, knife still in hand, heart trying to punch through my ribs. I stayed the whole night in that shack. Didn't sleep, just listened. Every time something cracked outside, I was sure it was him again, waiting for dark. But he never came back. As soon as it was light,
Hey,
I took off down the
Brian.
road. I
How are
walked until I
you?
saw a ranger truck. Probably looked like I'd
Wait,
crawled
I
out of a
send
cave.
you
The ranger asked if I was okay.
something on
I told him I saw a
Discord.
bear, got turned around trying to avoid it. He didn't press. When I got home, I sold all my gear. Maps, boots, even my water filter. Haven't hiked since.
I would be so scared if that happened.
I used to think I was pretty good in the woods. I mean, I wasn't some wilderness expert or anything, but I camped, I hiked, I didn't freak out over every snapping twig. So when my cousin Ben invited me out to his family's place near Waverly, Virginia for a week last August, I didn't think twice. They had this big log cabin way out past the edge of anything resembling civilization. No neighbors, no cell signal, no ambient light from town, just endless trees behind it like the forest started where their yard ended and kept going into forever. Ben and I grew up spending summers together. Even after college started, we'd kept the tradition going. We were both 20 now, technically adults. But when we got together, it was still the same old dumb jokes. The same competitions over who could eat more gas station snacks or whose college was more soul-crushing. We were a few days into the visit when boredom hit. No Wi-Fi, no girls, and only so much Mario Kart you can play before you start getting existential. That's when Ben brought up the fire tower. There's one way up past Ridgepoint Bluff, he said, just kind of throwing it out there while we were
Queens
halfway
are
through a
coming
grilled
back?
cheese lunch.
You mean,
It's like 3 miles in, super sketchy, but it's still standing.
Kwasa?
You can see the whole county from the top. I paused with a bite halfway to my
I
mouth.
forgot their name.
You've been up there? Once. Sophomore year. We did a night hike. Whole thing freaked me out, not gonna lie. But also, kind of
Their
awesome.
light stick is a vegetable, isn't it?
Night hike
Mama
through
Moo,
unmarked
yes,
woods?
Mama Moo.
Yeah.
Their
That
light
sounds
stick
like
is
a
a
no
vegetable.
from me, Ben shrugged. Come on, man. We've done dumber stuff. I brought headlamps. It'll be fun.
Wow.
We can camp on
Well,
the platform,
I'm broke,
make some
so
food, do the whole wilderness bonding thing.
I wish you the
hesitated, but
best. I
only
hope
for
you get a
second.
ticket.
He had a point. We had done dumber stuff. Plus, I didn't want to be the guy who backed out of something that sounded kind of epic. So we packed up around
Yes,
8:30 that
Radish.
evening.
Yeah. I
Ben
remember.
loaded up
It's
the bare
very
essentials, 2 cheap sleeping bags, a tiny camp stove, some instant ramen, a beat-up tent just in case. I threw in 2 flashlights, my lighter, a bottle of water, and the folding knife my uncle gave me for graduation. Just having that knife made me feel slightly better about walking.
Okay, something about this person's voice is throwing me off. I can't focus on the storytelling. I'm sorry, sir. Let's find a different video because we already finished one story and I did not understand anything. It's an AI text. Ah, okay, makes sense. So I'm like, what the fuck? I can't understand a thing. I know that he is speaking in English, but I just couldn't understand. I cannot comprehend. So, I'm sorry, sir. I'm gonna yeet you away. I'm gonna find a different video, all right? Hold on. I really wanted to like listen to some Appalachian mountain stories because it's pretty creepy. But let's find a different video. You know what? Let's listen to a human being. Let's go, Brime. Also, this is a new video from Adrian. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Adrian, but let's listen to Adrian's new video. Here goes. So
Chad said this is what we're gonna do, and this is your part of it, and I carry out my part of it. I did exactly what you told me to do. I'm gonna keep her stalled with trophy. Every time I hear a siren, I think they're coming for me.
This is Erica Stefanko, and despite her best efforts to hide her face from the world, the person that she could never outrun was herself. It all started with a late-night pizza order, and it would end with not 1, but 3 lives over, 2 behind bars, and 1 in the grave. However, what really happened that night and in the weeks, months, and years after is actually far darker than it first appears.
I found some
and at the center of it all is one of the most despicable stepmothers that you're ever likely to hear
baseline
about.
or template.
What happened
So
to
I'm gonna
Ashley
make
was
these
brutal enough on
emotes.
its own, but the deeper that police dug,
We
the more
making
ugly it
some
became.
sussy
Because this
emotes
case isn't
today.
only about murder, but it's also about resentment, custody, jealousy, and control. and two people who decided that if Ashley wasn't going to back
This
down,
is some nice
well,
ass.
they would just remove her
For real.
instead. And honestly, when you hear how this murder unfolded and what actually happened afterwards, you will realize that the cruelty in those small details are almost as horrifying as the murder itself. Before we begin, and just to let you know that I post true crime, strange and dark stories here weekly, so if you haven't subscribed yet, please consider doing so. It really helps the channel out. And now, with that said, please grab yourself a coffee.
I'm not
and let's caffeinate
subscribed,
while we
Adrian,
investigate.
but I'm watching
This is
all
the
your
case
videos.
of Ashley Biggs.
Yes,
Howdy from Ohio,
duty.
folks.
I'm making
And
some
yeah,
ass
we're back here
emote
once
today.
again. I won't spend too long setting the scene here because Ohio has already made itself more than comfortable on this channel. I mean, at this point, it's basically a recurring cast member here. But Akron, like many other American cities, is the sort of place where life follows a rather familiar rhythm. It's all about work, family, errands, and late-night takeout. The people here are all just people at the end of the day, just simply trying to get through the week and mind their own business. Which is exactly why what happened on the night of June the 20th, 2012 feels so unsettling, because it all began with something that's so painfully ordinary, a pizza delivery. It was very late that evening, and shortly before closing time, that a local Domino's received an order for a half-mushroom, half-pepperoni pizza. The address in question was 647 West Turkeyfoot Road, which was a commercial property that was only a few minutes' drive away from the actual Domino's store itself. Now, nothing about this order stood out to the staff. I mean,
Camming
of
ghost
course,
right
it was
now in
late,
fast
sure,
mode, bruh.
but there was
Good
nothing
luck.
unusual about
Good
it.
luck with this
And
camming.
at least for the staff, it looked as if it was just one final quick run before the night was over. The assigned driver for this delivery was 25-year-old Ashley Biggs, who, at the time, was working at Domino's to support herself and her ongoing custody battle over her young daughter. We'll get to
Damn.
that part in just a moment, but Ashley was known as dependable, hardworking, and very serious about her responsibilities. In fact, even her manager, Matthew Travis, would later describe Ashley as his best employee at the time, and the sort of person that you don't normally worry about because she was usually the one making sure that everything else ran smoothly. So, when Ashley failed to return from what should have been an ordinary 10-minute job, everybody noticed. Now, at first, it was the kind of concern that you try to explain away. Maybe she got delayed, or maybe she had stopped to answer her phone. However, as the minutes passed by, that concern grew heavier. And concerningly, when Matthew tried to call her, there was no answer. Matthew decided to wait a while longer until eventually, after around 20 minutes of waiting, he made the decision to lock up and then drive to the delivery address himself. You know, just to make sure that everything was alright. However, when he arrived, the entire lot was both dark and quiet. Too quiet for someone who was supposed to be tucking into a delicious deep dish. The business appeared to be empty and vacant too. However, in the
Damn.
middle of the parking lot, he found something. It was a large pool of blood. Not a smear or a few drops, but a huge puddle. The kind of sight that instantly tells you that whatever had happened here was violent, fast, and very, very wrong. Matthew backed away and then called the police, which for time's sake was 12:45 in the morning. And by the time officers arrived, they realized that this was definitely not some sort of missing persons case. There were very clear signs of a struggle here, including blood on the pavement, cash scattered on the floor, and even pieces of a taser that were found.
Zinni, hi.
However, there was no sign of
Thank
Ashley
you
or her
for
car,
coming
and when they
by.
found a trail
How
of
are
blood
you?
nearby, they realized that it stopped quite abruptly too, almost as if she was overpowered, dragged, and then forced into a vehicle. Probably her own because hers was missing. They also found a distinct set of tire marks, which of course suggested a quick escape. I mean, whoever this person was, they clearly were in a hurry. Now, of course, I don't need to tell you that none of this was looking good for Ashley, because she had essentially vanished into the night when all she was trying to do was deliver pizza. So, what was the explanation?
drawing
Well,
cheeks?
before we get any
Yes.
further, I think we should first take a look at Ashley and who she was before figuring out what precisely happened.
It's gonna be Boba's
Born on January the 9th of
cheeks.
1987,
We
Ashley
drawn.
Biggs was from the Akron and New Franklin areas of Ohio and was raised by her mother, Kimberly Ann Biggs, and stepfather, Tim Griebenstein. Friends and
All in
relatives
for
would
it. Let's
describe her as a
go.
kind-hearted, energetic,
I
loyal, and
wanted
deeply
to play
protective
today,
person.
but
She was also a U.S.
I
Army
don't
veteran,
feel
similar
well
to
that
last last
much,
week's video,
so
and this is
we
something
making
that she
some
took great pride in and would
sussy
never
emotes
let friends
instead.
forget. Now, I want you to remember this part moving forward, but she wasn't somebody who was drifting through life without direction, but someone who was stable and had purpose.
Also,
and
I just
more than anything,
used
she
some
wanted to
essential
build a better
oils
life
like
for
the
her
grandma
daughter.
that
But
I am.
unfortunately, that part of
'Cause,
her
you
life
know,
came
so
with
I feel
poison.
better
It
in
was
a bit.
several years prior that Ashley had been in a relationship with a man named Chad Cobb, and by all accounts, it was not a healthy one. The relationship between Chad and Ashley was on and off, unstable, and eventually even turned violent. And so, as a result, after he pleaded guilty to domestic violence
Is
against
this like a
her,
news
she
thing or a
filed for a
podcast? It's a
protective
true
order
crime
against him.
podcast.
So, even this early in the story,
True
you
crime
can
video.
already see a pattern emerging here. And the
We're
breakup
listening
between
to some
Ashley and
true
Chad was not
crime.
over petty bitterness, but actual abuse. Now, despite their relationship ending, Ashley would first become pregnant with Chad, and in the year 2006, she gave birth to their daughter, Grace. This, of course, would completely change the dynamics of her relationship, not only with Chad, but even with herself. Yet, even still, Ashley had ambitions to serve in the military, and in 2007, she decided to enlist in the US Army. It was because of those circumstances, and because her life was in a more transitional phase, that custody of Grace ended up with Chad. Though I do have to say here that most of the practical child rearing was also supported by his parents. Even still, Ashley never stopped caring about her daughter, and as the years went on, that bond became her central issue. Military service was very important to her. But then again, so was being a mother, and so she eventually decided to leave the reserves and instead focus on creating a life where she could be present for her daughter. That was part of the reason why she took the job at Domino's. Working here offered flexible hours, steady income, and would even help her fund the legal fight that she was now in. And I say the legal battle because by the year 2011 and into 2012, Ashley was now pressing to regain custody of Grace. And unfortunately, this is where the story gets darker. By now, Chad had moved on to a new relationship with a woman named Erica Lyon, later known as Erica Stefanko, so for simplicity, we're just gonna call her Erica. Now, between Chad and Erica, they had Grace, which of course was Chad's biological daughter, 2 other children which belonged to Erica and her previous relationship, and an additional 2 children that they both had together. So, with 5 children in the home,
How
it's
you
safe
doing
to say that
today,
this was a
Zinni?
very
Hope
busy
life
house.
has been treating
It is
you
also worth
kindly
saying that
recently.
with all of this responsibility,
With the
Chad was
gas
always
prices
in
all
and out of
fucked up,
work too, meaning
hope
that he would
you're
often do manual
faring
labor
well.
for money, but would also routinely lean on family support to stay afloat. In the meantime, Ashley seemed to have learned a few things about her own sexuality, because now she was in a relationship with another woman named Brittany Dunson.
I
and
knew it.
together, they believed that Grace would be way better off living with them rather than Chad and Erica. And whether the other two agreed with that or not, the result would always be the same. Of course, that being a custody battle. One that,
I knew it.
unfortunately,
She
would
was
become
gay.
increasingly difficult and bitter
My
over
gaydar
time.
is working.
So, I'd like to point out the difference between these two parties here because there certainly is one. But to Ashley, this was more about the welfare of her daughter and her own rights as a mother.
Alright,
But to Chad
now
and Erica, it was something far more resentful. Almost like it
the
was all
sit.
about control. It appeared that Ashley really was a thorn in their backside, because after being out of the picture for a while, she was no longer just this ex anymore, but a problem who kept coming back. And how dare a mother try to protect her daughter from an abusive father, right? Back in the parking lot that night, officers were very busy trying to figure out what on earth happened here. Meanwhile, other officers contacted all of Ashley's loved ones, and you can imagine how distraught Brittany was in that moment. Who, by the way, was very quickly ruled out as a suspect. However, when Brittany got talking to detectives about who might have a grudge against Ashley, well, you can imagine how quickly Chad's name came up. As you can imagine, the police were desperate for answers here, and so they very quickly expanded their search not only for Ashley, but her vehicle too. And then, it was shortly after sunrise that they found something in a cornfield. Found just outside of Chippewa Township and around 20 minutes away,
Lord,
police
don't tell
officers
me
found
she
her
dead.
vehicle. It appeared to have been driven off the road and then left among the crops, almost as if whoever had dumped the
Nah,
car
this
simply
is
wanted it out of
crazy,
sight.
man.
When officers approached the vehicle and then looked inside, what they found,
Mr. Ogre,
they were met with the outcome that they had
hello.
feared from the beginning. Ashley was in the back, stone cold, dead. They noted that her body had been left sprawled across the rear footwell, with her arms and legs bound with industrial zip ties, and another zip tie tightly around her neck. Her face was a deep purple hue, and it was obvious that she had in fact been strangled. And as for that missing taser, the wires were still attached to her body. The interior of the vehicle was completely drenched with blood, with the Domino's delivery bag still sitting on the front seat. I have to say that that detail gets me every time in a case like this. Not because it's bizarre or abstract, but because it's always the ordinary stuff that reminds you just how normal Ashley's night had been merely seconds before her murder. It became clear that this was not random chaos, but actually an ambush instead. It looks like whoever did this had lured her to that location, took her out with a taser, restrained her, strangled her, and then dumped her in her own car. But of course, and as always, there was far more going on here than anyone initially realized. So it's no surprise to realize that by now, the police had even more of a reason to speak to Chad, and so they made the decision to head on over to his property, or I should say his grandparents' home, because despite having 5 children, he didn't actually have his own yet. However, after getting there, well, they realized that Chad was nowhere to be found. So, officers used this time to search not only the property, but the surrounding area too. And after looking over one of the fences, they found a bag of industrial zip ties,
Let's
which looked
go,
exactly
Mr.
the same as the ones
Ogre.
found on Ashley's
Advance
body.
happy
And when officers searched the
birthday.
woodland behind the property,
On my
they found
booty,
something even
yes.
stranger. It was Chad hiding in the bushes. And as it turns out, they'd actually found him before he even had the chance to clean himself up, because his clothes were covered in Ashley's blood. Which I have to say is definitely not the look that you want when you're currently suspected over somebody's murder. Now, trust me, there is actually way more to this story than you currently see, but let's first get through this initial part. Moving forward, Chad was taken into custody and faced overwhelming evidence. There was a motive, a history of domestic violence, the zip ties, the bloody clothes, and, you know, the fact that he was hiding from officers, which practically screams guilty. So, it's no surprise to learn that eventually Chad started talking. And what he ended up admitting to the
It's so
officers
sad.
was
We're
nothing
gonna
short of
cover the-
horrifying. He
we're
told
gonna
the
cover
investigators
the-
that he lured Ashley to the empty parking lot using a fake Domino's order, and once she arrived, he attacked her with a taser, beat and strangled her using an industrial zip tie, and then bound her arms and legs before forcing her into the back of her own car. He then drove to a cornfield, dumped the car and the body, and then made his way home. It was a brutal, deliberate, and deeply personal murder. Being faced with the possibility of the death penalty, Chad eventually accepted a plea deal, and in 2013, he pleaded guilty to a long list of charges, including aggravated murder, kidnapping, aggravated robbery, felonious assault, retaliation, tampering with evidence, gross abuse of a corpse, possession of criminal tools, and
Damn,
domestic
he even
violence,
abused
which
the
I have to
dead
say
body?
is probably the longest
Are you
list of charges
crazy?
that I have ever read out. He was then sentenced to life in
bastard is
prison
mad.
without the possibility of parole. And considering what Ashley had been through, well, that was the bare minimum outcome that any person would hope for.
Goodness
So
gracious.
at this stage, you might think that the case is effectively over. I mean, Ashley's killer was caught, he had confessed, and
You know
he was
what?
now
I'm
in
not
prison for life.
satisfied. I want
Case
it to be
closed,
like
right?
really
well,
high
the thing
up.
is, it wasn't. And that's because there was still one detail about this case that detectives still couldn't quite figure out. If we go right to the beginning
Maybe
of this
make it
story,
bigger.
you'll remember that somebody had called Domino's that night to place that pizza order.
Oh my god.
But the thing is, whoever was on the other
This-
end
so
of the
is
line
this
wasn't
enough?
a man, but a woman. And let's just say that that voice would become one of the most important clues to the
was on a
entire
roll.
story. Now, I'm quite
What do you guys
confident in
think? Is
saying
this
but
high
I don't
enough?
believe that Chad has the vocal
Is this
range
skirt
to
high
sound like
enough?
a lady, which means that he must have had help that evening. But who and why? Well, the more that detectives started looking into this case
Holy
and the
ass
ongoing
cheeks,
custody
yes.
battle, there was one person that kept coming back into focus, and that was Erica. Not only was she the one living with Chad and raising 5 children with him, but she was also standing alongside him during the entire bitter custody battle over Grace. Friends and relatives had already spoken about her hostility towards Ashley too. Not only did she openly resent her and criticize her, but she would also insert herself into the custody battle in a way that went far beyond passive support for Chad. In other words,
Wait.
this was not a woman who was politely standing by her man,
Hiya.
but someone who was deliberately trying to inflame the entire situation. However, at least at this point in the investigation, they still had no way of telling if Erica was actually involved or not. And as for Chad, well, he was saying nothing. All he wanted to share with officers that he had done all of this on his own. As far as he was concerned, he acted alone, and all of this was his own doing. To gloss over a few details here, Chad went to prison, Erica divorced him, and from the outside, it looked like she had simply moved on. But the thing is, that so-called moving on period would actually have its own suspicion too. The truth is that a lot of people around Erica realized that she didn't seem too bothered about Chad's imprisonment. In fact, she didn't even care that Ashley was murdered. And then, only 2 years after he was sentenced, she was married yet again. And it doesn't end there either, because as it turns out, the man that she would go on to marry was one of Chad's childhood best friends, and his name was Mike Stefanko. Which, let's be honest, was really going to piss Chad off. In fact, behind the scenes, detectives would realize that she was actually having an affair with Mike while Chad was still a free man. And meanwhile, in the aftermath of all of this, Grace, of course being Chad's and Ashley's daughter, was growing up with all of this around her. And unfortunately, this is where the story becomes devastating. So, to properly set the scene here, not only was most of Grace's life shaped by this custody battle, but she'd also lost her mother to murder, and lost her father to, well, being in prison for it. And so she likely felt all kinds of guilt on the inside. But the truth is that it would not
The
end
ass
after her
is so
father's
nice.
sentencing, because Erica
It's
resented
just
her
right
for it.
there.
In fact, she hated Grace so much that she would insult her, abuse her, and even force her to eat dog poop. And I wish it wasn't true, but this won't be the last time that poop comes up in this video. As you can imagine, that information would eventually make its way back to Chad in prison, and you can probably guess how he felt about it. Now, of course, Chad is a monster himself, but for his partner to leave him for his friend while simultaneously abusing his daughter, well, Erica went from lover to demon in an instant. And so, Chad decided to hatch a plan. From behind the bars of his very own cell, he would send a letter to Detective Michael Hitchings. And in that letter, he admitted something that they had long felt was true. That not only did Erica know about the murder, but she was also part of it too. It turns out that not only was she actually the one to place the Domino's order using a burner phone, but she had also driven him to the parking lot and then later picked him up after he abandoned Ashley's car in the cornfield. In other words, Erica knew about the murder before, during, and after it all happened. Now, obviously, investigators would have to treat this information carefully. After all, Chad was still a murderer and a liar. But it's also worth noting that, at this point, not only did he have nothing to lose, but he was extraordinarily angry at Erica. Even still, investigators would need something stronger than just his confession, and eventually they would get it from inside the family. And it turns out that that would come through his own mother, Cindy Cobb. Now, Cindy is also an interesting character, and it has to be said that she is a rogue in her own right. After hearing about what Erica was doing to her granddaughter, she was understandably furious. And so, with her son already in prison, she decided that two can play at that game. It was in the year 2014, and after her son had been sent to prison, that Cindy invited Erica around for a drink. But the thing is, Cindy would actually record the entire conversation with Erica without her knowing. And that is when this happened.
Chad said this is what we're gonna do, and this is your part of it, and I carry out my part, and I did exactly what you told me to do. I'm gonna keep her stalled with a trophy. Every time I hear a siren, I think they're coming for me.
Now, this is one of those moments in true crime
Hey,
that feels almost
Corbin, how are
unbelievable, because
you?
when people imagine incriminating records, they do tend to picture either panic or pressure. But as you can hear, Erica did not sound haunted by the murder at all. In fact, she sounded quite comfortable. She described placing the pizza
I'm
order,
making
dropping
art.
Chad off before the murder,
It's
and
the
even
best
picking him
ever.
up. She would even go on to mention that Chad had talked about keeping Ashley's skull as a trophy. She would also mention something that is all too commonly reported among murderers, that every time she heard a police siren, she feared that it would be for her. Now, despite this crazy footage, the arrest still wouldn't happen overnight, because investigators would have to build their case properly and thoroughly. And there is also the fact that Cindy would decide to sit on this recording for many, many months. But eventually, in November of 2019, and nearly 7 years after Ashley was murdered, detectives believed that they finally had what they needed, and Erica Stefanko was arrested for her role in the murder. Erica's first trial would begin in late 2020, and unfortunately I do say first trial because there were many, many more frustrations to come. As you would expect, the prosecution had
I'm
a lot of evidence
good.
behind them. But of course, one of the
I'm
most important
feeling under
articles
the
here
weather,
was the
but I'm
secret
managing.
recording with Cindy Cobb.
Working
That
on art
recording was
commissions
gold
to,
dust to
you know,
prosecutors, and it's no surprise that it's something that
productive with my
Erica and her defense
time.
team thoroughly hated. Because, to be honest with you, how do you even walk away from that one? The recording was only part of it, however, because other witnesses were also called to help, and the most painful testimony in the entire case would come from Grace.
I remember Erica making the phone call. It was her voice, and she used a different name to order, and I remember it was a pizza, but I don't remember what she ordered on it.
Grace then went into graphic detail about how Stefanko abused her as a child.
There was an incident where Erica had put dog feces, it was in blueberry yogurt, and told me to eat it, and I noticed that that was in there, and I haven't ever liked blueberry yogurt since then.
Many years had passed by now. Grace was no longer the 6-year-old child who was caught in the middle of a horrible custody battle. Instead, she was a teenager who was now old enough to understand far more of what had happened
Thank
that
you,
night.
dear.
And of
I
course, she
appreciate
recognized
you.
the roles that both Chad and Erica had played. Surprisingly, Grace remembered being in the car with Erica on the night that her mother was murdered. She remembered Erica calling Domino's, placing the order for the exact kind of pizza, and even the fake name that she used. Being only 6 years old at the time and out late, she would fall asleep shortly after, which means that she doesn't actually remember what happened to her mother in the exact moments that she was murdered. However, she does remember waking up the next morning in her great-grandparents' home. I have to say though, fair play to her, because I hardly remember anything at 6 years old. Grace's memory is really good. But I guess in a way it's also kind of a curse, because she remembers everything about the day that her mother was murdered, and that she was so helpless to all of it. The court also heard about Erica's treatment of Grace, including how she'd physically abused her, singled her out in the household, and even ridiculed her. And that evidence would help paint an even scummier picture of Erica. As we know, Chad Cobb also testified against her. And yes, there is something grimly absurd about a convicted murderer taking the stand to help convict somebody else. But I do have to say, yet again, I just love to see two monsters turning on each other like desperate animals. The peculiar thing here is that Chad did not testify in exchange for any reduced sentence or secret benefit, which meant that, in short, the jury could rely on his words not being spoken out of greed, but purely out of truth. And if you ask me, after hearing about how she was treating Grace and how she went with one of his best friends behind his back, well, I think he just really wanted to see Erica burn. Chad was a murderer without any large motive to lie. Grace was a child with many traumatic memories, and Cindy's recording was a secret tape that revealed the truth. And combined, they were enough to take her down. It's no surprise to learn that during court proceedings, Erica tried to present herself as a softer version of her actual character. At one point, she even said that she was her worst self during her relationship with Chad, and that she had never been a hateful person before. But I'm just going to stop you there, Erica, because honestly, you're foul. It was also revealed that after Ashley was murdered and then eventually laid to rest, Erica would even admit to friends that she visited her
Own up
grave
to
and
it.
shat on it. What a genuinely deplorable thing to do. Once all was said and done, the jury deliberated for a total of 3 days before returning with a verdict, and in the end, they found Erica Stefanko guilty in connection with Ashley's murder. As a result, she was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole only after 30 years. So, at this stage, it did seem that the second half of justice had finally been served.
Hello,
But
y'all.
sadly, that was not the
Hi,
end for Erica.
Bia.
In the year 2022, she appealed, and surprisingly, her conviction was overturned, which resulted in a retrial. Now, of course, that does not mean that she was declared innocent. However, it did give her a second fighting chance. In 2024, she was retried for Ashley's murder, but thankfully, the new jury reached the same essential conclusion. And on January the 31st of that same year, Erica was once again found guilty of aggravated murder, with her life sentence upheld. As things stand, Chad Cobb remains in prison for life without parole, while Erica is serving a life sentence with a minimum of 30 years. Which, of course, may sound like a lot when you think about it, but when you look at all of the years taken away from Ashley, it is just a small price to pay. Those who knew Ashley remember her as funny, driven, loyal, and full of love for her daughter. She was a veteran, a partner, a daughter herself, and most especially, a mother who was trying to fight her way back into her child's life. Ashley was working late-night pizza deliveries not because it was some glamorous dream of hers, but because it was both practical and
Thank
flexible
you,
work that helped her support
Pia.
herself and
Appreciate
fight for custody
you.
of Grace. And the ordinary future that she so desperately wanted was taken from not only her, but her own daughter too. In the end, Grace was not only left to grow up without her mother and without the chance to know Ashley on her own terms, but without her father too. It is worth saying here that during Erica's sentencing, Ashley's mother Kim would address her directly and would deliver a statement that was cutting, bitter, and frankly earned. In this statement, she said, "I hope you're out of your favorite things in the commissary. I hope when you call home you get to voicemail. I hope when you write home your only pen has no ink and every pencil breaks. And I hope that those around you got to see the real Erica and will remove you from their lives." And honestly, if I were her, I would have added that I hope every pizza she has the fortune of eating in the future tastes like, well, you can guess. The reason
That's
why
so
Ashley's
sad.
case is so unsettling is because a rather ordinary type of conflict would escalate into the most haunting and bizarre of conclusions. And it reminds us that sometimes the most dangerous people out there aren't the ones that we don't know, but actually those who are closest to us. The ones that we formerly loved. Now, let's not forget Chad here, because put bluntly, he is both barbaric and stupid. But I think that Erica's level of depravity is especially terrible. So I guess, in a way, they really were a match made in hell. As for Grace, I really do
Match
hope that
made
she
in
is
hell.
doing well wherever she is and whatever she's doing, because these circumstances were thrust upon her and she had no way of controlling it. Anyway, folks, I think that covers most of the important details in this case, so I'm going to wrap it up here. However, before I go, I'd love to know your thoughts on this one, because it's an especially depraved case. Please do share your thoughts down below. If you want to find me on social media, go to Coffee House Crime on Facebook, Instagram, or Spotify. And if you really want to support me in the channel, please go to classifiedcoffeeco.com to grab yourself a bag of my very own coffee. Thank you. And yeah, I guess that's the end of today's video, folks. As always, I really do appreciate you being here to watch me. Thank you so much for making it to the very end. And I'll see you again very shortly for another video, likely in a week's time. Until that moment arrives though, remember to look after yourselves and each other, and remember to stay safe and stay curious. Thank you, and goodbye.
Damn, Ashley. Hope you're resting in peace. Anchovies are nice? Wait, what? What are anchovies? What are those?
I have an announcement to make.
Let's find a different story. Some true crime this time. Another true crime. Mole Dean has anchovies.
Giving birth to a child is a blessing for any family, but sadly, there are individuals who prove themselves wholly undeserving such a gift. Recently in South Korea, a deeply disturbing and heart-wrenching
Hello,
case came to
Maria,
light,
Patel,
leaving the entire nation in
Zuidas,
shock.
Zachary
The case
Villa,
involved a 15-month-old child who
and
passed away,
Carly on
with the
YouTube.
parents
Hi.
concealing the
Hello,
incident for
Vanessa
3
on
years.
TikTok.
The incident sparked a nationwide conversation on the importance of safeguarding
okay.
the welfare of children,
I love those.
and prompted a reevaluation of the system in place to protect the most vulnerable members of society. Let's delve into this appalling case known as the kimchi container child abandonment case.
Wait, what?
The unfolding of this shocking case began with a comprehensive investigation by the Ministry of Health and Welfare based on the E-Child Happiness Support Project in October 2022. This investigation was designed to identify at-risk children using information such as the non-vaccination of preventive shots for children and adolescents under 18. Regrettably, the survey did not mandatorily include children under 3 years old, which unfortunately delayed the uncovering of this case. However, a public official in Pocheon noticed that despite being registered as a resident, Choi Ju-won had not undergone any infant health checkups or kindergarten registrations, which raised suspicions. Despite multiple attempts to contact the child's mother, Mrs. Ha, it was discovered that she did not even reside in Pocheon and didn't respond properly, leading to a police report on October 27, 2022. The police, believing they only needed to confirm the child was alive, asked Mrs. Ha to bring a photo of the child. However, the photo she provided was not of Chuan, but another child, whose age did not even match Chuan's. Chuan, born on October 12, 2018, would have been 4 years old at the time of the report. When Mrs. Ha was asked to bring the child in person, she brought a child who appeared to be only about 2 years old, claiming it was Chuan. However, it was later revealed that the child she brought to the police was actually born from her new live-in boyfriend and not Chuan. After the case was publicized, a tip revealed that Mrs. Ha had even posted a strange request on a local secondhand trading platform, Carrot Market, seeking a 4-year-old girl to impersonate her daughter. Under further inquiry, she told the police she abandoned Chuan due to financial difficulties. When the police visited the place she claimed to have abandoned her daughter with Mrs. Ha, she seemed indifferent, as if it was someone else's business. The police, suspecting the absence of any reports or witnesses in a frequently visited area, sensed something was off. From this point on, the police, having shifted their investigation to a serious criminal case, mobilized all their resources. Mr. Choi, 29, the father of Chuan, was 5 years younger than Mrs. Ha and was incarcerated on fraud charges at the time of the incident. The two were divorced and separated at the time. Extracting a confession from Mrs. Ha proved to be challenging even after receiving a confession from Chuan's biological father. Her testimony kept changing, and she appeared both calm and naive. Mrs. Ha, a resident of Pyeongtaek, changed her daughter Chuan's registered address to Pocheon, where she had relatives, after Chuan's death, indicating a degree of calculated forethought. Initially, she denied the allegations, claiming she had left the child on the street and consequently lost her. When a profiler was involved and the digital forensic results were disclosed, Mrs. Ha reluctantly confessed to the crime during police questioning. She had a boyfriend at the time. However, it was revealed that she diligently visited her ex-husband in prison, totaling over 70 visits. Although she always visited alone and never with the children, Mr. Choi didn't suspect anything. Nevertheless, Mrs. Ha informed Mr. Choi about the child's death and asked for his help in abandoning the body. Strangely, Mr. Choi did not ask any questions about the child's death and instead helped dispose of the body. Chuan died at their residence in Pyeongtaek and was stored in a carrier bag. then moved to a relative's house in Pucheon, and later handed over to her father, Mr. Choi, upon his release from prison. Mr. Choi, who stored his daughter's body in a kimchi container, became the main suspect. Fearing the state's pursuit, he discarded a shopping bag containing the body in the canopy of his villa's rooftop in Seodaemungu. Ultimately,
I don't
3 years
understand
after
how
her
some
death,
people
on
would
November 14th,
have
Chuan's
babies and
body
kill
was
their
discovered.
babies. Like, don't have
The small
babies in the
body of
first
the child,
place.
which was
The fuck?
unrecognizable due to being wrapped in 12 layers of wrapping paper and plastic, evoked a sense of despair among the investigators. Chuan's remains, which had been moved multiple times by her parents, finally found rest. The two were arrested on different charges, Mrs. Hall for violating the Child Welfare Act and hiding a body, and Mr. Choi also for hiding a body. Shockingly, it was later revealed that Mr. Choi carried his daughter Chuan in a kimchi container for 2 years. He worked as a delivery driver
that's
and carried the
crazy.
shopping bag containing the kimchi container
All
with
children
Chuan
deserve
inside
parents, but not all
while
parents deserve a
working,
child. I
and
know,
even going to
right?
the sauna and internet cafe.
Like, if you don't want kids,
It
then
is
don't
known that
have
he
kids
even
in the
held
first
into the
place.
kimchi
It's not
container
that hard.
while sleeping. Mr. Choi, while shedding tears, stated that he slept hugging the container because he felt sorry for her, which seems to be an attempt to reduce his sentence. During the investigation, Mrs. Haw shed tears and expressed feeling wronged. Mrs. Haw admitted to leaving the child alone at home without feeding her, but vehemently denied the suspicion of murder, stating that she returned home in the morning, found the child dead, and out of fear hid the body. She only admitted to asking her husband to abandon the body. Mrs. Haw mentioned that about a week before the child passed away, she had a fever and was vomiting, but she didn't take her daughter to the hospital and neglected her. According to a broadcast investigation, when Chuan was alive, there were red spots all over her body. One expert noted that it is difficult to see this as simply atopic dermatitis and could possibly be due to poor hygiene or not changing diapers for a long time, leading to skin diseases causing the spots. Also, the child's physical condition was extremely skeletal, indicating that she was unable to eat properly for a long time. Moreover, even after Chuan was no longer alive, they fraudulently received 4 million won in child support from the government, using her as an excuse. In addition to Chuan, the couple also had a 4-year-old son whose condition was also severe. There were frequent instances of him wandering around the neighborhood alone in thin clothes during winter, leading neighbors to report it to the police. They also didn't send the child to kindergarten. In fact, the mother, while her husband was in prison, met a lot of men through dating apps.
What
The
the
day before Chuan's
fuck?
death, she even stayed at a hotel with her
Disgusting.
live-in boyfriend. After meeting with her partner, she not only neglected young Chuan, but also didn't take care of her son. Therefore, there is also a possibility that in addition to neglect, there was habitual abuse towards the children. And astonishingly, it was later revealed that the couple, Mr. Choi and Mrs. Haw, had one more child. In April 2016, 4 years before the youngest Chuan passed away in 2020, their second child, born in December 2015, died from an unidentified accident just after his 100th day. The X-ray results of the child, brought to the emergency room in a state of cardiac arrest, revealed a significant fracture in the skull, and traces of healed fractures were found in the ribs and arm bones. At the time, the couple claimed that the skull fracture resulted from the child falling off the bed and hitting his head, and that the chest and arm injuries were accidentally caused by their first child. Experts who examined the second child's X-rays defined it as murder by unnecessary malice. Children's bones are elastic, making it difficult for fractures to occur. For instance, a rib fracture would require force equivalent to kicking a soccer ball. A twist fracture, severe enough to break a child's arm, is impossible without an adult grabbing and twisting or turning the arm. Despite the clear evidence of abuse, astonishingly, the police station that investigated the case concluded that the second child, who was 100 days old, died from a simple accident. This leads to speculation that Chuan, who also died, may have been exposed to abuse. At the time of the autopsy, Chiwon's body was severely decomposed, making it impossible to determine not only the cause of death, but also any injury sustained before death. The cause of death is suspected to be airway obstruction and hypoglycemia, but abuse resulting from neglect cannot be ruled out. However, one clue was left on Chiwon's body. A hole was found in the skull during the autopsy. Experts said that the body could have been mummified with the skull damaged, appearing like a hole in the back of the head. Considering this couple may have serially murdered their children, covered it up, and continuously collected allowances, it is difficult to dismiss the suspicion that for Mrs. Ho, Chiwon was nothing more than a tool for receiving financial aid. According to a broadcast investigation, Mrs. Ho had been
All
adept
for
at
money,
lying
bruh.
since her school days and had a criminal record. Surprisingly, she graduated from the police academy.
Killing people
Even
just
her
for money? That's
classmates,
crazy.
seniors, and juniors who were close to her didn't know much about her, only remembering that her father was a police officer. However, the investigation revealed that her father was not a police officer but worked in the transportation industry. As her past was uncovered, more lies were revealed. She had even been punished for fraud. Such lies persisted throughout the trial process. She consistently denied murdering the child or engaging in any activities that led to the child's death, asserting that her only wrongdoing was seeking help from the father to conceal the body out of fear. In May 2023, the prosecution demanded 13 years in prison for Mrs. Ho and 5 years for Mr. Choi. There was a public outcry that the sentences demanded were too light. On June 15, 2023, during the first trial at the Ujeongbu District Court, Mrs. Ho was sentenced to a total of 7 years and 6 months in prison, including 5 years for child abuse resulting in death, 2 years for hiding the body, and 6 months for violating the Social Security Benefits Act, plus 80 hours of child abuse treatment programs and a 5-year employment ban at child-related institutions. The court provided reasoning for Mrs. Ho's sentence, stating, as the person responsible for nurturing and protecting the victim, she did not administer health checkups or necessary vaccinations, and despite signs of health abnormalities, she repeatedly left for extended periods, ultimately leading to the victim's death. They also noted the method used to conceal the victim's body demonstrates the sinister nature of the crime, and it is also challenging to perceive any serious remorse. Mr. Choi was sentenced to 2 years and 4 months in prison for hiding the body. The sentences were disappointing compared to the court's position that both had poor character. Nevertheless, Mrs. Ho immediately filed an appeal. She still denies the charge of child abuse resulting in death and believes the sentence is unfair. The prosecution is also considering an appeal. With both parents detained, there was no one to hold a funeral for Chiwon, who was abandoned until the end.
Damn.
The siblings of both parents refused to take the
How
body,
sad
citing
for this
financial
girl.
difficulties. Eventually,
This baby.
on January 20th, the Korea Child Abuse Prevention Association held a funeral for the child. The body was so decomposed that it was difficult to dress, so hospital staff bought pink clothes and placed them on the remains during the ceremony. Chiwon, who had spent more time trapped in a kimchi container than her 15-month life, was finally laid to rest in a forest in Cheolwon, Gangwon Province, where she could breathe fresh air in the sunlight. Chiwon had more days crying alone than smiling during her short life. Hopefully, she is neither alone nor in pain in heaven. That's all for today. Thanks for watching.
Another one.
On June 10, 2023, it was reported that a South Korean influencer in her 30s had died in Phnom Penh, Cambodia on June 6, sending shockwaves through the South Korean community. Later, online communities and social media platforms found out the deceased had 250,000 followers, identified the victim as
Hello,
Ayong, a former
darling. How
internet
are
broadcaster
you?
from Africa TV and an Instagram star. How did she end up in Cambodia and get found as a lifeless body? This case involves several Chinese nationals and is riddled with unanswered questions, hampering the progress of the ongoing investigation. Let's delve deeper into the situation up until now. The capital of Cambodia, Phnom Penh, is located between Thailand and Vietnam, but is still unfamiliar to foreign travelers. On June 6, 2023, a decaying body of a woman was discovered at a construction site in a residential area in Kandal province, a 40-minute drive from Phnom Penh. Early in the morning, a construction worker who arrived at the scene discovered a red cloth that he had not seen the day before.
Take a breather.
It was half submerged on a puddle of water
And take
dug to
care
bury a
with the
sewer pipe.
snowstorm.
Something seemed off, so he reported it to the police. When the police arrived and lifted the cloth, the body of a woman was revealed. Based on personal belongings and fingerprints found at the scene, the victim was identified as a Korean woman, Pyonayong. Initially, the identity of the woman was not disclosed, but later a community user who traced the exact details of the deceased revealed that she was Pyonayong, a 33-year-old Africa TV broadcast jockey and Instagram star with 250,000 followers.
Damn.
What brought
so
this
many
influencer to
followers.
Cambodia, and how did she end up suffering such a horrific fate? Pyonayong, who entered Cambodia on June 2nd, was found dead on June 6th, but the estimated date of her murder was June 4th. Later, several strange aspects of BJ Ayong's case came to light. The culprits, who conspicuously abandoned the body in a sewer puddle, did not even seem to make an effort to hide the corpse in the sparsely populated jungle. Furthermore, a friend of
abandon her
Pyongyang
there?
who
The
accompanied her
fuck?
to Cambodia neither reported her missing nor contacted her family about her absence, and later refused to provide any testimony, citing trauma as the reason. Subsequently, on June 10th, local police identified fingerprints on the cloth wrapped around the corpse and arrested a Chinese couple, a 30-year-old man, Lai Wen Shao, and a 39-year-old woman, Tsai Hui Zhuan, at the scene. According to CCTV on June 4th, Pyongyang entered a hospital operated by the Chinese couple at 4:10 p.m. and did not come out even after an hour and a half. Later, at 5:52 p.m., the hospital entrance and sign were turned off, and 25 minutes later, the lights were turned back on, and the hospital resumed operations. The couple then rode a motorcycle several times in and out of the store. And then, just after midnight on June 5th at 12:52 a.m., the husband loaded something into a car and drove away. The next day, Pyongyang was found dead. The Chinese couple, who operated a local hospital, said that Pyongyang suddenly had a seizure and died after receiving an IV and serum.
Damn.
In the hospital, which was the size of a small pharmacy, there were no treatment desks, only incomprehensible price tags plastered everywhere. What on earth could be the identity of this so-called hospital? Later, the couple admitted to moving her corpse by car and abandoning it. On June 6, local Cambodian reports said that Pyongyang had facial swelling, fractures in the eye socket, severe signs of beating, burns all over her body, and a suspected broken neck bone. However, local police who initially found the body mentioned that there were no special injuries or signs of bleeding. The Cambodia forensic team who conducted the first examination of the corpse also said that, contrary to the testimonies of the witnesses, no serious injuries were found. Experts say the body had been submerged in water and took about 48 hours to be discovered, so it is presumed that there were some changes due to that. The case took a sudden turn from being treated as murder to a medical accident where she had a seizure shock after being administered saline or serum twice. Moreover, Lai Wen-xiao, one of the culprits who testified that he wrapped the body in a red cloth and dragged it out into his 2007 blue Toyota Prius, changed his statement during an interview with the Korean investigative team while detained in prison. He claimed that Pyeonayong asked for an injection, but she already had injection marks on her body, so he didn't give her one. He said that she then fell asleep, started foaming at the mouth, lost consciousness, and despite administering emergency medicine and supplying oxygen, she died. Lai Wen-xiao, who only admitted to abandoning the body, completely denied all other allegations and claimed that his wife was also innocent. However, his wife went a step further and claimed that Pyeonayong injected the drug herself to sleep better. The wife, Tsai Wei-juan, implied that Pyeonayong visited Cambodia to secretly obtain the drug. If this were true, there would be no need for Pyeonayong, who could inject herself, to visit the hospital in the first place. The testimony did not add up. Experts were puzzled by the serum injection. Serum injections, commonly used for treating malaria and tetanus, involve drawing one's own blood, separating the platelets, and then helping damaged cartilage, muscles, ligaments, and tendons recover on their own. It was an unnecessary prescription for the young and healthy woman. The reason they denied administering the injection, contradicting their own testimony, is because both the husband and wife were practicing without a medical license. Once it was revealed that they were unlicensed, admitting to administering the injection would immediately lead to punishment for illegal medical practice under Chinese law. Possibly, they're trying to divert attention by introducing injections like propofol and claiming that Pyeonayong died of illegal drug use, while trying to escape responsibility themselves. The couple had been charged with murder, and if they are convicted, they could face life in prison. However, if it turns out that it was manslaughter, meaning the death was unintentional, they could receive a much lighter sentence. Notably, the most questionable aspect for Korean netizens about Pyeonayong's incident was the fact that she visited a hospital operated by Chinese individuals. The Bokang Clinic, operated by the Chinese couple who abandoned her body, is an illegal clinic that no one, not even a first-time tourist, would want to visit. Although it has been open for only 3 months, it is so poorly maintained and shabby that even locals may not consider it a hospital. Just a 5-minute walk away is a large hospital, Clinic Mekong, and there are many other Korean and large hospitals in the central area of Phnom Penh, where Bokang Clinic is located. Pyeonayong was staying at a house of a Korean friend in Cambodia, and it is assumed that she visited the hospital because the friend's husband is Chinese and recommended the hospital they operate. It is a place that Pyeonayong, a Korean accustomed to a glamorous life, would have no reason to visit. Even a Chinese individual who once lived and visited the hospital operated by the couple found it strange and questioned why a Korean would visit this hospital, as Koreans and Chinese usually live in different areas in Cambodia. In the end, it is hard to shake off the feeling that this could all be planned or designed by someone. CCTV footage show that Pyeonayong's first visit to the hospital was not on the day of her death. On June 3rd, the day before her death, at 11:58 a.m., Pyeonayong was captured entering the hospital. Pyeonayong, who had visited Cambodia several times, stayed in the same apartment as the couple and seemed to have a close relationship. However, Lai Wen-xiao, who claimed not to know who the woman was and what she did, responded that she came, slept for a while, and just left when asked about her visit to the hospital the day before the incident. It is strange for someone who is not a friend or a patient to visit the hospital 2 days in a row and just sleep without any other treatment. Strangely, Pyongyang's belongings, even a relatively small hair tie, were carefully packed, but her cell phone was missing. Experts pointed out that this was an attempt to remove important evidence and distort the crime. On June 12, despite the Cambodian police's position that an autopsy was necessary to determine the exact cause of death, the family opposed it. However, on the 15th, the family suddenly changed their minds and decided to proceed with the autopsy. Initially, Pyongyang, who was active as a BJ, had quite a few haters, so the family wanted to bury her quietly to protect her honor. But they made a decision for the investigation. The autopsy conducted in Cambodia requires sending samples to a third country for precise testing, as there are no personnel or equipment in Cambodia for detailed examination. The process, therefore, often takes more than a month. Moreover, as of now, they're looking for an Australian or New Zealand pathologist, as there is an MOU signed with Cambodia, rather than a pathologist with Chinese or Korean nationality. So the autopsy has not been
It's only
conducted
fair
yet.
for them to have a third
At that
country
time, there was
to
only a Chinese
check
man
the
in the
results
hospital, so there was a
or
possibility of
administer the
confinement,
test.
assault, and sexual assault. Lai Wen-shao confidently requested a DNA test for sexual assault suspicions. However, the situation in Cambodia is that they're not actively intervening. It is natural for her families to be anxious, waiting for some progress to be made in the case that occurred in another country, ultimately fearing that the incident will be buried and forgotten. The key point of the autopsy is the composition of the injection administered to Pyongyang, and whether there was assault and sexual assault on Pyongyang, who was found without underwear on top and wearing her bottom underwear inside out. And for the traces of assault and beating witnessed, an autopsy must be performed to know exactly. Surprisingly, there are more cases where people were involved with Chinese people in Cambodia and died or were harmed for unclear reasons besides BJ Ayong. A 24-year-old Korean woman from Busan went to a hotel with her Chinese boyfriend and was found dead from a fall. There were suspicious points such as bloodstains
Maybe
on
it's
the
a
railing
triad
and the
or like
victim's
a
mobile phone
mafia,
found
whatever.
4 floors below, but the body was
It's
quickly
an-
buried,
it's
making
a
it difficult to
criminal
resolve the
ring or
questions
whatever.
surrounding the case. Also, in Phnom Penh, there was a case where a Vietnamese woman was confined and assaulted by Chinese people in a building that looked like a hotel. She managed to escape using a makeshift parachute made of quilts and blankets when the attackers let their guard down. What is suspicious is that the distance between the clinic where Ayong is strongly suspected to have died, the hotel where the 24-year-old Korean woman died, and the hotel building where the Vietnamese woman was assaulted was not far. It was a place located in or near Buang Kang Kang. The investigation is slow, and the fact that the Chinese suspect suddenly strongly denies the crime has led to talks among the Korean community in Cambodia that it might be because the Xi Jinping regime in China is favoring the Hun Sen administration in Cambodia, so they expect to receive a slap on the wrist once the heat surrounding the issue subsides.
Damn.
Another reason for the growing doubts about the incident among Koreans is because about a month and a half before Pyongyang's death, there was another incident in Cambodia where a famous Korean celebrity died after receiving an injection, just like Pyongyang. On April 20th, 2023, Seo Se-won, a famous celebrity and comedian, died of shock at the age of 67 while receiving an intravenous injection at the Mirepoli Clinic, a Korean hospital located in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. After his divorce, he remarried a Hegum player, 23 years his junior, and immigrated to Cambodia with his young daughter. Seo Se-won, who also demonstrated his skills in business, entered the Cambodian national broadcasting business worth nearly 3 trillion won and reportedly succeeded in receiving 120 billion won in transmission fees. The sudden news of his death shocked Koreans. It was even more shocking and suspicious that the fact of his death was only known after 2 weeks had passed. The Korean Missionary Society in Cambodia announced it, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the police also officially confirmed Sosewon's death. They said he died of shock from diabetes complications after receiving a nutrient injection. However, the Mide Polyclinic where Sosewon died, and which was quickly visited by Korean media for confirmation, was a hospital that did not even have a business license, with only a sign that was practically in ruins, and the local nurse who gave Sosewon the injection was someone who came for an interview that day. When a reporter asked the nurse what kind of injection did he get, was it vitamin?
Wild.
The nurse answered, propofol. But then an associate of Sosewon strongly denied handling propofol in the hospital. He only offered phrases like, "It is not true," and "I don't know," when faced with unfavorable circumstances. Although he claimed in the interview that he cooked kimchi stew in the hospital, there were no kitchen facilities in the hospital to cook kimchi stew. Lies were rampant. Contrary to the wishes of the bereaved family who wanted to move the body to Korea for an autopsy as soon as possible, Sosewon's body was removed from the freezer and left at room temperature to decompose, complicating the determination of the cause of death. Sosewon's bereaved family requested a blood test and autopsy, but due to the poor conditions, they were unable to proceed and hastily cremated Saw's body.
They're supposed to take
In
care of
dubious
the
hospital,
dead body
propofol,
for
which was claimed not to be handled,
investigation.
was found everywhere. It was revealed that in Cambodia, unlike Korea, propofol could be easily purchased without a prescription at a pharmacy. Later, it was discovered that the nurse had administered 100 milliliters of propofol to Sosewon before his death. This is at least 10 times the standard dose, and doctors said that if Sosewon, who had diabetes, received 100 milliliters at once, it would lead to immediate death. The fact that the nurse, who was unaware of the drug's nature and had no knowledge of its lethal dose, testified that she administered 2 bottles, thinking it was a test injection, as instructed by a person described as a driver, was shocking in itself. There were suspicions that Mr. Saw's death might have been orchestrated by someone. Even more suspiciously, according to an MBC investigative program, 2 Koreans had already died under suspicious circumstances at that hospital, making Sosewon the 3rd victim. To this day, we still don't know how Sosewon died. And then, after about a month and a half, Pyeonayong was found dead. There are too many oddities surrounding the case. Given what we know at the moment, it is impossible to dismiss the nagging worry that the freezer containing Pyeonayong's remains could be turned off, or her body could be cremated at any time. Unless sincere efforts are made to uncover the truth, Koreans may continue to die under mysterious circumstances in Cambodia. That's all for today. Thanks for watching.
Damn.
Some dangerous individuals engaged in romantic relationships can sometimes resemble ticking time bombs, carrying the potential to commit heinous acts, even murder. They may use the facade of a romantic relationship to mask their sinister intentions, exploiting their partner's trust and vulnerability. Yet, compared to the stringent measures adopted by other countries, South Korea appears extremely lenient. The stalking murder case in Garakdong, Seoul is a complex case involving dating violence and digital sexual crimes, in which a 30-year-old woman lost her life simply for meeting a man she shouldn't have. Because the incident occurred in a parking lot witnessed by residents and security guards, it is called the Songpa apartment
Why
parking lot
would they need to go to
murder
Cambodia
case.
for a
And
doctor?
because
That's
the
also my
motive for the
question.
crime
Like,
was a breakup,
there's
it
a
is
lot
also
of
called the
doctors in your own
Songpa
country.
breakup murder case. Let's delve deeper into this case. On Tuesday, April 19th, 2016, 32-year-old Kim Jong-un was busy preparing for work in her apartment in Karakdong, Songpagu, Seoul. It had been about a month since she last saw her ex-boyfriend, Han Yo-jun, who had been stalking her for a while after their breakup. Her father, also concerned for her safety, had not left the house for quite some time, fearing that her ex-boyfriend might break in and harm her. However, on that day, she felt somewhat relieved, so she took the opportunity to send her father, who had been neglecting his health while battling stomach cancer, to a nearby spring for a walk. Soon after, she was left alone in the house. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and to her shock, it was her ex-boyfriend, Han Yo-jun. Had he been watching her all along? How did he know she was home alone that day? Shortly after, a terrified Chung-eun was captured on CCTV, screaming and running out of the apartment and into the parking lot, with Hyo-jun holding what appeared to be a knife, chasing her. In her desperate attempt to escape, Kim Jong-un ran barefoot to the apartment's outdoor parking lot and fell to the ground. Hyo-jun, as if he had been waiting for this moment, approached her and stabbed her in the neck, heart, and ribs a total of 6 times.
Hyojun.
It was a workday morning, so there were apartment security guards and residents around who tried to protect her. But Hyojun, undeterred, quickly finished what he set out to do, threatened the approaching security guard by swinging his knife and saying he would kill him if he came closer, and then fled the scene on his motorcycle. Kim Jong-un was rushed to a nearby hospital after being reported by residents, but she had already died at the scene due to deep wounds and excessive bleeding. The CCTV footage at the entrance of the apartment at the time captured Kim Jong-un's desperate struggle and showed how persistently Han Yo-jun targeted her. In addition to the weapon used, 2 sharp knives, nylon rope, tape, and sulfuric acid were found in the bag Han Yo-jun was carrying that morning. Based on the surrounding CCTV footage and eyewitness statements, the police identified Han Yo-jun as the suspect. 6 special investigation teams were dispatched, and through mobile phone tracking and communication investigations, they immediately analyzed his escape route and arrested Han Yo-jun on April 20th, the day after the crime. When Han Yo-jun was taken to the police, he initially said, "I didn't intend to kill her. I kept the weapon to harm myself." At the time, he didn't carry any other weapon besides a cutter knife. When asked by investigators where the knife was, he said he didn't know. Han Yo-jun, who severely injured his left hand with the blade that broke while stabbing Kim Jong-un, received treatment at the police hospital after being arrested. But it turned out to be an attempt to destroy evidence by secretly hiding the weapon in the bandage. Hyojun, who was detained in a detention center, showed the weapon to other detainees and bragged about the crime until a detainee informed the police, who then found a 23
There's a
centimeters long knife hidden in the detention center's blanket.
Snitch.
Despite the
snitch.
relatively quick arrest after learning that the victim and the perpetrator were separated lovers, and the perpetrator had been stalking her for a long time, people were infuriated by the police's inability to prevent the horrific incident in the first place. The two, who were of the same age, met through a friend's introduction in May 2015 and started dating a month later. Everything was fine at first.
Hey,
Kim Jong-un, who had studied abroad in Japan and was working as a general manager helping with interpretation and overall operations at a large dental hospital, and Han Yo-jun, a U.S. permanent resident, 185 centimeters tall, good-looking, and working as an analyst at a famous securities firm, took good care of her. He frequently visited her parents and cared for them like his own, as his parents lived in the U.S. However, Chung-eun gradually started to feel uneasy about his attentiveness and taking care of minor things like her commute, as he would get furious if she didn't report every single move and who she met. They constantly argued as Hyojun extremely disliked her meeting anyone other than himself. To make matters worse, Kim Jong-un, who couldn't understand Han Yo-jun's excessive obsession to the point it was beyond abnormal, started to doubt if everything he told her was true. One day, sensing something was off, she contacted his workplace and was told that there was no such employee. Hyojun, who actually worked in the clothing industry, not at a securities firm, was said to be an odd person who couldn't mingle with other people. He was even unemployed during the time he was dating Kim Jong-un. Eventually, in February 2016, about 8 months after they met, Kim Jong-un asked for a cooling-off period and to distance each other from some time. For her, it was a preparation process to break up with Hyojun, who was obsessing over her while all her trust was already broken. However, Han Yo-jun began to act creepily, starting with a handwritten letter that started with, "Honey, it's been exactly 12 hours since we broke up," and suggesting that they should die together. On March 2nd, 2016, using the excuse of repaying a borrowed 3.4 million won and using his usual affectionate tone, Han Yo-jun called Kim Jong-un. Han Yo-jun then went to the Jamsil Bridge, changed his demeanor completely, and started making threats. Han Yo-jun started threatening her, saying that he tried to kill his other ex-girlfriend, but only managed to break her leg, but he won't fail this time. He said he knew where Kim Jong-un lived, worked, and even where Kim Jong-un's mother's beauty salon was. So he threatened to kill her and her entire family if she tried to break up with him. At the same time, Han Yo-jun informed Kim Jong-un that he instructed his sibling in the United States to reveal unknown contents in a USB which had been already sent by mail, if she reported him or if anything went wrong. He then tripped Kim Jong-un and stepped on her. She didn't tell anything about this incident to her parents, and it would have been a buried truth if it wasn't for a recorded file that was later found. Kim Jong-un, who was so shocked by this, mentally struggled. She couldn't speak for a while and would fall to the ground whenever she heard a loud noise. She was utterly exhausted when she received a call from Han Yo-jun on March 11th, 9 days after the threat. She told him, "My legs are too weak. I don't think I can go out to meet." In response, Han Yo-jun called Kim Jong-un again, saying, "I think I'll have worse thoughts. I don't want to live like this." He said that everything he said at the Jamsil Bridge was a lie, crying and begging to meet again. This was more than enough to make Kim Jong-un feel distant, as he was acting like a psycho. Kim Jong-un was firm in her stance against Han Yo-jun, who relentlessly came to her house and office demanding meetings. She constantly pushed him away, saying, "We can't be okay, that's for sure." The more she pushed him away, Han Yo-jun's pathetic threat attack continued. Of course, this was not true either. On the evening of March 12, Han Yo-jun said on the phone, "I should die. Would you believe me then? What if I'm dead in front of your house?" And on the early morning phone call on March 18th, he sarcastically said, "Isn't it amazing to have someone who will die for you?" And then blurred the subject of death by saying, "I think you are dead now, and I am dead too." However, sadly, Kim Jong-un did worry he could harm himself. On March 19th, Kim Jong-un, who met a middle school friend, said, "I'm scared of being harassed, but I'm also scared that Han Yo-jun would really do something terrible to himself." Her noble heart wished that even if they broke up, he wouldn't give up on life. From the beginning, Han Yo-jun didn't care whether Kim Jong-un was happy or unhappy, as long as she was his girlfriend. He insisted on meeting as if nothing had happened, saying, "I need to see the end. It doesn't matter if it's not love." And eventually, cunning and vicious stalking began. Kim Jong-un lost weight and developed social phobia. Eventually, her father, who was fighting cancer at the time, found out. At that time, the family reported Han Yo-jun to the police for stalking through various behaviors such as threats by phone, text messages, and tailing. But they didn't receive any special protection and eventually gave up on reporting when Han Yo-jun went on a rampage after being fined only 80,000 won, which is about $60. Kim Jong-un's parents ended up having to follow and protect her on her way to and from work. Kim Jong-un and her family could only hope that Han Yo-jun would get tired of it and stop, as there
I
was
don't
no
understand
other
the
way.
inaction.
They
Like,
tried to resolve the
if
situation
someone
amicably,
reports a
considering
stalking
their
case,
past
why do
relationship.
police just ignore
Eventually,
it?
Kim Jong-un's father met Han Yo-jun and asked him to stop stalking and even offering to
Like,
buy him
what
a
do they
drink
need?
if he was
What do
having a
they
hard
need
time.
for the police to take action?
He agreed and turned away, and Chung-un didn't hear from him for a while. But Kim Jong-un, who thought the situation had somewhat improved, saw Han Yo-jun monitoring her from the rooftop of a building across the street while she was looking outside. As soon as he was caught, he started contacting again as before. Kim this time firmly declared the breakup. A few days later, in the early morning, Han Yo-jun called her in front of Kim Jong-un's house, and her father went outside himself to check. But Han Yo-jun, who was hiding a little out of sight, even mocked her, asking if it was good to have someone to protect her. Han Yo-jun, who was a loser to the point that he couldn't reveal himself confidently to her father, however, put a lot of effort into appearing as the scariest existence in the world to Kim Jong-un, who was once his lover. And Han Yo-jun chose to end Kim Jong-un, who was trying to talk sense to him, saying, "My feelings for you are completely shattered. Do you think we can meet again, get married, and live well by piecing together the broken plate? Can you just let me go? Your way of loving is wrong." On that fateful day, he ensured he didn't hurt himself, wrapping the knife handle with pressure bandages, and even prepared 2 spiked drink bottles and sulfuric acid to spray on her face in case he couldn't take her life. Despite this, Han Yo-jun made the ridiculous excuse that he had no intention of killing her after being arrested. Han argued that in the heat of the moment, he lost his temper during the conversation and committed the crime, said the items in his bag were to be used on himself, and he didn't remember anything that happened in the victim's house or the entire process of committing murder and fleeing. However, even though his car was already in Kim Jong-un's apartment complex, it was clear that he was racking his brains to deny the crime was planned when he had prepared a motorcycle separately. Moreover,
Not sure how
according to
Korea's
the
stalking
investigation
laws
of his
work, but the
movements,
states
Han
have
Yo-jun
assault
went
by
to
threat and
Munjeongdo,
menacing by
Songpagu,
stalking.
where the beauty salon operated by Kim Jong-un's mother is located.
If you
and
get
then
like
fled to a vinyl house in Gyeongwon-dong, Guri
reported
City,
for
Gyeonggi
that, do you go
Province,
to
about
jail? Like
15
what
kilometers
happens
away
next?
from the crime scene. This was a route that showed signs of planning secondary murder. Despite the quick arrest, it is extremely disappointing to think that all the victim and her family wanted was just to keep him away from them. Han Yo-jun, who claimed he tried to harm himself, argued shamelessly in court testimony, "I killed her because I loved her so much." Han Yo-jun, who lied that he asked for a breakup first after seeing the victim with another man, but Kim Jong-un wanted to continue the relationship, made an absurd statement that the victim was the first to wield a weapon. There was not a single gram of truth in his claim that he killed her because she betrayed his love. Moreover, he was shifting all the blame onto the victim by giving a completely opposite account of all the facts. Professor Lee Soo-jung, a criminal psychologist, paid attention to Han Yo-jun's upbringing regarding his pathological obsession. Han Yo-jun immigrated to the United States in 1997 when he was 13 years old and acquired citizenship, but he couldn't adapt properly. Eventually, he returned to Korea after only 3 years and lived alone for 10 years. During his adolescence, he lived apart from his family and led a solitary life. Although his family's situation was not revealed, it seems that his family was unable to handle him either. The fact that he borrowed money from Kim Jong-un shows that he was negligently treated by his parents while living alone. The parents who abandoned 16-year-old Han Yo-jun in Korea later shamelessly hired 4 lawyers for him. Experts say that people with a victim mentality have a high likelihood of developing pathological obsession when they date. Han Yo-jun's murder plan had been slowly progressing over 53 days since the stalking began until the murder. According to Cho Jae-yeon, human rights team leader of the Korea Women's Hotline, there are generally more threats of self-harm than threats of murder in dating violence. On the outside, it may look like an attempt to make it difficult for the victim to break off the relationship, but the purpose is
Restraining
definitely
order?
not to recover the
Oh,
relationship.
I see.
Ultimately, those who aim to control by shaking the victim in their hands will harm the other party without hesitation for revenge when they get out of their control. The reality of people like Han Yo-jun, who use the tender hearts of women who deeply empathize with their lovers as tools of control and play the weak, is that they are patriarchal and violent. The main analysis of experts, including criminal psychologist Lee Soo-jung, is that they are not people who can be persuaded in the first place. After receiving support from his parents in the United States, Han Yo-jun hastily assembled a team of 4 law firm attorneys and postponed the trial. He only admitted to the murder, denying stalking and threats. Although his lawyer requested a mental evaluation, it was rejected, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment and 20 years of electronic ankle bracelet in the first trial on October 6, 2016. However, he appealed without remorse, and a massive signature campaign began in support of the victim Kim Jong-un's family by the Korea Women's Hotline. On May 30th, 2017, in the second trial, Han Yo-jun, who was sentenced to life imprisonment while being exempted from wearing an electronic bracelet, appealed again and received a final life imprisonment sentence from the Supreme Court in September 2017. In an interview with Han Yo-jun aired on February 7, 2018, he bizarrely said
sure.
he was
You can
not
send me a
sure
link,
whether he did it
Mr.
out of
Ogre.
hate or love, expressing the difficulty of his prison life. When asked if he regretted
Hey,
it, he said yes and
Apple. How
lamented
are
that
you,
every
darling?
night Chung-eun appeared in his dreams, looking so pretty as she was when they were dating,
Sorry, I
and
was
that he
making
felt
art.
genuinely
Didn't see your
sorry and
chat.
struggled
I
with
hope
it.
you're well.
Han Yo-jun, who denied ruining her life until the end and felt pain thinking about the happy days, habitually said he wanted to die. But Han was just a miserable and twisted person who had no intention of making his lover happy from the beginning. Since the 1990s, all states in the United States have enacted anti-stalking laws, and since 1998, stalking via the internet has also been included in the punishable
Wait, I
offenses.
couldn't see the
Similarly,
hair clearly.
Germany enacted a
Hold on.
separate law in 2007 considering all acts of approaching and contacting via phone as stalking. And if it is judged to harm physical or mental health, a prison sentence of 3 to 5 years is imposed. However, South Korea only started taking action and passed an anti-stalking bill in 2022, 6 years after the murder of Kim Jong-un, and 22 years after the first bill was proposed in 2000. Moreover, this was thanks to the publicized story of a woman who was tormented by stalking for a full 10 years and eventually murdered in May 2020. But still, police tend to be reluctant to intervene in stalking between couples, dismissing it as a lover's quarrel. It is essential to remember that stalking could be, more often than not, a runaway train heading towards the terminal station of murder from the day it starts. That's all for today. Thanks for watching.
Wow, this is crazy. Alright, let's play the requested video by Mr. Ogre. Okay, let's see. Bum, 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 bum.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. Today, this one, the woman who made the stew with the mushrooms and killed everybody, right? The mushroom murders. Thanks, Emma, for writing it. I'm Simon.
Oh,
We never read this before. We're
my
going to read it together, dear
phone
audience. Let's
died.
jump
Hold
in.
on. Let me plug it back in.
On the afternoon of the 29th of July, 2023, Erin Patterson and 4 of her in-laws gathered around her dining room table and dug into the beef Wellington she'd been preparing for several hours. Oh, sorry, I thought it was a stew for some reason, but it's a beef Wellington. The next day, all 5 of them
I
reported
heard
suffering
about
from
this.
severe gastroenteritis. Gastrointesteritis, hell of a word. And 4 of them would be admitted to the hospital.
No. I want to listen to the version from whatchamacallit, from Adrian. Adrian talked about it. Wait. Adrian talked about this one. Let's see. Let me look it up. Yeah. Let me find it, because it's been a while since since he covered it. This one. This one. Okay, I found it already. Hold on.
I'm devastated. I love them. And I can't believe that this has happened, and I'm so sorry.
Mogu, hello. Mogu, do you want me to make you an emote? It's free. It's okay. You're my friend,
I
though.
love them.
Hi there, folks. My name is Adrian.
Message me
and
on
today's case is
Discord.
one of
Let
those
me
stories
know.
that's almost mundane to begin
Once
with.
I'm
Think
done
of a
with my
family meal around the
commissions,
kitchen table,
I'll
and the
draw
sort
you
of
an
thing that
emote.
usually ends with awkward small talk and tea before eventually settling down for TV. And that is how this story should have ended. But instead, it became an internationally recognized murder investigation.
Wait,
now, I'm pretty sure that some of you will have even heard of this story before, because the person at the center of all of this was a seemingly ordinary, albeit dull woman named Erin Patterson. And Erin, well, she invited her former in-laws over for lunch. But the thing is, lunch wouldn't quite turn out to be lunch. Let's just say for now that menu came with a few unoptional extras. But before we begin, and just to let you know that I post true crime, strange and dark stories here weekly. So if that is your sort of thing, please do consider subscribing. I really appreciate it. And now, with that said, please grab yourself a coffee and let's caffeinate while we investigate. This is the case of Erin Patterson. Welcome to Melbourne, folks. Now, Melbourne needs no formal introduction, and I'm sure that you'll probably agree that I can be annoyingly enthusiastic about this place. I mean, it's my home for a reason, and everything you're seeing here is just a glimpse into what my life is like away from the coffee house. Now, look, I'm not going to say that Melbourne is perfect. However, for someone who loves coffee, warm weather, culture, and good food, well, I believe this is the closest you can get. You've got the F1, the Australian Open, the Great Ocean Road, and seriously, more coffee shops than you can ever imagine visiting. I think we all have a place that we would eventually like to call home, and this is it for me. Now, another thing that Melbourne does very well is good healthcare. Not only has it scored 100 out of 100 for healthcare in major livability indexes, but Australia consistently ranks in the top 3 countries for healthcare internationally. And we all know how important health is, right? I mean, the quality of our lives can basically descend to nothing without it. I feel like it's something that we all start to take more seriously as we get older, and often wish that we would have got on top of it earlier. But part of that journey comes from finding the right doctor for us, and one who fits our schedules, our personalities, and our needs. And I'm not gonna lie, that can be quite difficult to find. And that's why I love this video's sponsor, ZocDoc, because ZocDoc is a free website that helps you find and book high quality and network doctors so you can find one that you love and one that fits you. ZocDoc basically fixes all of your typical troubles, like long wait times and distant appointments. It lets you book in-network appointments with over 150,000 providers across all 50 states. So, whether you need a dermatologist, dentist, primary care doctor, eye specialist, or one of the 200 plus other specialties on the platform, well, you can just search by specialty or even symptom and build the care team that actually fits you. Prefer seeing someone in person? Easy, no problem. Or maybe you want to do a video visit from the comfort of your very own home. That's fine too. And one of my favorite parts is that you can read thousands of verified patient reviews beforehand, so you're not going in blind. You can get a real sense of who your doctor is. Maybe they're chatty, or maybe they get straight to the point. Who knows? But at least you know what you're walking into. And when you're ready, you can see their real-time availability and just click to book. There's no phone call, no awkward back and forth, and no waiting around wondering if anyone actually picked up your voicemail. Appointments that are booked through ZocDoc usually happen fast too, often within just 24 to 72 hours, and sometimes even the very same day. If putting off appointments has become your personality trait, then it might be time to retire that habit and start looking after yourself today. And so, what are you waiting for? Click the link in the description or go to ZocDoc.com/coffeehousecrime to find and instantly book a top-rated in-network doctor today. Thank you so much to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video, and thank you to you folks for supporting us content creators. Genuinely, I really appreciate it. And now, let's get straight back to our video today, which, strangely enough, comes oddly close to their own healthcare. It was on a cool afternoon of July the 29th, 2023, that doctors in two regional hospitals here in Victoria, Australia, noticed something subtly unusual. Several patients had arrived within just a couple hours of each other, all from the same family, and all complaining of similar symptoms. Gail and Don Patterson had checked in at Dandenong Hospital, which is found about 30 miles southeast of Melbourne, and meanwhile, Heather and Ian Wilkinson had arrived at Leongatha Hospital 50 miles further. Now, at first glance, this looked like a brutal case of food poisoning, the kind that will ruin your weekend and make you swear that you will never eat that dish again. From the outside, it looked like that they were suffering from severe nausea, gnarly vomiting, and intense abdominal pain. However, when their symptoms didn't ease up and instead escalated to rather frightening levels, doctors knew that they had something unusual on their hands. And when they realized that multiple people were deteriorating all at the same pace and time, well, it was at that point that they started asking much harder questions. In the midst of their collapse, doctors scrambled to try to understand what on earth happened for them to feel so severely ill, and that is when they realized something. And it turns out that that lunch came as quite the surprise to a couple of them, because in the weeks leading up to that event, the relationship between Erin and the rest of her former husband's family had become quite strained and awkward at best. With the breakdown of their marriage and Erin being Erin, trust me, you'll know what I mean in a few moments, the vibe between them was no longer relaxed like it once used to be. And now, between the 5 of them that had attended that lunch, 4 of them were severely ill in hospital, and only 1 had no symptoms whatsoever. That being the chef. Now, it is worth highlighting here that on the same day as the lunch, Erin had also checked in at the hospital after reporting similar but milder symptoms. However, by evening, she had discharged herself and gone home. But isn't that strange, though? Because while everybody else was getting worse, Erin felt not only good enough, but confident enough to return home. As the hours passed by, doctors realized that this was no longer behaving like food poisoning at all. Their patients were declining way too rapidly and severely. It was when those lab reports came back conclusive for alpha-aminitin, beta-aminitin, and phallotoxins that specialist doctors realized what they were likely dealing with. And that was a tiny fungus called death cap mushrooms, one of the most lethal natural poisons known to medicine. And suddenly, that quiet family lunch did not look like a simple case of bad cooking anymore. After realizing this, the detectives went all the way back to the start, to the lunch itself. They looked
at my age, I should know how to speedrun my shit.
Leftovers, and of course,
no, I had one.
And that is when they realized that Erin had invited her former in-laws, Don and Gail, along with Gail's sister, Heather, and Heather's husband, Ian, and even her former husband over to her home in Leongatha. Now, Simon Patterson, who, of course, is Erin's estranged husband, who was also invited, had chosen not to attend at the last minute. At the time, it likely felt like it was just one of those slightly awkward post-separation dynamics. You know the type. You go, I'll skip it, we'll avoid the tension. Now, on paper, it sounded perfectly normal. Families fall out, reconcile, stay connected, and sometimes they still will meet for lunch even after relationships get messy. That in itself is not unusual. So, let's talk about the lunch. The meal served that day was Erin's famous beef Wellington, accompanied by mashed potatoes and green beans. Which isn't an elaborate dish, to be honest with you, but also it's not exactly a quick throw something in the oven type situation either. I would say that beef Wellington is the kind of meal that you cook when you would like to impress people. Or apparently, when you would like to star in one of the most
hard
infamous
is making
poisoning
a
cases
Wellington?
in modern
I've never
Australian
had a
history.
Wellington
Anyway,
before.
the afternoon went ahead smoothly. Everyone sat down, ate together, chatted, and then eventually left to get on with their Sunday. There were no immediate collapses, no dramatic reactions, and no one pushing their plate away in disgust. By all means, it was just an ordinary Sunday lunch. However, within hours, and as we all know by now, all of that normality suddenly began to unravel, and one by one, all of her guests became violently ill. And it all pointed back towards Erin. Speaking about Erin, I have to say that she is one of the most interesting yet boring characters that I've ever covered here. Now, I'll get into more details later in this video, but if I had to describe her as a meal, well, she would not be a beef Wellington. I think soggy white bread is more fitting for her, with a thin slice of unsalted butter. Seriously, if blandness were a competitive sport, then she would absolutely win gold. Okay, in more fairness to her, on the surface, she did not present as the sort of person that you'd expect to find at the center of a story about mass poisoning. She was just a mother living in regional Victoria who was leading what looked like a relatively ordinary suburban life. There was no dramatic criminal history and no long trail of violent behavior either. She was just someone who, to neighbors and acquaintances, appeared to be very unremarkable. Now, although Erin had been married to Simon Patterson, who, of course, was the son of Don and Gail Patterson, their relationship had sadly broken down in the years prior. However, despite their separation, she still remained in contact with Simon's parents, and on the face of it, that dynamic seemed perfectly fine. They were still the grandparents to her daughter, of course, and as for Erin, she had tragically lost her own mother only a few years prior. Now, don't get me wrong, it certainly was strained at times, but not outwardly hostile, and that's partly what made her random lunch invitation seem so normal to the rest of the family. She was just a separated mother who was inviting her former in-laws over to talk, reconnect, and maybe smooth things over. Friends and family describe Erin as someone who was, at times, particular, controlled, and keenly aware of how she presented herself. She wasn't eccentric or dramatic, she was just deliberate. The kind of person who seemed composed on the surface, even when the situation around her was anything but. So, going back to lunch yet again, doctors were alarmed to see that not only had the toxicology reports come back with positive traces of alpha-aminitin and extremely high ALT levels in their livers, but their symptoms almost perfectly aligned with poisoning from, I'm gonna pronounce this wrong, Amanita phalloides. Now, of course, that is more commonly known as the death cap mushroom, a species that is so toxic that even eating a small amount can quite literally destroy your liver beyond repair. They are quite interesting, to be honest with you, and they're actually something that I was never aware about before this story. They don't grow in dark, forbidden forests
I don't even know what that is.
caves either.
I don't know
They
if we
just
have
grow
that over
quietly
here.
in ordinary places like under oak trees in suburban
I know we have
parks, along
Rafflesia, but
footpaths,
that's
and
it.
even in gardens. Originating from Europe, they have found a comfortable home in parts of Australia, and to an untrained eye, they don't look sinister at all. In fact, from what I've heard, they don't even taste bad. They just sit there waiting to be eaten, and of course, that is what makes them so dangerous. As the hours turned into days, time served no kindness to any of them, and tragically, Don and Gail would pass away next to each other, and Heather would follow shortly afterwards due to severe organ failure. And although her husband Ian would thankfully survive, he had a very long road ahead of him in intensive care. And so, over the space of only a couple of days, one single meal had effectively wiped out multiple members of the same family. And strangely, the chef was totally fine. It is no surprise to see then that eventually detectives turned their heads towards Erin, and the way that she handled the interview and the news was, well, I'll just let you see for yourself.
It's a tragedy what's happened.
Can you tell us about the meal that you cooked?
I'm so devastated by what's happened, by the loss of Don. Don is still in hospital, the loss of Ian and Heather and Gail. They were some of the best people that I've ever met. Gail was like...
Take your time.
Gail was the mum that I didn't have because...
Girl, the acting... Wait, stop. The acting is not giving. Alright, if I'm gonna rate your acting here, it's probably... I'm being generous here. I'm gonna give you a 2. Okay? I'm gonna give you a 2. That's me being generous. You hear me? Goodness gracious. Get some acting classes. What the hell?
Being back good and kind to me. And Ian and Heather were some of the best people I've ever met. They never did anything wrong to me.
My dog can act better than you.
I'm devastated. I love them. And I can't believe that this has happened, and I'm so sorry that they have lost their lives.
She just picked mushrooms. I think she got it somewhere and then added it to the food that she was doing. Hi, Sir Power Cookie. Sorry, I went out to take a shit and I just got back and doing some art. I hope you're well. Pia, why'd you take my hair away? Hi, Josdy.
That's what I have to say.
My doorknob can act better.
Where did they come from, Mary? Can you tell us?
Oh gosh.
What meal did you cook them? Did you eat the same meal, Mary?
Can anyone say crocodile tears? And so, with 3 deaths and 1 very suspicious-looking chef, detectives now have the complex task of proving if Erin was guilty or just plain stupid.
Acting is just...
But where do we even begin
I don't
with
know.
a story like
I was
this?
being generous
Because
with 2.
by now, they were pretty sure that it was death cap mushrooms. But how do you prove if this was an accident or if it was something far more nefarious? And of course, the problem is that these mushrooms are naturally sourced, meaning there is no bank statement, receipts, or
you
surveillance
follow
footage to
that
prove
too.
there
It was
a
very
crime.
funny.
So
Oh my
what are they
god.
supposed to do? Well, as it turns out, Erin would actually make so many of her own mistakes that she would basically prove it for them. As they began their early investigations, detectives found that the meal may have contained a mixture of both store-bought mushrooms and others that were foraged. And that was a very crucial piece of information, because that distinction would end up mattering a lot. If toxic mushrooms had accidentally been gathered and then mixed into the meal, this case could actually point towards a catastrophic mistake. However, if they had instead been knowingly sourced, dried, or stored beforehand, well, that's when things start to feel less like a kitchen accident
premeditated
and
now.
more like a deliberate menu choice. So, with this now being an active case that did involve numerous deaths, not necessarily homicide, but indeed deaths, police decided that it was finally time to interview Erin on the lunch. And I'm not sure what you're going to think about this one, but to me, she looks incredibly displeased to be there. And also, why is she blinking so often?
Following eating at your house, Donald, Ian, Gail and Heather all become so ill that they ultimately ended up in the intensive care unit at both the Dandenong Hospital and then moved to the Austin Hospital. Alright. Following that, they had a deterioration in their condition, and that they become so ill that their livers have failed. Right? Heather and Gail passed away. Right? Conversely, we're trying to understand why you're not that ill. Okay? They understand why we're interviewing you today?
Yeah, I do. But I'm sure you understand too that, like, I've never been in a situation like this before, and I've been very, very helpful with the health department through the week because I wanted to help that side of things as much as possible because I do want to know what happened. So I've given them as much information as they've asked for and offered up all the food and all the information about where the food came from.
Obviously we've got concerns in relation to the mushrooms and where they've come from. Is that something you've done in the past, foraging for mushrooms or anything like that? Never. You were at home and present when we did a search warrant today, alright? I know you weren't watching everyone at all the time, but I just want to go through on tape some of the stuff we've, and like I said, we'll give you a copy of this, everything we've seized. Kitchen, far left bottom drawer, instruction manual for a sunbeam, food lab, electronic dehydrator. What's that in relation to? Do you know anything about a dehydrator in your house? Or?
So, police began working backwards through the timeline. They started by looking through Erin's shopping records, her phone data, and her movements in and around Leongatha and nearby towns. Basically anything that could help them reconstruct her movements. And of course, that included surveillance footage. As you may have caught on in that interview, it was in the middle of their investigation of Erin's home that one of the officers found a manual for a food dehydrator, which up until this point in time had done absolutely nothing wrong in its life. But little did the poor old dehydrator know that it was about to become one of the most discussed appliances in Australian criminal history. So, what precisely is a food dehydrator? Well, it's kind of self-explanatory because it's in the name. At its most basic level, it's essentially used to remove moisture from food by slowly circulating warm air until ingredients become dried and preserved. People will use them for all sorts of things like fruit slices, jerky, and herbs. It's not exactly the kind of device that you'd associate with a homicide investigation. In fact, I don't think I've ever heard anyone using this in true crime before, yet here we are. So thanks, Erin. And as investigators looked closer at how the meal may have been prepared, they began to consider that maybe the mushrooms weren't used fresh at all. And when forensics analysed the kitchen, they realised that, although the dehumidifier was missing, there were several items linked to that dehumidifier that did in fact contain traces consistent with death cap mushrooms. And moving away from the crime scene for a moment, doctors were not entirely reassured by Erin's behaviour either. Now, it is true that she did in fact attend the hospital on the same day as the others were checked in, but it's also true that she left far more quickly than even medical staff were comfortable with. In fact, her early discharge would raise enough concern that doctors later questioned whether she had fully grasped the severity of what she was actually dealing with. This was one of the main things that stuck out to me, because if there was even a small chance that she had been exposed to the same toxin, then most people would beg to stay at the hospital. And so, after checking herself out from the hospital, doctors had this conversation.
You don't want to go home without making sure you're not going to die.
Chris Webster calling from Leongatha Hospital, and I have a concern regarding a patient that presented here earlier but has left the building and is potentially exposed to a fatal toxin from mushroom poisoning, and I've tried several times to get hold of her on her mobile phone.
So, before I get all that information in, what address do you need the police to attend, Dr. Chris?
Yeah, so, well, should I give the hospital address or the address of the patient?
If you know where they are, their address.
I have the address of the patient.
Yeah, go ahead with that.
Okay.
What's her name?
So the last name is Patterson.
First name?
Erin.
Mushroom poisoning, you said.
Yeah, so there were 5 people that ate a meal on Saturday, and 2 of them are in intensive care at Dandenong
You
Hospital.
can't really lie to a doctor, bro. They see what went into your body.
And Erin presented this morning with symptoms of poisoning.
And what happened when she presented? She just got up and left?
No, there was time for the nurse to begin observations, and I was managing the other critically unwell patient, so I had a brief chat to her about where the mushrooms were obtained, and after that, while I was attending the other patients, the nurse informed me that she had discharged herself against medical advice.
And that wasn't all, it turns out, because then came the surveillance footage, and as you will see, it is probably some of the most damning evidence that Erin would have to face. While investigators were tracking Erin's movements in the days and weeks before and after their deaths, they found something interesting. It was only 4 days after that fateful lunch that a surveillance camera at a local tip would spot Erin's car pulling up,
I did
with
it on
very
the
typical
wrong
Australian
layer. I'm so
countryside in the
stupid.
background. Erin
Bro,
is then seen getting out of the
why
car
am I
and then picking up a
stupid?
dehydrator from the boot. She is then seen dumping it in the warehouse before then returning to her car and driving away. Now, look, outside of environmental factors, throwing away a kitchen appliance is not automatically naughty. But when you throw away a dehydrator shortly after a deadly mushroom poisoning, well, that is one way of making yourself known to the police. Oh, and just to be explicit here, the manual that they found in the house was for the exact model that she had dumped in this warehouse and then lied about
Damn.
not having. And that wasn't it, because only 45 minutes after the family lunch, a surveillance camera captured her disposing of cardboard at the local tip. Unfortunately, that cardboard was never actually found, so we don't know what it contained. But what it does show is someone who is potentially trying to remove evidence. Even still, as all of these details became known to the general public, the overall tone of this case changed quite dramatically. In fact, I even remember hearing about this case when it happened, and how the general opinion went from believing it was just an accident to thinking that maybe Erin did actually have something to do with it. And that's not it either, because around the same time, there were other things coming out too. For example, there was this text message, which basically confirms that Erin was sneaking mushrooms into the kids' brownies. Now, of course, those mushrooms were
What?
totally normal because those kids are absolutely fine. However, what it does show is that Erin was sneakily trying to put things unknowingly into people's food. And speaking of mobile phones, that wasn't the end of it. So, what you're currently watching right now is body cam footage of detectives taking Erin's phone away from her in the days after the murders. The detective at the table then asks for her PIN code, where she gives him one number and then another. And it turns out that both of them were actually incorrect, because this device did not have a PIN at all. Which is a slightly odd mistake to make, right? Because most of us will use our phone code dozens of times a day. In a way, it's kind of like muscle memory. So, to confidently provide 2 wrong codes for a phone that apparently didn't require one, that kind of raises an eyebrow. And that's actually because this was not her usual phone at all, but a secondary device. In other words, it was a dummy phone. How's that for innocent?
So it's 3:29 p.m. on the 5th of August 2023. Thanks for your patience today, Erin. We're completing our search. The only outstanding item is that mobile phone that you've got there. So I'll seize that now from you. Is there a PIN code on your phone?
Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
It's either 1315 or 131528. I can't remember which one.
There's a provision in the warrant that requires you to assist us to get into these devices.
Is it opening? Oh, okay, well,
Don't know one, mate.
no one, so there you
Okay,
go.
there
Your
you go.
job's easy.
It is kind of obvious how this story went. In November of 2023, and after multiple months of investigations, Victoria Police officially arrested Erin Patterson and charged her with 3 counts of murder relating to the deaths of Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson. And on top of that, they added 1 count of attempted murder. Now, of course, Erin would plead not guilty because even from the get-go, she always played the victim card extraordinarily well. The prosecution believed that Erin had planned and prepared a meal with clear intent. However, Erin and her defense team would push back strongly here. They argued that the poisoning had been a total accident, and that her behavior afterwards had been interpreted incorrectly. They emphasized that she was actually a victim in this too, just as much as the others were, that she must have a good immune system, and that she was just lucky. They of course would also emphasize that her estranged husband Simon hadn't even attended the lunch, and they argued that if she really wanted revenge against him and really wanted custody over everything, then she would have made sure that he would have gone down with his family. Either way, I bet that he feels incredibly fortunate not to attend last minute, but of course he must now deal with so much grief, loss and pain. One piece of evidence that had to be excluded from court, but one that I think is very telling, is the document that was found on Erin's phone. I'm not sure why this was disqualified, but investigators found a document titled Homicidal Poisons on her phone, and obviously it shows some clear knowledge or awareness of what was to come. Her husband would also testify that in the months and years leading up to the divorce, he had even become suspicious of Erin trying to poison him. In fact, he had become so paranoid about it that he even stopped eating her meals altogether. And Ian Wilkinson, who was the only one to survive that lunch, was also there to testify. And given the circumstances, he was very calm, composed and factual. He would also confirm that the lunch felt quite ordinary and that no one felt awkward or uncomfortable. It is clear that everyone trusted Erin and that Erin seemed her usual self. So, after weeks of being on trial, the jury would finally return with their verdict, and in the end, they found her guilty on all 3 counts of murder, with an additional 1 count of attempted murder. The judge described her crimes as deliberate and devastating, and carried out under the ordinary facade of a shared family meal. And I think that's the part that really sucks here, because Erin murdered her own family through an act of kindness and nurture. She was therefore sentenced to life in prison with a non-parole period of 33 years, meaning that, with time already partially served, she could be free in the year 2056. However, by then, she will be 82 years old. As the verdict was read out, Erin just sat there with a flat, vacant expression. You would hope in moments like this she might actually be reflecting. However, it is hard to escape the feeling that nothing was going on in there. But the weird part about this story is that, even to this day, nobody quite understands why Erin wanted to murder all 4 of her guests. I mean,
Yeah,
by
why
now,
though?
we know that she undoubtedly did. But still, why? During her sentencing, the judge was sure to highlight how much premeditation went into this rather creative way of mass murder, and so it was clear that there was a lot of emotion and planning behind Erin's actions. However, those emotions don't actually point towards anything in particular, and so many of us are still left wondering. Of course, we do know that Erin was actually going through a divorce at the time. However, her ex-husband was not there on the day of the murders, and as far as money goes, he didn't have any sort of life insurance either. And so, the only real motive we can go with is just meaningless petty revenge. There's something unsettling about the way that this case unfolded. Like, there was no big explosive argument or any obvious warning sign. It was all just a polite invitation for lunch made by an ordinary family member that then spiraled into mass murder. In its own way, that actually makes it feel even more terrifying, because as soon as trust and deceit come into the mix, it always makes you want to second-guess everything. Now, on the positive side, most dinner hosts won't usually treat beef Wellington like a chemistry experiment gone wrong, so I do think that you're probably fine at your next Sunday roast. Of course, so long the chef's name isn't
Hey,
Erin.
Matt,
I
how
feel
are
bad for her
you?
victims too, because this is not only about the moment that they died, but everything that they were supposed to be forever
Yeah,
afterwards. Their lives wouldn't only end
sourced
that
it
day, but
online,
their
I
futures were
think.
erased too. And what makes it even more heartbreaking is that they didn't go to that lunch expecting any danger whatsoever. They merely went as
Thank you
family
for
and
the
trusting the
lurker,
person who invited them.
Justy. Thank you for the lurks.
You know, with so many
Thank
strange
you.
and peculiar details around this case, I wouldn't be
Bloodthirsty,
surprised if this
thank
remains as one
you.
of Melbourne's most notorious murder stories for many decades to come. In fact, in the months and years that followed, the town of Leongatha saw a tourism boom worth millions of dollars due to the case's notoriety, which is insane when you think about it. But of course, the largest impact here is not on the town itself, but on its victims and their families. and I just hope that they're okay and that they'll find peace moving forward. Anyway, folks, I think that pretty much concludes our story today. And I just want to say thank you so much for being here because I really do appreciate it. Before you go,
All right. So if you guys have any requests for a true crime story, let me know. So we can like play it. For now, let me listen to another true crime story from a different creator. I'm not sure. Are you guys familiar with Bailey Sarian? I like Bailey. Bailey's fun. Let's check if Bailey has a new video. Oh my god.
Hi, friends. How are you?
Oh, teenage killers? Bruh. Okay. I don't know any crime podcast, although Into the Shadow certainly is like one. Let's listen to this. It's gonna be like wayward teenagers, criminal teenagers. If any of you guys watching this video, this stream, if you're a parent, watch out. You know, you better watch out. Because your teenagers may do some shitty stuff, and you just don't know it.
Hi, friends. How are you? Listen, we all remember our teen years, don't you? Ugh, I know. You couldn't wait to grow up. That's all that mattered. You just want to get out of your parents' house. You want to do whatever you wanted. You whatever. This is
I
a
am
phase,
bald.
this
You know
is
what?
my
I'm
life,
embarrassed.
you don't
Let me get my hair
understand.
back.
It's so dramatic.
Let me
isn't
get my
it?
hair back.
But that's your teenage years. You're just trying to figure out who you are. And looking back, I think a lot of us can agree that it was, well, I don't know. Some people might say it was the best of
Hiroshi,
times.
hi, welcome
Some would
in.
say it was the worst of times. But listen, today I put together a murder mystery and makeup compilation where we are going to revisit some angsty teenagers.
Angsty teenagers?
Went off the what? Yes. But in today's cases, these teenagers didn't just like stomp their feet and slam their door and just like give attitude. They took things way too far. Oh my, they ruined everything. Today we are talking about stories of teens who kill. So let's get into it.
Warning. Today's story contains graphic descriptions of crime scenes, adult dialogue, and strong language. Viewer discretion is advised.
These stories will never, ever make sense to me. Ever. Interesting. Suspish. Uh-oh. Suspish. You make good choices. You make good choices. You make good choices. I will now get into the story, okay? Our first story involves vampires, okay? And it's a throwback, let me tell you. I remember this episode so much because we laughed. We giggled. It's about a vampire, okay? There was this kid, 17-year-old Rod Farrell. He was a vampire, allegedly, who led a group of friends on a chaotic road trip in the late 90s. And yeah, vampire, okay? Don't believe me? Well, let's take a look. Disclaimer, I'm just letting you know today's story involves lots of blood, some self-harm references. There is one line about like a dog, sexual abuse. I mean, it's really all of the above.
Abusing
All
a
of the
dog?
above. So just
Like
a little
sexually
disclaimer,
abusing
maybe
a
skip this
dog?
one, you know.
Oh my god.
So what do you think about when you hear the word vampire? Huh? Sharp fangs, maybe a black cape, turns into a bat. Maybe you think of Sparkles. But you know, the way we think about vampires as a culture has definitely changed a lot over the years. But in general, vampires are just very
Not
popular. They've
Edward
been
catching
popular
strays,
throughout
man.
the years. Great.
But for some people out there in the world, there is a fascination with vampires that goes beyond just liking vampire books and movies. There are some people out there who even identify as vampires and practice occult rituals that mirror vampire behavior. You may have guessed it, Martha. Today's story is actually about vampires. Well, it's actually about like one guy in particular who thought he was a vampire and then he went on a killing spree. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to start with this guy named Roderick Farrell. Now, Roderick, but we're going to call him Rod for short, he was born March 28th, 1980. And his mom, her name was Sandra, she was only 17 years old when him and his dad met and fell in love. He was a teenager too. I believe he was 17. His name was Rick, but it doesn't matter because he's not a lasting character in the story. So his parents, they were children, young children, trying to raise the baby themselves. And 9 days after Rod was born, Sandra and Rick, they decided, like, let's get married. Because, I mean, this is an assumption, because it's not really clear if they married for love or if they felt like they needed to because, you know, family tradition. I don't know. Either way, they decided to get married. It's sad because it didn't work out and they got divorced just a few weeks later. Yeah, it lasted a couple of weeks. So after they filed for divorce, Rick would join the military and he would basically abandon Rod and his mom. So thanks, bye. So with Rick out of the picture, Sandra's now 17 years old and she's a single mom, you know, at 17. She doesn't really have anywhere to go. She doesn't have any source of income. So she decides, you know what? I'm going to move back in with my parents and help them. I mean, hopefully they can help me raise my child, you know? Sandra and Rod, they move in with Sandra's parents or Rod's grandparents to a town called Murray, Kentucky. They have a population around 17,000 at this time. So it's not really that large, but it's kind of a large city for Kentucky. So Murray has 3 city parks covering 200 acres and is home to Murray State University and also the National Boy Scout Museum. It also has one of the oldest theaters in the state of Kentucky. Now, I wish I could tell you today's story was all rainbow and sunshines, but as we know here, this is not the Rainbow and Sunshine show. It's not. Unfortunately, it's just all bad news. So
with the circle, I got annoyed
Sandra,
with the circle.
Again, she's only 17. I think she may have turned 18 at this point because as soon as she got 18, she got a job working as an exotic dancer and also a sex worker. So she would be gone working a lot of the time trying to make money. And she would leave Rod alone with his grandparents. But it turns out that it just really wasn't the safest environment for Rod. You see, when Rod was 5 years old, there were reports that his grandfather, Harold, and his friends raped him while they were on a fishing trip. But it turns out that Rod wasn't his grandpa's first victim either. This man, this grandpa, had a history of sexually abusing people. He sexually abused Sandra, his mom, and also he had another daughter who he sexually abused as well. And I'm sure he probably had more, but who fucking knows? So Sandra actually finds out what happened to her son. You know, good for her because she decided, you know what, I'm not just gonna sit back and say nothing. She decides to confront her father. Good for her, you know, because that's, yeah, you get it. Good for her. So she goes to her father and it's not clear like exactly what was said, but she does confront him. Now, Rod, he would later say that like the whole confrontation in itself was actually just as traumatizing as the actual abuse had been. Again, it wasn't really said in great detail, like what happened, what was said, and what came from it, really. So despite that super toxic environment that came from living with Sandra's parents, Rod and Sandra would end up bouncing between living with them, living in different public housing situations, just moving around to different states. You know, nothing was really stable, and she just picked up and left pretty often. And then at one point, Sandra, she gets remarried and moves to Michigan with her new husband. And her new husband doesn't want Rod. He doesn't want Rod. So he's telling Sandra, like, let's just leave him behind with your grandparents. Now, I guess before leaving, this new husband tells Rod, we're never coming back. That's what he tells him. He tells the little boy this, right? So this little boy is like, oh, great, you're never coming back and you're leaving me, because they're going to leave him with his grandparents, the ones that are abusing him. So I'm sure, I don't know, just, it's not great. It's not great. Sandra eventually finds out that her new husband had said this to Rod, and she gets super pissed off, and she decides to divorce him, and then she moves her ass back to live with her grandparents again. There's a lot going on. Little recap, Rod's been sexually abused, abandoned by his father, uprooted a bunch of different times for brief moments, abandoned by his own mother, and his mom has her own baggage. She's also been sexually abused, became a single mom at a really young age. So with that being said, Sandra gets to a point where she needs an escape. She needs something that could just make her feel better, something that could take away all of the pain and just keep her occupied, right? And
drugs
at
take
some
away
point
all
in
the pain,
80s,
Sandra.
She found her escape in the form of a tabletop role-playing game called Vampire the Masquerade.
I told you, it's
drugs.
Not where
you thought this was going.
Why are you going for a TTRPG?
I would have put my money on drugs.
Man, that's why.
Good for her.
That's why you've never seen the light.
This game, because I sure didn't. It's basically like Dungeons and Dragons, but with vampires instead of dragons or dungeons. So Dungeons and Dragons first came out in 1974, and at this point in our story, we're in like the early 90s. So tabletop role-playing games was like still new, not super popular. It was just kind of like not a mainstream thing. Vampire the Masquerade was created in 1991, and it was inspired by vampire films like The Lost Boys and other games like Dungeons and Dragons. The creator of this game felt like hunting vampires was kind of boring and cliche, so he wanted to create a game where you were the vampire, and it quickly became a big hit. I'm the vampire? Okay. So there would later be video games, novels, and even a TV show in 1996 made by Aaron Spelling, who, if you don't know, made a lot of popular shows like Seventh Heaven, Charmed, Melrose Place, 90210.
Seventh Heaven? I remember myself watching that when I was young.
Vampire, it wasn't just a horror
I don't know, I had no
game.
business
In this
watching
game, the
Seventh Heaven,
characters
but
had
I
a
was
list of
watching it when I was
supernatural
young.
powers called disciplines. These were powers like strength, speed, toughness, as well as like mystic senses, mind control, and blood magic. This game gave characters more superhuman vibes than like the horror story ones. It just sounded a lot more fun. Players would use a 10-sided dice to wield these superpowers. Each skill determined the number of dice a player could use, and the values the player rolled determined success or failures in their quests. I know, it honestly just sounds super confusing. I'm sure if you're playing it, like it's not, because apparently it was said that it was a really easy game for new users or new players to quickly understand and pick up, which is probably why it became so popular. So when Sandra discovered the game, she became obsessed with it. And because the game was like really easy, it was easy for her to also teach her son Rod how to play as well, which she did.
Nah, it's your
So
fault.
She and Rod are
I'm
playing
kidding.
this game, and both of them are just
Why you
nonstop.
teach
They
your
love it.
son
It's
that?
fun. They're vampires, yay. Rod also started reading Anne Rice's Vampire Chronicle books, which kind of just fueled this flame of vampireness even more. And he was so obsessed, Rod, that he was now claiming to be a 500-year-old vampire named Visago, which is the character he created for the game. This may sound familiar because we have talked about vampires before, remember? I'm trying to think. I know we have. I did a vampire story not long ago with Sean Sellers, and then I did another one where it was a 500-year-old werewolf or 300-year-old werewolf. Anyways, this is different because Rod is a 500-year-old vampire.
How are
I know some of you are going to be
you?
like, didn't you do this story? And I'm going to say, no, I did not, because I did not. But it may sound like other ones we've done. Okay, moving on. So, Visago. So to look the part, Rod decided to... His fashion changed as he's getting older, he's a teenager, and he takes on the role of this vampire. Rod is dressed in all black. He's wearing trench coats now. He grew his hair out really long and started wearing it in a ponytail, as vampires do, I think. But that's not all. Rod also turned his bedroom into like a shrine to the occult. Oh, super creepy. In an interview, Rod said that everything he was listening to was dark, that it was based on hate, war, and death. His bedroom was filled with upside down crosses, dark books like the Satanic Bible, and just a bunch of weird stuff. There's one like, what's it called when you have sex with dead bodies? That stuff. What's it called?
Necrophilia? Wait,
right
what?
now. I'm so sorry, but that kind of stuff. Rod also had hooks and metal cables hanging around his room, so it looked like something out of the movie Hellraiser. For some reason, he said that he had a pile of broken glass laying in the corner of his room at all times. I don't really know what that was about, though. The broken glass. Maybe one of you knows. Like, what is that? Is that a reference to something? Let me know down below. Thank you. So in his bedroom, there were actually photographs of Rod hanging upside down in his room because, you know, vampires. Huh? But to top
so
the vampire
weird.
vibes off, Rob would go for walks in the cemetery late at night. Well, you may be thinking to yourself, okay, that all makes sense. Well, does it? I don't know. Maybe you weren't thinking that at all. But in order to be a vampire, Bailey, one must drink blood, don't they? Yes. A little bit of blood drinking does need to be involved. So there was this guy that Rod met in school, and his name was Steven. Now, Steven was also super into vampires. Yeah. He was like, oh my God, yeah, me too. I don't know. They were both super into vampires, right? Both into the occult. And both kids came from broken homes and were not the most financially stable. Because of this, it's believed they had something to bond over. Steven said that they bonded because Rod had the same views and same principles in life. Something about like they both agreed, kill or be killed. Like very dramatic, as teenagers are, you know? So to this kid, Steven, Rod was like a reflection of himself, right? And he said that the feeling would send chills through his entire body because he finally found his spiritual person. I mean, it's good to find friends and all, but you know, these guys took friendship to a whole different level, I guess you could say that. So about a year and a half into their friendship, Steven finally decided, I'm going to bless you and turn you, Rod, into a vampire. You could say things were moving pretty quickly, but how does one turn someone into a vampire, you might be wondering? Well, according to Steven, Rob met him at a tombstone, and they called this tombstone the birthplace, and they did a ritual. So during this ritual, you would bust out like a regular razor blade and cut the upper arm, and after they cut themselves, Steven would make Rod drink his blood, either until he had enough or until the blood stopped bleeding, and then he would do the same. Like a little much. Like, I'm not that desperate to be your friend, but now Steven referred to himself as a quote unquote responsible vampire because to him, like, he tried to teach Rod that blood should only be taken for survival. And he would go on to say, quote, giving blood as a gift is one of the most precious gifts you can give someone. It is a total commitment. There is no turning back once this is done, end quote. But Rod kind of like disregarded that lesson. You'll soon find that out. But it turned out that Rod's mother, remember Sandra? She didn't really have a problem with this whole vampire thing. You know, she's like, oh yeah, he's dressing up, being all kind of different and stuff. But you know, he's fine. Like one day she had found Rod in his bedroom with some friends and they were cutting their arms with a razor blade. I guess there was like blood everywhere. And Sandra like walked in and was like, oh, boys will be boys. Am
What
I right?
the
Don't
fuck?
forget to clean up. So yeah, it turns out the reason that Sandra
crazy.
was so relaxed about it was because she too was
What do you
super
mean
wrapped
boys
up
will
in
be
this
boys and they're
vampire
doing all
lifestyle.
that,
She
bruh.
referred to herself as Sta,
It's
Mistress
just
of the
a
Dark,
face?
after an Elvira movie character. And she would dress up. The whole house was like vampire themed. And she would take things to just a super inappropriate level. Hold on, let me just do my eyeliner. Because This is already creasing. In September of 1996, Steven, remember Rod's friend, he had attacked Rod pretty badly to the point where he did need to go to the hospital, but he refused treatment because they were brothers. Anyways, but he refused treatment. And Steven ended up being convicted for the attack, but I couldn't find any articles explaining why Steven attacked Rod. There's a theory, though. So the theory, shortly after his incident, Rod's mom was charged with soliciting a minor, Steven's 14-year-old brother. Apparently, allegedly, Rod's mom, Sandra, she was writing him love letters, his 14-year-old, and was begging him to help her cross over and make her his vampire bride. Yeah, there was just like a lot going on with this unit.
Disgusting.
So my guess is that Steven found out about his younger brother and Rod's mom and like kind of took matters into his own hands. That's the theory, okay? But after this, it's safe to say that their friendship was officially over. So around this same time, Rod, he started skipping school, right? He's skipping class, he's ripping heaters, smoking on school grounds, and just being a very bad boy, okay? I'm about to say something. I was about to say, do you blame him? He does not have like the best role models around him. Shit, man. Anyways, he's just not being a great kid.
So
and he came across this other kid at school who were kind of like him. There's the bad kids, right? And they kind of all got together. It was like a sense of community. All the misfits like him kind of gathered together, and Rod became this leader, teaching them about his vampire lifestyle. Hey, like, look at me, like, I'm a vampire. Don't you want to be like me? We have the same background. Being a vampire, super cool. You get to do vampire stuff. Like, it's cool, you guys. Be a vampire with me. And he welcomes these misfits into his vampire clan. One of the kids he welcomed into his vampire clan was a kid named Howard Anderson. Now, he was only 16 at the time. I just need to get this eyeliner on because I just messed up my eyeliner. I'm so upset. It's fine. I look great. Anyways, one of the kids he met at school was Howard Anderson, who was 16 at the time. Now, this kid, Howard, he also came from a really poor family, and his father was said to be an alcoholic. His dad had abused his mom, and he would like witness it and stuff. It was just not a good home. So this kid is telling Rod all of this, and he's like, we need to be best friends because I can relate to this. I know what it's like coming from this kind of household, just finding a common interest. Howard would later say that like he really looked up to Rod because he was like this cool kid and the one that everybody, all the misfit kids looked up to as this leader. And he considered himself Rod's right-hand man. And all the other kids just loved Rod because, again, they all came from like a dysfunctional family and they all just had something to bond over. And Howard said that like, in all of their minds, it was them against the world. Like they were just loyal to each other. So there were other members of Rod's group, and their names were Charity and Dana. And Charity was Rod's girlfriend at the time. Friends and family described her as a really shy girl who just kind of kept to herself. She didn't really like say much. And Dana, she was the oldest of the group. Her family straight up said she was strange, okay, and that she craved attention, but she had more of a follower personality and was easily manipulated. At least they're honest. They were aware. She was weird. There were some sources that claimed Dana was actually the leader of the clan, but honestly, Rob gets more of the credit for being the leader because of the events that go down, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So someone's a goddamn leader here. So this group referred to themselves as the Vampire Clan, and they hung out at different spots. They hung out at a place called the Vampire Hotel, which was basically just like a rundown building in the middle of the woods near Kentucky Lake.
Of the pack,
it was here that the clan threw a bunch of parties. They did drugs, and they would participate in various types of rituals. Oh yes.
Not the rituals.
And it was rumored that by the time Rod was 14, he was already smoking the devil's lettuce, weed, and he was also using LSD. And it wasn't long before he graduated to harsher drugs like cocaine and heroin. With these harsher drugs, it was said that there were some not so nice side effects that would happen. with Rod, and Rod would often fly into uncontrollable fits of rage. He was once possessed by a demon, and he also was experiencing insane mood swings, just going from being deep and thoughtful one minute to being enraged and breaking furniture the next. During one of his fits in October of 1996, Rod allegedly took things to just a whole new level. Okay, Rod and other members of his clan, they allegedly broke into a local animal shelter and they killed some animals. I'm really sorry, but that's what they did, like shitheads.
You do not
Rod
do
was
that.
later charged and arrested for burglary, trespassing. Did you? Trespassing. I'm so sorry, and cruelty to animals. So he was charged for it. Thank God. He should have been burned at the stake. No one messes with animals. They're so innocent.
If you want to
You
hurt
don't do
yourself,
that.
just
I don't know why
whatever.
Rod was just charged.
I don't care.
They all should have been charged.
It's your body.
Whatever. Honestly, he should have gone in jail because
But you
maybe it
need
would
to
have
get
prevented
help
what was coming next.
and don't project
Of
it to
course, now
animals.
He's gonna up his
Get
game.
professional help.
Well, of course. I don't know if "of course" is the right word, but anywho. So by the time Rod was in 9th grade, he actually was expelled from high school. But remember, he was moving around a bunch. So Rod at one point was living in Eustis, Florida in 1995. He met a 15-year-old girl when he was living there. Her name was Heather. And people said that Heather was super nice. She was normal until she met Rod. And then she became super quiet, started wearing all black. She dyed her hair purple. Gasp. So her family's like, we don't recognize her anymore. She is becoming the devil.
Hi,
But
Clarence.
Rod
Thank
was
you for
having an
breaking my
influence
back.
on her, and he took her
And
on
for the
into his
bloodthirsty.
little vampire clan lifestyle. But it's not totally clear if Rod was expelled from the school in Florida and then moved back to Murray, Kentucky, or if he moved first and then was expelled. It's kind of irrelevant, but that I'm just being honest. I don't
What
know
do you mean
what came
irrelevant?
first. So he met that girl in Florida.
Irrelevant,
Heather.
wasn't
Great.
it?
But now he's back in Kentucky with his grandparents and stuff. So he's remaining friends with the girl Heather in Florida, and they're talking on the phone all the time. Now Rod would get in trouble because he would run up like a $850 phone bill for talking with her nonstop. Back then, long distance phone calls were very expensive, okay? So he was talking with her all the time. He racked up a pretty big bill, to say the least, okay? And it was strange because Rod had a girlfriend at this time. Yeah, he had a girlfriend at this time, Charity, I think I said her name was, and he was talking with Heather nonstop, but it is what it is. So in the spring of 1996, Rod and Heather are on one of their super long phone calls. And I guess at some point, Heather tells Rod, like, my parents are abusing me. Like, I wish you can come and rescue me. Now, we don't really know if this is true or not. I like to think that she's not lying, but this is what she tells Rod. And I guess this was like music to Rod's ears. Okay, it seemed to awaken something deep inside of him. Maybe it was because Rod was triggered by the thought of Heather being abused, which reminded him of his own abuse, or maybe it was something else. But for whatever reason, Rod was now on a mission to save his damsel in distress,
I hope you're well.
Heather. Okay. At this point, he was already planning a trip to New Orleans because apparently there was this video arcade out there that he really wanted to go to. So he was like going to take his vampire clan out there and they were going to go to this video arcade game. Great. So he tells his clan, hey, we're going to make a pit stop in Florida to rescue Heather first. If you look at a map, maybe you're like me and you're like, I don't think you can make a pit stop in Florida when you're going to New Orleans from Kentucky.
I hope you get plenty of rest and you enjoy your day, your rest day.
Kids, you know, they're just wild imaginations. Get off.
Enjoy your time with your partner.
Why do you do that? Okay. So, sometime during the middle of the night on November 23rd, 16-year-old Rod, his 16-year-old girlfriend Charity, 16-year-old Howard, and 19-year-old Dana would all get into an old like Buick Skyhawk and they hit the road. So they were driving a 750-mile drive from Murray, Kentucky to Eustis, Florida. 750-mile drive. Road trip. Again, making a pit stop in South Florida before going to Louisiana somehow makes sense to them. But okay, sure, yeah, okay. Anyhow, so the gang ends up going to Florida and they meet Heather. And in the early morning of Monday, November 26, 1996, they head to the local cemetery where Rod officially, quote unquote, makes Heather a vampire in the official blood drinking ceremony.
How?
Now with this,
how do
Heather
you become an
finally
official
crosses
vampire?
over and she is now
Man, I need to
she
know.
is one of them. And now they're on their way to go to New Orleans to this video game place because that's what vampires do. They play video games to celebrate. So they head on the road. They're heading out to New Orleans. Now, the drive isn't... it does not go smoothly. Of course it does not. Because when does a
wow,
long
when
drive
are you
ever
coming
go
here,
smoothly?
Raph?
Never. Great. So they head off from
When are you
Heather's, and
visiting
the
your
first thing that happens,
girlfriend?
like not even far away, was that they got a flat tire. Now they get stopped by a police officer, like asking the kids where they're going. They smelled something funny from the vehicle, and it freaks the kids out, but there's like nothing really comes from it. On top of that, when they were doing the vampire ceremony, Rod took LSD, so he's kind of like tripping balls. So the whole thing is just making him a little funky fresh. And he's driving, which is even better. Note my sarcasm. So yeah, the LSD is probably not working with him. It's probably working against him. So the cop ends up like questioning them. They're not really, well, they just ate some blood. But like, there's nothing really to get them for. Anyways, so cop leaves and the kids decide that they need a different car. I don't know. They were like, we need a different car because I guess, according to Rod, being stopped by the police means like they're on the police's radar, so they need to get into a different vehicle ASAP because the police are onto them. Rod is just extremely paranoid. So everyone's like, yeah, we need a different car, you know? Oh my God.
Oh my
yeah.
God.
So they decide like, hey, we're not far from
I
Heather's
wish you the
house.
best, Raph.
And Heather was like, my parents have another car. It's a Ford Explorer. We could just steal it, you know? We could just steal my parents' car. And they're like, yeah, it's a great idea. Let's do it. Let's go get that car. So the plan was for Heather to go back into her house, leave the door unlocked to like the garage, and then head down the street and meet up with the group. And then Rod's girlfriend, Charity, and the other girl, Dana, were going to take Heather to her boyfriend's house to say goodbye, while Rod and Howard were going to break in and steal the Explorer. It sounds confusing, but essentially, Rod and Howard, they're going to break in and steal the Explorer. Great. And then they're all going to meet back together and leave for New Orleans. Seems simple, right? Yeah, okay. But remember, Rod is on LSD, so it's not that simple. He's like, oh, rock. So the girls head out. Rod and Howard, they head to Heather's parents' house to steal the car. So they find the open door to the garage, but they can't find the car keys. Oh, shit. Originally, the guys had brought some clubs with them to use as weapons to scare Heather's parents into giving them the keys, just in case they needed to, but it wasn't like in the plan. But once they were inside the garage, Rod ends up finding a crowbar and decides like that's a way better weapon than this like little club I brought. So he ditches that and he grabs the crowbar and like goes into the house. So the first thing Rod and Howard do when they get into the house is they rip the phone off of the wall so no one can call for help. Because remember, well, it's 1996, like landlines, that was it. So they ripped that off of the wall. And then they begin to look around the house for the keys to the Ford Explorer. Now that's when they come across Heather's dad was sleeping on the couch, like in the living room. And this wasn't according to the plan, but Rod is like, you know what? I'm gonna kick his ass. So Rod starts beating the father to death with the crowbar. He beats him to a pulp, fracturing his skull, his ribs, everything until he dies. He dies. Not in the plan and not a great move there, Rod. Meanwhile, Heather's mom, I guess at this moment, was taking a shower. So she's in the shower. She gets out of the shower. And she goes to the kitchen and she pours herself a cup of coffee.
Didn't mean that.
And then she turns and she comes across Rod. Rod is standing there, covered in blood, crowbar in hand. She's like, oh, fuck. I think it takes her a minute to kind of realize, like, what's going on. And then it finally registers in her brain, like, oh, shit, tits, this guy is here to hurt me. Like, this guy doesn't want to be my friend. You know, she finally reacts. And she ends up throwing the cup of coffee at him, hot cup of coffee at him. And this makes Rod angry. He's so angry, he just sees red and he beats Naomi to death with the crowbar. Yes. So both parents are now dead. And let me tell you, that wasn't even the plan. The plan was just to steal the cars. Murders them. Dead. Goodbye. So Rod has now just killed Heather's parents, and Howard, I guess he was just standing by watching because he wasn't participating in the killing of the parents, but he does find the keys to the Ford Explorer, which was in the father's pocket. And so they're like, hey, while we're here, let's just steal some credit cards and some jewelry, and that can like help us fund our trip. So they do that. So they rob them too. Before they take the car and go, Rod and Howard do one last thing. They decide to like burn the body, do some kind of sacred burnage onto the body, and then do like a satanic ritual and like some kind of dance movements around them. The dead parents. I know. Jesus. Then they finally take the car and then they drive off, meeting with the girls. So the group take both cars to the nearby town of Sanford. Now the plan is to swap the license plates of the two cars, the old car and now the Ford Explorer, and then go from there, right? So they end up going on their way. They go through Tallahassee and they're heading towards New Orleans. Meanwhile, back at Heather's house that same day, Heather's 17-year-old sister, she comes home. Which, sad, didn't even know she had a sister. Like, that's fucked up, because now this poor sister's ruined for freaking life, because she comes home and she finds her parents dead. And not even just dead, they were, like, brutally murdered. In addition to the skull and rib being fractured, the autopsy report showed that Richard, the father, he had burn marks in the shape of a V on his chest, which was later said to be Rob's symbol. It's just what he left behind, on like a burn mark he would leave on somebody for vampire cults. It was his mark. You get it. Stupid kids and their stupid hobbies. I need a pencil sharpener. So when police come out to the scene of the crime, they found a letter from Heather that was left behind saying that she was running away and that she loved them both. So cops believe that Heather like must have something to do with the murder, but at this point, she's nowhere to be found. So the gang is on the road, and after 4 days, they stop in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The day that they stop is Thanksgiving Day, and the group is running low on cash. So Charity decides it's a good idea to call her grandmother, who lives in South Dakota, and like asks her for money. However, Grandma suspects that something is not right. You know? She thinks something's up, but she tells Charity, like, sure, honey, I'll wire you some money. Go stay at the Howard Johnson Hotel and I'll have the wire transfer sent there. And Charity's like, great, thanks, Grandma. You know, like, we'll go there now. So when Grandma hangs up, she calls police. Yep. She calls police and she's like, hey, this is where the group is heading. I just feel like something's not right. And yeah. So I'm assuming here, I'm not really 100% sure, but I guess like they must have not had the best relationship, Charity and her grandma, because why else would her grandma call the cops unless she knew something's not right? You get it, I think. Yeah. Okay, great. So the whole gang, they arrive at the hotel that grandma was sending the money to, but cops were already there, like waiting for them. And the 5 of them end up getting arrested and were held at jail for a week before being sent back to Florida, where they were eventually placed in a juvenile facility. They had blood on them. They were all sorts of strange. They just found all sorts of suspicious evidence. And interestingly enough, no one denied anything. Rod was recorded making 2 different confessions. In one confession to police, Rod said, quote, "I went to her dad and smacked the fuck out of him until he finally quit breathing. So yes, I'm admitting to murder. Actually, it took him about 20 fucking minutes to stop. I swear I thought he was immortal or something." End quote. Okay? Which is ironic coming from someone who thinks he's a vampire. Maybe he thought he was a vampire. I don't know. And then the cops asked Rod, like, do you have any remorse, for what you did? Like, do you want to apologize, And Rod said, yeah, no, why? Killing is a way of life.
Damn. Way of life.
Okay, so Rod just, all right, Rod, great, At least he confessed. I'll give him that. He also told them that the killings were done in a rush. Howard, on the other hand, admitted to the cops that the murders were premeditated, despite Heather asking them to, not kill her parents, just steal the car. Howard told them that he was going to go for the father and Rod was going to go for the mother, but then he saw Rod just attack them both and he couldn't. Who freaking knows? So this ends up going to trial. Now, the case was a big, huge deal at the time. Rod was doing all kinds of interviews, okay? And he was claiming that he was being framed by a rival group of vampires. Oh yes, a vampire gang was out to get him. He also made multiple statements that he had multiple different personalities and he was trying to ditch being a vampire. I don't know. And whenever the media tried to photograph him, Rod, he would just stick out his tongue or say something like, "God bless America." I don't know. All this publicity, though, it made it really hard to find a jury for the case. But eventually they did. They selected some jury members. And then in February of 1998, Rod, who was now 17, he pleaded guilty to 2 murders, armed burglary. Why do I say it so weird? Burglary. He pleaded guilty to that and 2 murders and armed robbery. He also claimed that the others traveling with him were completely innocent except for Howard, who was an accessory, confirming Howard's confession, really. So now the jury was tasked with deciding if they recommended Rod get life in prison or the electric chair. Now, Rod's attorneys tried to argue that he was insane, okay, and that Rod's age and state of mind should be considered when making the decision. 3 experts claimed that Rod was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance when he committed the murders, and they also argued that Rod's ability to really understand the crimes that he committed were clouded by his upbringing, his extreme drug use, and the fact that he was a vampire. It clouded his mind, y'all. Clouded his mind. Psychologists were also brought in to stand on the trial, and they brought up the fact that Rod was, sexually abused by his grandfather and his grandfather's freaking friends. And then Rod's aunt had testified during the trial that indeed the grandparents had sexually abused her and her sister, Sandra, the mom, remember? Yeah. So psychologists came in and determined that Rod was suffering from a laundry list of mental disorders. And this was just furthering the lawyer's argument that Rod was just not of sound mind and therefore should not be harshly punished. I don't know, man. But on February 23rd, 1998, the jury voted to give him the death sentence. Oh, yes. And then 4 days later, the judge sentenced him to the electric chair.
Me. I started drawing in the wrong way.
Because in an interview, Rod said that he had always fantasized about his death ever since he was a super young kid. He said, quote, "Going to the electric chair is, as morbid as it may sound, it's been a fantasy of mine. I used to think about that a long time ago when I was 9 years old." End quote. Dream big, they say. Dream big. For 2 years, Rob would hold the record for being the youngest inmate on death row. Congratulations, Rod, you did it, buddy. Wow. But then in 2000, Florida Supreme Court, they ended up reducing his sentence to life in prison. And he was like, God damn it. He was bummed. Whatever. So the rest of the gang, though, they didn't escape unscathed. Howard was convicted of the same charges as Rod, and as I mentioned before, he had confessed to his involvement in the murders, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Heather was being charged with murder, but then I guess because she testified against Rob and Howard, she's good to go. She's free to just be free, which is fine, because it sounded like she really didn't want her parents to die. That was a Rod and Howard thing. Charity was convicted of 2 counts of third-degree murder, robbery with a gun, and burglary armed with a weapon. She was sentenced to 10.5 years in state prison, and she ended up serving 8 years and then was released in 2006. Dana, she was convicted of the same charges as well, but she was sentenced to 17.5 years in prison. She ended up serving 13 years, and she was released in 2011. Rod's mom, Sandra, strongly believed that her son didn't deserve the death penalty. I mean, of course, right? But she believed that Heather should be charged with murder as well. She would go on to say, like, there's one person walking around who's just as guilty as he is, and he got the super harsh treatment and this person didn't. She's just like really upset that Heather got to walk away scot-free pretty much. Yeah, so she's really pissed about that. So during Rod's trial, Sandra took the stand, but her testimony was just all over the freaking place and it did not look good, Sandra. It was not helping anybody. She claimed that her involvement in vampirism was over-exaggerated. But then later, she turned to reports during a break and said, like, I'm a vampire and we live forever. I will never die. So she was very flip-floppy on whether or not she's a vampire.
Damn.
She also said she was upset by the way
Does
that
she
the
have
media was
a mental
portraying
illness
her,
as well?
and also how the psychologists during the
her
trial were portraying her.
son?
Okay? She was like, I am
Sounds
not
like
a
it.
vampire. I'm just trying to help my son. Sandra would later claim that she changed and she is no longer mentally ill. She is cured.
Thank you for
So,
the lurkies,
good for her, I
bro.
guess. I don't know. After the murders and after the trial, Sandra would go on to auction off everything that belonged to Rod, including art projects that he made as a kid, photos, stuff from his room, his ashtray, and she was just kind of milking it. Because you know those people who are like obsessed with murder and stuff? And, well, not me. I want to buy it. Anyways, you know those people out there who like want to buy all the... She was auctioning it off to them. You get it. So she was making some money, you know? It's just so stupid. Is that against the law? Excuse me. Okay, sorry. After the story of Rod's crime hit the newsstands, other details began to surface about the blood-drinking teen cult that her son was a part of, and the neighborhood Sandra, was living in. They all signed a petition behind her back asking her to leave, that she needed to move away because it was a bad look for their community. So Sandra, she ended up packing up her stuff and pretty much just making a new life for herself. She started a jewelry business and she moved back in with her mom to take care of her. Her father was diagnosed with dementia and would stay in a home, be taken care of. Sandra moved in hopes to just get a fresh start and put her past behind her. No word if she's still a vampire or not. I don't know. Over the years, there's been a lot of back and forth. Rod and Howard have been trying to appeal. Both of them had appealed for a new sentence hearing back in 2013, but both attempts were dismissed. And then a few years later, a new rule came out saying that a mandatory life sentence without the possibility of parole for a juvenile is considered cruel and unusual punishment. So with that being said, at the age of 39, Rod and Howard were able to challenge their life sentences again and hopefully get out. So Howard ended up being resentenced to 40 years in prison by the judge, and he was allowed his time served, which was 22 years, to be credited towards him, and he will most likely be up for release in 2031. And Rod got a new hearing. His was like moved around a lot because it happened right when the pandemic was going on, but it ended up taking place in November of 2020, and the judge listened to 3 days of testimony. Heather's sister came and like begged the judge to keep Rod in prison, and then the state attorney filed a 57-page document defending the original sentence, mentioning Rod's vampire clan, and said that his interest in the occult, it caused him to become violent. And Rod would make his own statement that claimed Heather told him that her father was sexually abusing her, and because of that and his own history, he felt like he had to do something. He said like, yeah, that he had to help. No, yeah. Anyways, Rod told the court, I know, this is a quote, I know nothing I can say or do will bring them back, and I hope you just know that how truly sorry I am. I cannot tell you how many nights over these decades that I have wished with all of my soul that I could take the night back, preventing this from happening. End quote. Now the judge, the sentencing judge, would ultimately upheld the life without parole sentence, and Rod over here will most likely never get out of prison. Which is I don't know. I guess that's a good thing. Kind of like last week where it's like another child, but this child made life choices, adult decisions, you know, and was a vampire and like drank blood and was kind of like, meh, weird. I don't know. I mean, he like brutally killed them. So I think Rod, sorry, but yeah, I don't know. You want to hope, or at least I do. I like to hope that people change, but also, I don't know. He killed a mom and a dad, and the poor Heather and her sister have no parents because of what? I mean, well, I don't know. I don't know, but he's going to be in prison for all of his life. Sorry, goodbye. Like I mentioned in the beginning of this video, people seem to love vampires, and there's always someone out there who takes the vampirism to the next level and gets very excited about it, gets very jazzed, and just becomes a vampire. And nothing good seems to come from that, does it? In 2003, legendary Shack Shakers wrote a song called Blood on the Bluegrass, which is about Rod and the whole gang. And then 2002, there was a movie called Vampire Clan, and it's also based off of this story. So that's good. Cool. Lots of movies, lots of books, you know. I don't know. People love vampires. People love vampires. They are interesting, because someone who claims to be a vampire, you're like, really? Okay, tell me more. Like, what's that about? Are you? Okay. Anyways, I would love to hear your guys' thoughts down below. Do you think he should remain in prison for the rest of his life? Well, if he's a vampire, that's a very long life, because he's going to live forever. Oh, that sucks. Bummer, bro. In my mind, this look went better than executed. But let me know. I'm supposed to be just like a goth girl. But I feel... my costume is a goth girl. Is it cute? I don't know. In my mind, it looked cuter than this. Anyways, I would love to hear who you want me to talk about next week. But other than that, I love and appreciate you so much. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. You make good choices. Please be safe out there. And I'll be seeing you guys later. Bye.
Wow. Yeah, no, but seriously, that case is messed up to its core. It's just full of deep childhood traumas. And I'm still not over the irony of being a vampire and getting a life sentence. Because he was already 500 years old. So, like, his life sentence was going to be quite long. Oh. Let me tell you, this next episode, this next case, this next little loser, irritating. This is why I don't want kids. Because what if you get one of these? Listen, this little spoiled brat, okay, sorry, but things seem to be going great. Had every opportunity at his fingertips. And it still wasn't enough. Never is, huh? These are so frustrating. This is the story of Alan Ruby. I actually never heard of this story. Happened not that long ago. And I don't know. I'm always surprised. Every time I do a murder mystery, I'm like, really, it gets worse. It always does. So today's story is about like a shopaholic, spoiled teenager, pretty much, who was never told no. And that was like the only intro I could think of. Pretty much. So let me start doing makeup. I'm thinking I'm going to do blue today. Okay, great. So the Harubi family, that's who we're talking about. It was a family of 4. There was the father, his name was John. Mother, her name was Joy, but everyone called her Tinker. They had a son, he was the oldest son, his name was Alan, and then a daughter named Catherine. So John, who was 50 at the time of this story, he was a publisher of a local weekly newspaper. His family, like generations before him, had owned the Duncan Banner, which was a local paper. And it was like 3 generations in his family this paper was in. And then he ended up selling it in 1997. So when he sold the paper, it left the family like with a good chunk of change. You know, like they had a good amount of money and they were able to live pretty comfortably. Then in 2007, John bought 2 other local papers, the Marlow Review and then the Comanche County Chronicle. So again, local paper. It's what he knew. It was in the family. I think he liked it, right? So he kept it going. I got eyelash glue stuck all over my lashes. This is a side note. If you know a good makeup remover that gets like, I can't get the eyelash glue off. I have tried all of my makeup removers. It's so frustrating. So let me know down below. Thanks. Okay, back to this family. So still talking about John. So John owned these papers, doing very well. He was also the vice president of the foundation of the Oklahoma Press Association. He was also like an active Boy Scout leader and did lots of different charitable activities. Everyone who knew him considered him like very trustworthy, loyal, friendly, cheerful, just a good guy. Okay, here I go. I'm kind of nervous about this blue. So Joy, his wife, she was 48 at the time. She was a formal school teacher who wrote for the local paper, the Marlow Review, the one that John owned. And on top of that, she was actually a licensed private investigator. I'm not sure if she was like working as a PI. I couldn't figure it, but it doesn't matter. Like she was licensed. She could. So again, everyone called her Tinker, and they had nothing but like good things to say about her as well. That she was a devoted friend. She was committed to doing good for like the community and also her family. Yeah, they just sound like, you know, simple, quiet, nice people. So then they had their 2 kids. They had Alan and then Catherine. So Catherine was the younger daughter of the 2. She was 17 at the time when the story takes place. And she, at this time, was a junior at Duncan High School. And she was like on the volleyball team. And it was said she was like really good, really smart. She was a great friend, loyal, funny. She always had a smile on her face. Her family like wanted their kids to like go to college and be successful in life. And so she was on that path to go to college and, you know, go on to do whatever she was going to do. And then she had her older brother, Alan. And Alan and Catherine are kind of close in age. He was 18, 19 when this story takes place. She was 17, so close. And I guess growing up, the 2 of them were pretty close, like the siblings, you know? And then as they got older, they drifted apart. It's believed because of Alan's crappy behavior, which we're going to talk about in a second. You know, just trying to paint the picture here. Okay. So the family, the 4 of them, they lived in Duncan, Oklahoma. I guess it's like is a pretty small area. It has like 20,000 to 25,000 people living there. But the family lived in like a very nice neighborhood. They lived on Bent Tree Street, which housed people with like money. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the neighborhood that you would go trick-or-treating at. That neighborhood. So it was said that, you know, everyone, not everyone, but like a lot of people in this neighborhood, they were familiar with the Harubi family.
See,
you know,
this
they had
reinforces
like a large
my
presence
thoughts
there.
that
They were well known.
rich people are psychopaths.
It was said they were extremely well liked. You couldn't not like them. They were just nice people. There was a neighbor who would like later give an interview, and this neighbor was like, "Oh, the Harubi family would always help you out. Like if your car wouldn't start, they'd come out and like help you jump your car. If your dog ran off, they'd try and help you catch your dog, just like doing neighborly things." So they were a close family, well off, and everyone for the most part, was like familiar with them. Now their son, Alan, he was not ideal. Okay. He was born December 13th, 1995. Thinking about that because he's a Sag, but he's a December Sag and they're different. I can say that because I'm a Sag too. So not much is said. I don't know how he was raised or anything, but it was like once he hit his teenage years, that's when he became like a little shit. He was a troublemaker to say the least. Well, I don't know actually, because I don't know what he was like when he was a kid, but it was like, you know, he hit those teenage years and like that, he's just like things went south. But it could have been going south for a long time. I don't know. Anyways, what we do know is that at the age of 13, Alan, like he got caught stealing his grandmother's car. Yeah. I'm not sure what the outcome of this was, but you know, he did that. Then when he was 15, he was driving and he got pulled over for speeding. And he told the officer like, oh, I don't have my wallet or anything, you know, like, ugh. Alan, he gave the police officer a fake name and a fake birthday. Like he made it up, right? I mean, luckily the officer, beep bop boobs, looks up the plate and all that stuff. And he was able to like find the correct information. And that backfired on Alan, stupid kid. But he ended up getting charged with like speeding, obstructing an officer, and for having no license / insurance. I was surprised he didn't get arrested.
Yeah.
You know? Like, isn't that like a major crime? But I don't know. Again, not sure what happened afterwards. I'm sure he got a stern talking to, but unclear. The only positive thing I read about Alan was that in high school, he won the Best Actor award at like the Duncan Theater Summer Teen Workshop. So that was the one positive thing I read. He won that, so good for him. His peers, they felt about him based off of what I was reading. A lot of the people who knew him or whatever, they felt like he was a bit of a fibber, you know? Like everything out of his mouth was like, yeah, sure, okay, you know? Like Alan was ranked, well, he told people that he was the 5th ranked high school tennis player in the state. But it turns out like that wasn't true. His tennis coach would later say that like Alan actually wasn't even very good, like at all. But he told people otherwise, you know? Alan would also tell his friends that he was going to become a male model. And he was actually about to appear in W magazine that very December. He's like, yeah, everybody wants me. I'm like a hot shit male model. But again, that wasn't true. And like, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but like, if you look at a picture of him, male model, you know? Whoops. Whoopsie. Oops. But that's what he went with. Some of his peers would say that he came off like a bit stuck up, that he was just a big talker. And again, nobody really believed what he said. He's just always, everyone was beneath him. Okay. So there was some trouble, family trouble, that happened in 2012 when the police were called to the Harubi household because Alan, I guess he attacked his mom. Like he's still a teenager. So I guess there was some kind of argument. Sources said like over money. I'm assuming here that he probably stole money, but whatever. What we do know is that there was an argument and Alan ended up attacking his mom. Like he got so mad that he attacked his mom Joy and then he was choking her. So the police were called. I think the parents were trying to like spook him or something, but they didn't press charges. I get it though. Like it's your kid. I'm sure that's the last thing you want to do is like press charges, but they should have, you know? So charges weren't pressed and like the story would honestly get buried because they owned all the newspapers and stuff. Yeah, so they kind of like swept that under the rug. But it just like showed that Alan had a temper and he wasn't afraid to attack. So after this, we're not sure like what the parents did. Like they probably punished him, you would hope. I'm sure they did, but there, you know, there's no like reports as to what they did. But what we do know is that the parents, John and Joy, when Alan graduated high school, which was like not long after this attack, they bought him a brand new Jeep as a graduation present. Yeah. I don't know. If my kid tried to choke me, I would not be buying them a Jeep.
Yeah. I'm not buying you any Jeep.
I'm not a parent. I don't have kids. And I'm not.
You try to kill me, bitch.
So. But they bought him a Jeep, so I'm sure that really taught him a lesson. You know, but the car, it wasn't enough for Alan. He wanted more. So in 2013, Alan he signed up for an American Express credit card, but he did so by using his grandmother's information, like her name and, her social and all that. And he signed up for a credit card, got approved. He's like, hell yeah. It was said that he would like go visit his grandma all the time. I guess she lived close by, but like, yeah. So Alan, he liked to spend money, right? He liked to spend money and he liked to show off his extravagant lifestyle on social media. Oh yes, he like loved social media. He was all over it. He used his grandma's, but like, the American Express card. He used that card to book a 6-week trip to Rome, Naples, and Paris.
Whoa.
6 weeks.
Damn.
Okay. So during his trip, like, of course, he was, sharing pictures along the way, or at least posting pictures along the way. I mean, he's like, look, he got like expensive watches, wallets, cars. Like, he didn't get the cars, but when like people like post pictures like next to the car as if it's theirs. He's doing a lot of that. He was sharing a lot of these large purchases he was making on this trip. There was like one picture that Alan took. It was like of this $4,000 watch. And in the background, you can see like the twinkling lights from the Eiffel Tower. I can't. I hate those types of people on social media who just like try and flex about how much money they have. Like, it's so fucking loserish. It's so lame. Doesn't matter. Okay, look. So he posts that. He's like, oh, look at me. Oh, I'm living the life that you wish you had. And then like a few days later, when he was staying in Paris, he was staying at like this really nice, famous landmark hotel. It was like in the chic Left Bank district. I probably couldn't pronounce it. So it's just like a well-known hotel, okay? He, he takes a photo and he posts it on social media and he puts the caption like, you're at a nice hotel when it's the same one the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills stayed there. Like, first of all, it doesn't make sense, but okay, all right. So many would say that Alan was like a shopaholic, but like even Alan himself said that he was. His Twitter, which is still up, so naturally, I spent forever going through all of his tweets. Research. Okay. Anyway, so he tweeted a lot. There was numerous tweets from himself where he's calling himself like a shopaholic. And there's also a ton of tweets that did not age well. Woo! But yeah, he loved to shop. And like also on his Twitter, he would always post about fast food and like wanting fast food. He's just like a dumb teenager. So there was even a blog post from Alan, which is
I'm
now
doing
deleted,
art, so
but
we're
this
listening
original
to
blog
some
post
true
said,
crime
there is no bigger rush
documentary.
than getting to the
I hope you
register
don't
at a store
mind.
and swiping your credit card.
I hope you're well,
And
darling.
in that moment, you're waiting for the screen to say approved. You start to get heart palpitations and you get a rush of adrenaline. By the time she's handing your stuff to you, you are so high on adrenaline, the $15,000 total does not even faze you until you've gotten home and seen the receipts. All right, okay. So I'm not sure like what he told his parents before going on this 6-week trip, right? Like he must have had some kind of good explanation at first, but doesn't matter because the fun won't last. It won't last long. So Alan's father, John, discovered the credit card fraud and he ended up reporting it to police. It was said that he was furious and he wanted his son Alan to be prosecuted. One of John's friends at the time said that John was like just beside himself, that he could tell it was really wearing on him and like he was enraged. So his father followed through and Alan was officially charged in August of 2013 with racking up nearly $5,000 in fraudulent purchases on his grandmother's card. But law enforcement, they said like the real amount was closer to $80,000. Yeah, I believe that more because like $5,000 for a 6-week trip, he charged way more than that. So then in January of 2014, Alan, he actually pled guilty to the charge of the credit card theft. So after this, he would be placed on like delayed sentencing, which is a form of probation for young offenders. So as part of the punishment, the court ordered him to pay restitution. He also had to attend drug and alcohol counseling and complete a cognitive behavior program, and then also undergo a substance abuse evaluation. I don't know, if you caught your kid doing this, like what would be the proper punishment? I'd be like, lock him up. Well, Yeah, well, I think that's fair. I'm like, no, he needs to go to jail. Because obviously this little shit didn't learn anything, because like the next month, it was like February 2014, you know, Alan, his spending wouldn't be stopped, right back at it. So he posted 2 photos of these expensive ass wallets, including like one of them had the initials monogrammed on them. So, you know, it was like extra money for that one. He posted this online of the 2 wallets. One of them had been chewed up by a puppy. So I had like bite marks all over it. And Alan captioned it, 2 wallets, 2 days. Like, wow. He has so much money. He went through 2 wallets in 2 days. Oh, get better goals, people. Okay? Get better goals. Right? Come on. This isn't a flex. So he posts this. No idea where he got that money from. And then a few months later, Alan started up a Facebook page that contained the following line. Having observed surgeries at Duncan Regional Hospital during his high school years, his career plans include studying plastic surgery. I guess was his new lie. Well, maybe it wasn't a lie. Well, it's probably a lie. Because he was telling people, Alan was telling people that, you know, he was studying to become a plastic surgeon. Okay, you know, all right. And then also on this Facebook page, it said that he was being represented by a public relations company and a modeling agency in Oklahoma City. Again. Okay. All right. Sure. All right. Okay. Modeling. All right. Okay. Well, Alan, he needed to keep up appearances, and he went back to what he knew. Stealing from his grandmother. So this was the summer of 2014, and like Alan would visit his grandma, and I guess she would leave her checkbooks out, like, you know, because she's trusting or whatever, that her grandson isn't going to be a little shit. So she's leaving her checkbooks out, and he would just like steal checks from the checkbook. There were some sources that said his grandma had dementia, but then other sources said that she didn't. So I don't know if that was true or not, but either way, he was taking advantage of her. Okay, we can all agree on that. So between June 1st and July 15th, 2014, Alan stole some of his grandma's checks, and he used them to spend around $17,500 until the bank, grandma's bank,
How could someone
caught
spend
on
so much
and
money like that
contacted
over
her and told her that they believe she was a victim of forgery.
nonsensical stuff?
They pulled like video surveillance that caught Alan cashing one of the checks. Oh yeah, so he was caught and he was about to get in trouble. I guess like nobody knew yet, or at least like there weren't any consequences happening yet. So Alan just like kept posting on his social media like normal, you know? There's this one photo from August 2014. It's of Alan. It was on his social media. It's like on his Twitter, I think still. But he's at the local WinStar casino, and he's holding up a cash voucher. And the caption said like, I was the big winner. And like, but I think maybe it was sarcasm, because like the cash voucher was for $41. But yeah, you know, okay. So once the summer is over, a few weeks go by, and Alan, he goes to college, and he's attending the University of Oklahoma, where he would be majoring in political science. So no plastic surgery, I guess. So the school was about 75 miles from his parents' home in Duncan. And when he got all moved in, he had tweeted about having lunch with his mom at a popular restaurant that was near the campus. The tweet said like, lunch at the Mont with Mummy. All moved in. According to the students at the University of Oklahoma, the people who like kind of like knew him or was around him, they said like Alan would often brag about how much money he had, or like how much money his family had. Plus he was known to go on spending sprees. He would show up to class or like at a friend's house wearing a Rolex watch. He would have like Louis Vuitton shoes.
Damn.
And would tell people if he traveled,
he's all dripped out.
First class.
I could never.
He was just annoying.
I wear
on
cheap ass clothing.
Alan
like
would post something,
I don't know,
you know,
like a $2 shirt.
He would use like hashtag
$1 shirt.
Friends who knew him at the time, they referred to him
Ash,
as impulsive,
thank you for the lurky.
spastic, and obsessed with
Appreciate you,
money.
darling.
And I think based off of everything we've heard, we can all agree on that. Sounds about right. So Alan has moved in, right? In October of 2014. He's driving his Jeep and he once again gets pulled over for like a traffic violation. And he does the same thing that he did when he was younger. He told the officer he didn't have his driver's license, and then he gave like a fake name and birth date. This time though, the officer like didn't look him up or anything, just kind of like was like, all right, and like gave him a ticket, which is a shame. And I believe this is like when he's reaching his like the boiling point. Some sources said that like after Alan got caught stealing his grandma's checks, he went and he borrowed money from loan sharks.
breaking my
and
back,
like payments
Saf.
were due, but he had no money.
Let me do just that.
So he needed to fix this quick. Alan decides the only way to continue this lifestyle was to get rid of everyone. So that same night that he got his ticket,
No banana.
he actually drives out to his parents' place, you know? He knew that his dad, John, he carried, or he had like a 9mm pistol in his pickup truck. So his dad was like at work or something, and Alan drives to his location, kind of like parks the Jeep so his dad doesn't see him. He finds his dad's truck, he gets into the truck, he takes the gun, and then he drives back to his college. Just hours later, John, you know, he goes out to his truck and he notices that the gun was gone. So he instantly went to the police and reported it stolen. So Alan, he steals the gun, he drives back to his college, he like waits a little bit, and then he drives back out to Duncan and waited down the block from his parents. So he's doing a lot of driving. So he kind of like parks down the street so no one would see him, and he's like waiting for his mom to get home. So once he sees his mom like, you know, pull into the house, whatever, he waits a little bit. Alan snuck around the house to get to the backyard so he can go through the back door. When he gets inside the house, he shot his mother in the head. When the first shot didn't kill her, he shot her a second time. Over what, you say? I know. Then,
what the hell?
His poor younger sister, Catherine, she was in the front
Imagine
driveway
killing
and she was just like
someone for
out
money,
there fucking
bro.
washing her car.
I would
She heard
rather
something, so she comes into the
steal
house
instead of kill,
and you know
'cause
that's
the
when she
fuck?
comes into the house. Alan shot her in the head, which killed her instantly. So then Alan said that he then waited in the house for about an hour for his dad to get home from work. Yeah, he was sitting in the house with the bodies of his mom and sister just like laying there, and he's sitting there for like an hour. What in the sick? I know, so gross. So Alan's just waiting there for his dad. So his dad does get home, and when he did, John walked into the house where Alan shot him and like watched his father fall and then shot him a second time. After killing his whole family, he staged the house to make it look like, well, he tried to stage the house to make it look like a robbery had happened. And then before leaving the house, he took the gun, the murder weapon, and then also the home surveillance equipment. Yeah, he took that with him. Now, some reports say that he tossed this stuff into a nearby lake. But then I was watching like the court footage, and I believe they said that Alan took the stuff and put it in the family's storage unit. But either way, what I'm trying to get at is that he was trying to rid the evidence. He tried. So then after doing all this, he drove back to college campus. He returned to his dorm. During the murders, Alan had left his phone in his dorm room so he wouldn't be tracked. Like he was, you know, trying to think ahead, I guess. So when he got back to the dorm room and back to his phone, he sent out a few tweets. Some had photos of like the view from his dorm room. Like, wow, what a nice night. Look, you know, to make it look like that he was in his dorm room having like a normal evening, just being a normal college kid, nothing to see here. Now, it may sound like it was late in the evening, but it was not. It was still early. I mean, I thought it was like, I was like, oh, it must be like late at night because he was doing so much driving, but he wasn't. When Alan got back to his dorm, you know, he posted all those tweets and whatnot. Then he drove out to Dallas with some friends where the Oklahoma University was playing its annual football game against the University of Texas. So it was like this, you know, everyone was going. He didn't go to the game, but he booked a room at the Ritz-Carlton, Dallas.
Damn.
So he could like hang out with his friends and like party in the room, and they could
Isn't
have it
that
all
an
weekend.
expensive
I guess it's like a
hotel?
big party scene.
Bruh.
But he like literally just killed his family, and he went out and he was like, right, he's like partying. Alan even posted an Instagram photo of him and like some of his friends in the hotel room. He posted it like that Sunday as if nothing happened, you know, no big deal. He also tweeted, college wouldn't be half as great without these two peaches. Hashtag best friends, hashtag roommates, hashtag college. One of his friends said that like nothing that he said or did raised any suspicion. Like every time he saw him on the weekend, he was happy, he was laughing, he was having a good time. And that like the two of them were up in the early morning of like Monday morning, just like joking and studying together. Like nothing literally happened. So around 9 a.m. Monday, October 13th, 2014, Duncan police, they receive a 911 phone call from a, you know, distraught woman who turned out to be the Harubi family housekeeper who had been working for the family for like almost 20 years at this point. She arrived to the house like normal, and that's when she, you know, she found the dead bodies of John, Joy, and Catherine, and all of them had been shot dead. So at the crime scene, I mean, it was all three bodies, and then also around them were the 5 spent 9mm shell casings. Sadly, the bodies weren't discovered for like almost 4 days, but people were starting to get worried when John didn't show up for work Friday morning. And also, according to employees, he also failed to cover the weekly high school football game. And like John always attended the football game. So it was just like, it was weird. So when the police get out there and, you know, they see the crime and all that stuff, the Duncan police, they inform Alan about his family. And it was said that he was like crying and like, he was very upset. But some people like kind of felt like it was funky, you know? It was acting a little bit, but... So Alan went down to the police station with them, and, you know, they're telling him about like the early stages of their investigation. The police chief noted that Alan was distressed and very upset, and then he even like spent a long time with a chaplain confessing his sins. Because Alan was suspected in a pending stolen check complaint, police held him for the night for further questioning. On top of that, Alan had also violated his probation for the credit card fraud offenses by traveling out of state to Dallas. So they're like, we're holding you here for that. They knew something was up. Okay, they just didn't know what, but they knew something was up. So police are questioning Alan, asking him like where he was, you know, like when was the last time he saw his family? And initially Alan had told the investigators that he hadn't been home like for days by this point. But again, they knew something was up. So the next day, investigators, they used a search warrant to get all of Alan's toll records from the recent months. Ooh, pretty smart. The toll records, they showed that Alan had used the turnpike to travel from his college town of Norman to his hometown of Duncan twice on the day of the murders. Police in Norman also found 4 more stolen checks under Alan's dorm bed, along with like a notebook with handwritten notes that was mainly like him practicing signatures, I guess. So that evening, while still in police custody, Alan would eventually crack, and he confessed to killing his family. They were pushing him. There's like a little clip you could watch on YouTube. It's only like 30 seconds, but they're like pushing him, and you could see he's just like, okay, I did it. Like, he couldn't take it anymore, you know? From the description of the officers, there was like no emotion when he was retelling what he had done. So Alan was arrested,
If you're gonna,
and
you
then
know what?
investigators announced to the public that he had been charged with
I feel like if you're gonna commit a crime, like the operative word here is commit. So you're gonna commit to it. Like, man, the criminals nowadays are not very good, I guess, which is good for society, so people can, you know, the police can catch them. But like, if you think about it, if you want to commit a crime, do a perfect crime. You know, don't half-ass it. I'm not encouraging you to commit a crime, but like I'm saying, look at you. Look at this man. So sloppy. The fuck?
Stealing stolen property in relation to the stolen credit card. But then, like, not long after, they had announced that Allen was the sole suspect in the murders of his family. So prosecutors alleged that Allen staged the crime scene to make it look like the killing was the act of a robber, you know? And then 3 days after his arrest, the district attorney told the media, quote, "I think the only remorse he has shown is that he got caught. It's remorse because he knows his life is basically over. He's either going to be incarcerated for the rest of his life or he'll be on death row." End quote. So the district attorney also told the media about the previous incident at Allen's home where he had assaulted his mother, Joy, remember, over money. He was referring to that incident where he tried to choke his mom. And the district attorney called Allen, who, mind you, I forgot to mention, he was 19 at this time. Sorry about that. But he referred to Allen as an evil kid, which I was like, yeah, I'm sure we can all agree. We can all agree on that. Yeah. So the district attorney general said that Allen killed his parents to inherit the family's estate, and he killed his sister so he would be like the sole heir. Allen had also confessed to owing $3,000 to a loan shark in Norman, and he felt that the murders would generate an inheritance to pay off his debt. Over $3,000. Wow. So Duncan police detective, his name was John Byers, he reported that Allen admitted to killing his family because he had been cut off financially due to an abundance of spending in the recent times. At first, Allen was going to plead not guilty, which is like, really, dude? But it didn't last long. He ended up changing it to guilty to 3 counts of first-degree murder after the prosecutors dropped their request for the death penalty. So the deal was made at the request of the surviving Harubi family members. They didn't want to go to trial. They did not want this to go to trial. They didn't want to sit through the trial or anything, and they had said that they had been through enough. So without a trial, there would be no death penalty, which personally, I think that's better, right? Like, why give him the death penalty and give him an easy way out? Let him sit in there and just,
rot.
you know, have just for the rest of his life like that.
Yeah, just
I think
rot
is worse
there.
than the death penalty. In June 2015, Allen and a journalist from the local paper called the Oklahoman, they were in contact with one another. And the journalist asked Allen, like, why? And he also asked Allen if the tears that he was shedding in the courtroom, like, was that real? Why were you crying? Was it all for a show or something like that? Just anything and everything. Surprisingly, Allen wrote back saying, quote, "I 100% welcome the death penalty. What occurred is so horrible, is deserved. It is so unspeakable. This has been the hardest thing I've ever done." Which, side note, I was like, this is the hardest thing you've ever done? You killed your own family. Like, what? Like, that part, I was like, I got hung up on that sentence for a little too long. This is the hardest thing you've ever done? He went on to say that the tears have all been real. I lost my entire family at once. How could they not be real? Then he went on to say, not taking a shot at you. It's just hard to hear that somehow I'm faking all this. Then he added, this didn't happen because of shopping. My shopping wasn't something I or my parents could not pay. They just thought my spending was out of control, and it was. End quote. Okay, like then what was it, Allen? You know? Okay, like, okay, I don't know. Anyways, Allen's letter also said that he didn't feel like himself that day and that he's still trying to work out why he took this inconceivable action. Not once did he ever say, like, sorry, I'm sorry I did this. Sorry. He never said sorry.
Damn.
Not once.
Why would he?
During sentencing in 2016, family members had showed up to give some statements. His grandpa was there and, like, looked right at Allen and said, like, my only comment to the boy is, may God have mercy on your soul, period. Then John Harubi's sister, her name was Allison, she wasn't present in the courtroom, but she had requested that during sentencing her letter be read out loud. This is what it said. I have known the killer since he was born and spent many holidays and vacation time as family over the years. The killer was part of our family, but no more. He has destroyed that family by the evil and insidious acts. If there were ever a definition of evil, it would be the killer who took our family. I want him never to hurt another soul or to ever see him again. End quote. It seems like there's not enough words to like tell someone like, fuck you, you know? Like you just, God, I'd want to punch
there's
him in
never
the face
enough
so
words.
bad. There's no word. Yeah, you get it. Like, what do you even say? Alan, he was like able to speak, but he was barely audible during his statement. He was just shaking and crying as he told
The thing
his
about, you know, losing someone because someone did something to them is, I couldn't explain it in words, honestly. So the person who crashed to my father during the accident, when the accident happened, I was so mad at this person. I was so upset because he literally turned my father into mush, because my father's cognitive skill went to from 100% to like what, 25-30%. He My late father couldn't even remember my name and who I was or what happened in his entire life. Like he would remember some fragments, but the fragmented memory is not even like accurate anymore. So when I went to the local, like, it's like a local hearing. It's not like a court hearing, just a local. It was hosted by like a local government, right? So when I went to this local hearing, I was like, before I went there, I was like, bro, this man is gonna hear it from me. Like I'm gonna yell his ear off once I get to face him. But when I faced the person, though my words betrayed me. I couldn't really articulate my anger. I couldn't really express my anger towards this person. Like, how dare you destroy my family? Like, because you are a reckless driver, driving like you own the fucking universe. Like, the fuck? You know, it's so true what Bailey said, that no words can literally like express how much you want to say like fuck you to a person. Like you really couldn't express it or put it into words. Yeah.
Family members that were there how he killed his parents and sister. But again, like not once did he ever give any type of apology. Not once. Fucked up. So the district attorney said that he firmly believed Alan was deserving of a death sentence, but that he would honor the family's position and like not wanting to sit through a trial. And then he also asked the public like to respect the family's decision. So under the plea agreement, Alan was sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms in prison without the possibility of parole. He in turn agreed not to appeal, not to contact his relatives, not to profit from his crimes like through book or movie deals, and to not communicate with the media. The DA said that he's gone to prison and no one is going to hear from him again. After this, Alan was transferred to the Oklahoma Department of Corrections in McAllister, where he is currently serving his life sentence and will be there probably forever. He's like nothing more than a butt buddy, really. And that's going to be the rest of his life. All for what, huh? Stupid. So I was reading, like, where is he now? You know? And right now there's still some ongoing stuff because he did become the sole beneficiary for his father's estate. Yeah, so that includes, like, his trust, money, all that bullshit. So they're trying to, like, figure this out, how to terminate this so he doesn't get the money. But, like, there's, you know, it's a whole legal mess, really. So
I would imagine so.
Hopefully he doesn't get it, but like by his 35th birthday or something, if nothing like changes, then he would get the whole estate. Just a mess. And that, my friends, is the case of Alan Harubi. He killed his whole family for what? For what? Oh, it's
Money,
so awful.
bruh.
Luckily, he's going to be locked up forever, but like, that doesn't bring anyone back. Oh, so sad. The fact that he just killed everyone, his sister. Oh, it's just such a sad story. I went deep, dude, because you can find his Twitter and like all of his tweets and stuff. Everything else has been deleted and removed, but if you have like extra time and you got nothing else to do, find his Twitter.
Yeah.
He's a little shit. Let me know what you guys think down below.
Yeah, I understand.
What
Kimmer.
are you gonna say? What are you gonna tell me? I don't know. Like, what? I'm sure the parents thought they were doing everything that they could.
Oh my
Did I jump scare you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me
I
know
bet
what
I
you
did.
think down below.
You coward.
The makeup came out
You
cute.
make me
Those-
sick.
I don't know.
Your
something
weakness is
else.
How are
pathetic.
you, darling?
I was like, no, I shouldn't do blue. I was a little worried because I haven't done blue in a while, but no regrets. No regrets. I like it. Yeah. All right, let me know who you want me to talk about next time. Make good choices. Don't be a little shit out there.
I'm also
okay?
a little
Fucking-
under the
come on,
weather, but
okay?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Trying
Have a good
to
day.
be
Make good
productive
choices,
with my
and I will see you
time.
guys later. Goodbye.
Have you been sick?
Wow.
recently?
You see what I mean? In my personal opinion, Alan was just a
I hope
spoiled
you're
brat,
doing better now,
and
Ash.
He had
Take care of yourself,
maybe he has remorse
darling.
for what he did now, but at the time, it didn't
Sounds
seem that
really
way.
tough.
I couldn't get over the fact that he was like, "I'm a
I
model."
hope your dad
and
is
I was
feeling
like,
better now.
Are you?
Sounds
Are
pretty
you?
frustrating for you.
Listen,
yeah.
now he's gonna sit.
My
his
dad
little,
has
his little model butt.
My dad is in heaven
prison.
now.
So for
Seth.
what? those stories are so
okay.
frustrating. It's like for
He
what?
is resting in peace.
For what? Well, I got another one for you. Okay,
No, not anymore.
This next
I'm just not getting much
episode
sleep.
is another case where
Aw, that's
family
sad.
life appeared to be
Take
fine,
care of
but
yourself,
something much darker
Ash.
was brewing below the surface, as it always is, huh? Now, this teen, she technically wasn't even she wasn't even a teenager yet. She was only like 12 years old, so she's like a preteen.
It's
Probably
fine,
shopping still
Seth.
at like limited 2, but she fell in
Life
love
happens.
with a
Jane,
300-year-old
hi.
werewolf.
Nice to see you, darling.
Yes. Now, in
Love
the
your
first
model, by the way.
episode of this compilation right
No, it's
now,
okay, Seth.
I
It's all right.
mentioned this story.
It happened last
so
year.
I figured, hey,
That's pretty recent.
let's add it in. Let's watch it. I don't know why I'm getting all hyped about it. This is the story of Jasmine
Thank
Richardson.
you.
I
Thank
think
you
I'm
for the
blonde in that video. Should I go
hugs.
blonde again? I was thinking about
Appreciate
going blonde again. Look at, I'm bored. I want to go blonde.
I'm
I did
manageable.
have more fun. So today I wanted to have a little chat about the Richardson family, and this story is based out of Medicine Hat, Canada. If you watched last week's episode, I got really hung up on the city names, Elephant Butte and Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. And I was just like, dude, these names, okay? And then a lot of you guys explained to me where these names came from. Very interesting. Thank you for that. And then this week, Medicine Hat, I was stuck on it. These city names, man, they're just getting to me. So Medicine Hat, Canada. Let me tell you about it. It's like a little suburb area. A lot of middle-class family lives there. Quiet. So the Richardson family was made up of Mark was the father, Deborah was the mother, and then there were 2 children, Jasmine and Jacob. Jasmine was 12 years old when this story takes place, and Jacob was 8 years old. Jasmine was attending, I think it was an all-girls Catholic school. She was known to be a good kid. What can you say about a 12-year-old? You know, they're always good until they hit their teenage years. Am I right? But Jasmine was nice. She was a good kid, did well in school. And Jacob, the 8-year-old, like family friends would say that he was a class clown. He was goofy, just like a typical 8-year-old, you know? The Richardson family, they were pretty tight-knit, and they were just a very close, loving family. So Jasmine was 12, right? And she was approaching her teenage years. And her parents noticed that
she started to change, as most do when they hit their teenage years or pre-teen years. So when they started to notice just a change in Jasmine's attitude, they didn't really think much of it. With Jasmine, okay, so she had some friends at her Catholic school, right? And she was like a rule follower, and she just, I don't want to call her a goody two-shoes because like I feel like that's not the right word. She just followed the rules and was a good kid, right? She liked to wear pink or like color and like quote unquote girly things. When she was 12, her parents started to notice a change in her attitude, but then they also noticed a change in her appearance. And it kind of started a little slow, right? So at first it was just like Jasmine really liked wearing color and pink, and now all of a sudden she seemed to be more interested in darker makeup. The first red flag. Then she started to just mainly want to wear darker clothes, all black. And then Jasmine was more interested in punk rock, the devil's music. So Jasmine and her friends at school, they started to like, go their own ways a little bit.
What?
They noticed that Jasmine, her interest
Am
was
I a
changing,
devil now?
and she was becoming a little bit of a rebel. Jasmine was showing up to school in all black clothing, fishnets, choker. We got canes,
Thank you for
the
the
dark
snack,
gothic
darling.
makeup, and jewelry that wasn't allowed at the school. So she started to draw like fake tattoos on her hands and stuff with like a certain marker, but it was like all this stuff. And she's like, that's not cool. So she would get pulled into the office. She would get in trouble. And school officials kind of found themselves really on Jasmine's behind because she wasn't obeying dress code. She was writing stuff all over her body that was like satanic. And Jasmine just started to get in trouble more and more. And it wasn't even because of her schoolwork. She was still doing well in school. It was just that she wasn't following the dress code, and she started to have a little sass. The school teachers at the Catholic school, they thought, you know, it was odd because they knew Jasmine as the goody girl, and now she was challenging teachers, giving pushback, snarky remarks. She was just being sassy. So one evening, Jasmine attended a punk rock show. I don't know which one. I tried to find it. I'm a curious cat. I've said this before. Meow. I just wanted to know. Couldn't find it. I don't know if she went with friends or anything, but the only information I could find was that she attended a punk rock show. So while she was there, she met this guy, and she sees him at the show. She's like, oh my god, he is so fine. And his name is Jeremy. So Jeremy like showed some interest in Jasmine. He was talking to her, he was making her feel cute, making her feel special. And guess how old Jeremy was? 23.
50?
He was 23 at this time, talking to a 12-year-old. I don't know about you, but I think that's a problem. Jeremy, a little bit about him.
That's crazy.
He was
12?
unemployed. He was a high school dropout.
I don't
He lived in a
even
not so
date
great
people who's
neighborhood.
like
What Jasmine really found like appealing about him was, well, first of all, this
below
older man is just,
25.
like, showing interest in her, you know. But also, he was just full blown.
If you're below 25, you're a child to
all
me.
Black. He
That's
had
it.
eyeliner. It was all smudged.
Ain't no
and
way
just,
I'm dating
and
below
she just
25.
thought, ooh, bad boy. Which, side note, I feel like this needs to be talked about just in general, because I don't know if any of you guys can relate to this, but when I was in high school, I remember high school students, like my fellow classmates, they would be talking about how they were dating like an 18-year-old. I remember one girl was dating a 20-year-old, and at the time, a lot of us were like, oh my god, she's so cool. She's dating like an older man. Wow, oh my gosh. And now looking back, I'm like, huh? If you are in high school, you do not need to be dating older men. And if older men are dating young high schoolers, like that's gross. And I never really thought about that until recently. And I was like, wait a minute. It's not cool to date an older guy. Well, I'm dating an older guy, but like when you're a kid, it's not cool. So just don't. Okay, that's my one piece of advice. Just don't do it. Anyways, I'm getting off track. Okay, so at this show, Jasmine gives Jeremy, her new friend, her phone number, and the two start hanging out secretly. Jasmine would tell her parents that she was like going to her friend's house or something to study. She was going out, she was sneaking out to go see this Jeremy guy. But when they couldn't hang out, they would stay in touch by messaging each other like on chat website. They also had MySpace, other social media sites. This was 2006.
I used to
My apologies.
use
Back to Jeremy,
MySpace.
the guy she met. He would wear
Did
a
you guys
vial of blood
use
around his
MySpace
neck.
as
Like
well?
it was a necklace.
I am
right,
exposing
and it
my
had a little
age right
vial,
now.
and he said
MySpace
that
is
there was
peak.
blood in there, and he would brag all the time to Jasmine that he loved the taste of blood and he needed it to survive. And she's like, why is that? Why do you need to survive? Oh my God. Are you a vampire? No, he's not a vampire. But guess what he is? So Jeremy tells
A werewolf?
Jasmine. This part made me laugh cry. And I'm sorry for laugh
Is
crying, but
he
it was
a werewolf?
hilarious to me. So Jeremy tells Jasmine that he's a 300-year-old werewolf.
I
And when
knew
Jasmine
it!
heard
Oh my
this, she was like,
God!
wow. 300-year-old werewolf who drinks blood? Sign me up. I feel bad
Oh
for
my
this Jeremy guy because
God.
he's
Wait,
23
what?
and he just kind of seems very lost in the world. But again, Jasmine is 12 years
A
old.
real
When
life
you are a teenager
werewolf?
or have
Bro.
an adolescent brain, that is the
I've
dumbest
been
brain
Team
you ever have in
Jacob
your
ever
whole life.
since.
You have no common sense. Jasmine
Let me sign
and
up on
Jeremy,
this. Where
they
do
were
I sign
sexually
up?
active as well. So she kind of started to just act different too. A couple months after meeting Jeremy, that's when Jasmine becomes full-blown gothic. She was in it deep now. She was committed. A lot of Jasmine's older friends would say that they became afraid of her. They were scared of her. Dressing scary, she would draw like little crosses and stuff on her forehead. They said that she was just, quote, weird. That's what they said. I'm not saying weird. Jasmine said that she liked the idea of scaring people because it made her feel powerful and like in charge. And Jeremy just became the center of her world. She was infatuated. So Jasmine, she would spend a lot of her time on like MySpace. She was on this website called vampirefreaks.com, but it's pretty similar to MySpace, social media platform where you have friends, you can talk to people, you can leave comments, pictures, all that jazz, but I guess mainly targeted towards the vampires of the world, I think. Doesn't matter. On Jasmine's MySpace
Damn,
profile,
let me sign
her
up with that
heroes used to be her
website
mom
as
and
well.
her dad and like God. And now she had changed her hero section to Marilyn Manson and Jeffrey Dahmer. Another red flag for the parents, like, ooh, on vampirefreaks.com, on her like about me or where you describe yourself.
I can see
she
where the
described
comparisons
herself
are
as
coming from.
bisexual,
Okay,
Wiccan, and it's like this
Team
big fat long
Edward
list of
Jacob,
stuff.
let's
Like,
go.
pick and
I love me
choose.
some
Wiccan,
BL.
awkward,
I didn't know you
loud,
love
a
BL
deep
as
thinker,
well,
and
Seth.
insane. She listed her interests
BL is
as
peak.
unnatural hair colors, dark poetry,
Gex is
blood,
peak.
and kinky shit. Jeremy was so like heavily on that website. That was like his main go-to website. And that's where they would communicate most of the time. So Jeremy's profile, his About Me section, also very long. He said that he liked skateboarding,
Hello,
mosh
darling.
pits, loud music, tattoos, kinky fetishes,
me a
Chris
shouty here.
Angel. Who likes Chris Angel? That would be my red flag, not the
Yeah,
point,
it's funny to
Bailey.
see
So Jasmine kept the
sometimes.
relationship hidden. You can't let your family know that you're dating a 23-year-old werewolf. And then finally, Jasmine's parents, they like go look at her social media and they see like that she loves somebody and they kind of connect the dots. They find out that she sneaking out or just like not coming home. That just pissed them off. Her parents just, they finally had to do something. She was being disrespectful. She was acting more rebellious. Jasmine wasn't respecting their household, their rules. They told Jasmine, you have to stop seeing this guy. Like, you can't be seeing him. He's way older than you. They told her that she's no longer allowed to see Jeremy, not allowed to leave the house unless she's going to school. No ifs, ands, or buts. And of course, this just caused Jasmine to lose it completely, and she just acted out even more. She rebelled even more.
Oh my God.
Started a
Oh my
war
God,
in the house.
Ash.
So Jeremy and Jasmine, they would still communicate
Oh my
online, and that was
goodness.
now the main way that they talked. And Jasmine would be the one who proposed that Jeremy
My
maybe
goodness,
gets rid of the
Ash.
problem. She wrote to Jeremy, which later they were able to pull these records, but she wrote to Jeremy, quote, I have
I know.
this plan.
I got
It begins
spooked.
with me killing them and ends with me living with you. Very suspicious. And then Jeremy would go on to write, quote, their throats I want to slit. They will regret the shit they have done. Finally, there shall be silence. Their blood shall be my payment. End quote. And Jeremy wrote this in response. And she would constantly express to Jeremy how much she hated her family. family. She just wanted them gone because they were the reason why they couldn't be together. So then on the evening of April 23rd, 2006, it's nighttime, okay? It's quiet suburban street. Everybody's in bed, or at least getting ready for bed. But Deborah, the mom, she heard some noises downstairs. She puts on her robe and she goes downstairs to investigate. Goes to turn on the light. She was met with a man wearing a mask, holding a knife. So naturally, she starts screaming. She ends up getting attacked by this intruder. And Deborah, poor Deborah, she was stabbed 12 times over and over and over again, and she's just screaming the whole time. Because she's screaming, she woke up everybody in the house. Her husband Mark, or Jasmine's dad, comes downstairs to see what's going on. That's where he sees this man over his wife just going at it, like stabbing her, and just blood everywhere. Oh my gosh, I couldn't even imagine like seeing, especially the one you love, your partner, being attacked. So Mark reacts and he grabs a tool that was close by. I think it was a screwdriver or something. He like grabs it and he's trying to like fight this guy that's on top of his wife. And he's trying anything he can. He's punching him. He's trying to stab him. And he's sadly though, he doesn't win the fight. He ended up being stabbed a total of 24 times, which resulted in Mark's death. Jasmine was like upstairs in her room or something, pretending to sleep. So upstairs next to Jasmine's room is her younger brother's room. So the little boy, he's 8, and he woke up because of all the ruckus. He's scared, so he's like hiding in his room on his bed. And so then Jasmine comes running into the room. So then she's putting her hands over her brother's ears and just like protecting him from the loud screaming that's happening. And it's so stupid because then Jasmine's boyfriend comes upstairs after he just killed the both parents, right? He comes upstairs. Instead of Jasmine just saying like, hey, maybe, you know, we don't kill my brother. Let's not do it. He's a little kid. He's only 8. No. Jasmine instead is the one who decided Jacob, her 8-year-old brother, he had to go. Just completely heartless. So her reasoning for having to get rid of her younger brother was because both of his parents were dead now. So what was the point? He wouldn't have anybody. And she was ready to start her new life with Jeremy. So this poor 8-year-old little boy, Jasmine, is the one who ends up stabbing her brother 5 times. And then on top of that, just to make sure that he is indeed dead, she slits his throat. Like, what the hell?
What the fuck?
How do you do that? I was reading this and I was just like, dude, I hate them. Okay, so that
this
same
bitch is
evening
crazy.
when the murders took place, a 6-year-old little boy, he was a neighbor. He came over to the Richardsons' house because he wanted to ask Jacob if he wanted to come outside and play with him. So he's knocking on the door. Hello. He's waiting. So he kind of like peeks through the window by the front door. When this little boy peeks through the window, he sees some shit. So this poor little boy, traumatized forever, he sees just blood everywhere and then body on the floor. So he went running home just screaming, and he tells his parents. I think they go over to the house to look, and then the police are called. So the police come over to the home. When they walk into the house, the police see just a nightmare. I guess that there was just blood everywhere. Okay, just everywhere. What a hard job, huh? You kind of forget. They gotta see some really fucked up shit. Bailey stopped cussing. The investigators in the house searching everything. So they had no idea what happened, right? They're thinking, what is this? Like domestic abuse? A burglary gone wrong? So when they go into Jacob's room and they see like his throat is cut, investigators are like, okay, this is somebody who had to know the family. Like, this is personal. So one of the officers inside of the home, he notices a family portrait that was like hanging on the wall. And he sees, okay, we have the mom, the dad, the brother, and then the daughter. Police think that the 12-year-old daughter had been kidnapped by the killer. So they put out an Amber Alert, hoping that somebody will find the missing daughter. Just hours after the murders, police go down to the school of Jasmine to search her school locker. And they're hoping to find any types of clues, looking for signs, anything. So they're going through Jasmine's locker. Right away, they find a drawing that gives everybody the creeps. But it's like stick drawings, very creative, but it's like a drawing of a house with stick figures inside the home, and then the home's on fire, and it looks like the stick figures were on fire as well. Then there are like 2 stick figures running away from the home that's on fire next to a car, and above it says mwahahaha, like they had gotten away from the fire or maybe set the fire, just looking at all sorts of stick figure evil. So once they found
that drawing. Investigators looked at the missing girl Jasmine from a missing person to now a murder suspect. I mean, this drawing was super suspicious. They're like, why is this girl drawing this evil thing? What looks to be two stick figures that represent her and somebody else setting this house on fire, which resembles or looks like or could be her family home. You know, they got to put the pieces together. Police investigators go looking for Jasmine, and it doesn't even take them that long to find her. Now, I couldn't exactly find how they found her, like how did somebody tip them off or what happened, but they ended up finding both Jasmine and Jeremy within the first 24 hours. And they were about 100 miles away in the town called Leader, and they were placed under arrest. Now, when they were being arrested, police, they said they didn't display any grief or sadness. They didn't seem concerned at all. And Jeremy, he bragged about his eye because he had a black eye. Jeremy said that Mark, Jasmine's father, the father had punched him in the face, and he was kind of laughing about it. So first with Jasmine and her trial began in June of the following year. So at her trial, Jasmine was asked why she murdered her parents and her little brother. And Jasmine said, quote, "I loved Jeremy so much. I thought it was going to bring us closer together," end quote. So then evidence was brought in, and this evidence was a stack of jailhouse letters exchanged between Jasmine and Jeremy after their arrest. So when they were in prison, they were writing one another. There were tons of letters. And in one of those letters, Jasmine joked that they were legends and immortal. Neither Jasmine or Jeremy mentioned any guilt or remorse for what they did. It was more of them just planning their future together as if they were going to get out of prison tomorrow. I keep having to remind myself over and over again that she's only 12 at this time. So she just has no idea, she killed her family and she's in prison. And in another letter from Jasmine, they brought forward as evidence, it said, quote, "Never has a person affected me so much. Always will there be something missing without you with me. My lawyer tells me we're legends. Ha, closer to immortality, it would seem." So then they bring in another letter from Jeremy, and it says, quote, "I love you more than life itself. I've added you to my visitors list, so once you're released, please visit often. Never forget how much I care or that I love you. Without you, this life isn't worth living. You said you want to get engaged, question mark? Then here's a question. Will you marry me? If so, then it's a verbal agreement." So pretty much he was asking her to marry him.
Damn.
Sounds great. Okay. And then in her response letter, she
Sounds like
said,
two crazy
yes,
people.
this is quotes, "Yes, I will. I would love to." And then she said, "The world really is against us."
Wait,
Row,
what?
end quote. Roar? Row? Side note, because I
Roar.
remember the MySpace kids using
Not
that
the
word.
roar.
Roar. I never understood it. It was always the scene kids. Row. I'm gonna Google it. Hold on.
Roar. That means I love you in dinosaur.
Anyways, I saw all the
You're
scene
so
kids
rar.
always using that word. I never got it. No, can't relate. Anyways, she said that to him in a letter, so whatever. So again, in these letters, they never mention any guilt or remorse over the crimes, instead focusing on their relationship and how being in prison seemed to be a temporary setback. Jasmine took the stand in her own defense on July 3rd, 2007.
Wait, what?
During her
What happened?
testimony, she told the court that she had a hypothetical conversation about killing her family and possibly making the deaths look like a murder-suicide or an accident, but never intended on actually going through with it. And then when questioned about the letters to Jeremy, she said she was referring to her 5 minutes of fame, that people are gonna remember them forever. I mean, they seem to like the idea of that. Jasmine said she was home when the murders took place, that she was upstairs in her brother's room trying to cover his ears so he wouldn't hear their parents screaming. She then said that Jeremy came upstairs into the brother's room and yelled at her to kill her brother, and that she had to do it because he just killed her parents for them, so she needed to participate. Jasmine would go on to say that she stabbed him, but, quote, not very hard.
She pled
Doesn't
not
change the
guilty
fact that
to
the
all
kid's
3 counts
dead.
of first-degree murder.
The fuck?
But after just 3
This
hours
bitch is
of deliberation, on
an
July
idiot.
10th, 2007, the jury found her guilty on all 3 counts.
I didn't
She was
stab him
sentenced-
so
get this,
hard.
wait, let me do my lip liner. 'cause this
And
is
what?
serious. Canada is
Did he
for the
live,
people.
though?
She was sentenced to only 10
Stupid
years
ass.
of imprisonment, the maximum sentence allowed by the Youth Criminal Justice Act, which
Get
states
close to
that
them, roar,
convicts who
enjoy.
are under the age of 14 at
What
the
the
time
fuck?
they committed the act cannot be charged as an adult and can only be given a maximum sentence.
Should have been
of
tried as an
10
adult.
years.
Yeah.
When I
Yeah.
first heard this, I was like,
Crazy.
what? So she got a credit for 18 months for the time that she had already served while waiting for her trial. And then 4 of those years, out of the 10 years, those were going to be spent in a psychiatric facility. She would do 4.5 years under conditional supervision in the community. So a lot of people were outraged. I should put on lipstick because I probably look crazy, huh? A lot of people are outraged. The Canadian law is set up to rehabilitate people, to help them, and to not necessarily punish them.
Damn.
I mean, obviously, if you don't know this, I don't live there, so I'm sure there are a lot of arguments about this and how it all works, but based from like me and somebody on the outside looking in, kind of sounds nice. Before you start yelling at me, put those fingers down. When you think about how we work here in the US, they don't care about actually helping and like fixing people or treating people for a mental illness or setting them up for like success beyond prison. Pretty much out here in the US, it's like they just lock you up and they throw away the key. They treat you like shit. I don't know. I just thought like, oh, at least they're trying to kind of like give her a chance, but it should be case by case, you know, like with her case.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Moving on.
Case
so
by
Jeremy,
case
the
basis.
boyfriend
I would agree
who
to
killed
that,
the mom and dad, his
but
trial was
only
in
case
December
by
of
case
2008. He
basis.
was just straight up found
Not
guilty
as a
of
general
3 counts
rule.
of first-degree murder and sentenced to 3 concurrent life sentences in prison.
Like,
he will be
imagine
up for parole.
Imagine a PDF, you know, doing that to a child, and then because there's a law in your country that, oh, we're gonna give a second chance and like set them up for success after they serve their sentence or whatever. Like, I don't think for this type of case that I mentioned it should be applied. It should be case to case, because like I wouldn't want this person who did something bad to a child to be out and about on the streets. No.
After serving 25 years. I was about to say, well, it's kind of not fair that she only got 10 years, but I don't know. I'm kind of torn on this one. Like, they both did a very, very awful thing. Anyways, so in 2012, Jeremy, he changed his name to Jackson May, and he tried to appeal his case, but he failed, which is so strange to me. Like, I didn't even know you could change your name in prison. I'm just learning all sorts of new things. Oh, guess what, though? So in 2015, Jasmine, she completed her sentence and was fully released at the age of 23. She's been keeping a very low profile since her release. If she can go 5 years without any legal altercations, her juvenile record will be expunged, aka erased, like it never existed. So Jasmine, she got the crown of Canada's youngest convicted murderer at age 12. Congratulations, Jasmine. Yeah, that's inappropriate, but like, what? She's 12. What the fuck? So it's pretty uncertain, though. There's no like clear reports indicating that Jasmine and Jeremy are still a couple, that they got married. Nobody really knows. I doubt it, but who knows? So then there's another side. People standing up for Jeremy. There are a lot of people behind Jeremy saying he shouldn't have received such a harsh sentence compared to Jasmine. He came from a very abusive upbringing, and it's also said that Jeremy has severe FAS, what would be considered distinct facial characteristics, popular amongst fetal alcohol syndrome sufferers. Part of this condition is severely impaired judgment, meaning that Jeremy didn't have the full mental capacity to fully understand what he was doing and just followed along with what Jasmine told him or suggested he did. And that Jasmine is the one who manipulated him into killing her family. I don't know, because I don't want to say like he should be released, because at the end of the day, he didn't like just stab him 1 or 2 times. He went for it. Kind of scary. I don't know. This is your fight, Canada, not mine. We have pretty bad people here, whatever. And that is the story about the Richardson family. Rest in peace to Mark, Deborah, and Jacob. You know, their lives were taken for no goddamn reason. And on that note, they should remain in prison, because I just feel bad that Jeremy's still in prison while Jasmine just was like, okay, thanks, bye. And then got to go on to college. I guess she got a scholarship when she was in prison. She got a scholarship to go to college. Let me know your thoughts about this case down below. Do you think Jasmine should be out? I mean, I was trying to find like an update of where is she now. I found like a YouTube video and some people think it's her as an adult, but you can't really tell. Plus, I'm sure she doesn't even want to be associated with what she did. I will say this though, when I was reading about this case and like trying to get all the info, all that good stuff, the one thing I could not find, and I looked high, I looked low, I still could have missed it because I'm not perfect. And the one thing I could not find was an apology. Not once did I see or read something where like Jasmine maybe cried and said, I'm so sorry, I understand what I did. And maybe she did in private, she doesn't have to do it publicly, but if you have such a public murder trial and stuff, you think you would do it just to get forgiveness from your community, right? Again, she could have apologized and I just missed it. Maybe she changed her name too and she just didn't announce it like Jeremy. I think if there's anything to take away from this case, I don't know, because Jasmine's family, they seem like to do everything kind of right. I don't know what they could have done differently besides like lock her up. And this is why I don't want kids, because they are the devil. They're already hard to raise. Now you gotta be all worried that they're gonna murder you? Like, come on, when do you get a break? Oh, I know, parents. Make sure to be checking on what your kids are doing. Check their phones. Check in with them on social media. Make sure they're not talking to any werewolves and stuff like that, okay? Okay. Tell them I sent you if they are asking you why. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I hope you have a wonderful day. Make good choices. And I'll be seeing you guys later. Bye.
Bye.
Listen, it's been about it's over 6 years since I dropped that episode. Crazy to think about. What? Yeah. Okay. But I did a quick little search to see if there was anything out there about her. But
she's getting older.
Nothing.
I see it.
It seems that her record actually has been expunged, and she probably has a new identity altogether. Honestly, she's just peace out. Teenagers, huh? Wow. Ugh. Good luck. Young enough to have wild imaginations. Unfortunately, sometimes old enough to make very deadly decisions and not really think things through. They scare me. They really do. Okay. Anyways, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today and bearing with me. I will have a new video for you soon, but for now, I hope you have a good day. You make good choices and you stay safe out there. And I'll be seeing you guys later. Goodbye.
Bye, Bailey. Damn, we finished a video. That's good. This is scary. What if she marries and their husband finds out that they were the murderer? Bruh. Let's do one more video. And maybe I'll finish one emote before I... Canada, you're fucked up. Yeah. Let's look at a case over in Asia instead. Hold on. Maybe there's a case in Asia that we can take a look at. Any recent ones?
On November 3rd.
Wait.
13th,
Japan.
1999, at around 2:30 in the afternoon. The body of a 32-year-old woman named Namiko Takaba was found inside her home in Nagoya, Japan, by her landlord and his wife. Namiko was lying with her legs in the hallway and her torso inside the living room. Her neck had been severely cut, with some sources reporting it was almost completely severed from her body. Blood had pooled around her, with visible trails running through the hallway, and additional blood drips gathered near the entryway of the home. The landlord and his wife, horrified by what they'd walked into, immediately called 119. Paramedics arrived and pronounced Namiko dead at the scene, then contacted her husband Satoru to let him know that she had passed away. But nothing could have prepared him for the reality of what had happened. Today, we're talking about a case that stumped Japanese investigators for over 2 decades and became one of Japan's most haunting unsolved murders. This is the case of Namiko Takaba. When investigators arrived on the scene, they began going through the apartment and found something that made an already terrible situation even harder to process. Namiko's young son, Kohei, was just sitting in the kitchen. He was untouched and physically unharmed, but he must have heard everything that happened to his mother.
Oh no.
Shortly after, Satoru arrived.
Not
He
the
had been told that his
child.
wife had passed away due to some kind of medical emergency. Nothing that clearly communicated what was actually waiting for him at home. He was kept outside while investigators worked the scene. It was only afterward that paramedics pulled Satoru aside and told him the truth, that his wife had likely been murdered. The crime itself made no sense. Nothing about the family really stood out. The family lived in a regular apartment. Satoru Takaba was 43 years old and worked as a real estate agent at a tower condominium. Namiko was 32, and there isn't much known about her activities outside the home. Their son Kohei was just 2 years old at the time of the incident. By all accounts, they were a normal, happy family. And neighbors described them warmly. They greeted people kindly, generally kept to themselves, and weren't shown to have any problems with anyone. So what could have led to something like this? Let's
Imagine
go back
you're
to the morning of
so
November
unproblematic,
13th. Koi had
but
been
then you
sick
end up
since
dead.
the day before, so that morning,
be so
Namiko had planned to
pissed.
take him to the hospital. At around 11 a.m., after she dropped Satoru off at work, she took Koi to get checked out, and then they returned home at around 11:50. Neighbors noted that the sound of a television could be heard coming from the apartment at around that time. Then, at around 1 p.m., a resident of the building heard what they described as a fight, or maybe the sound of someone moving furniture, followed by the sound of footsteps running down the stairs. They didn't think much of it at the time. The 2 other people present in the building at the time also reported hearing a loud noise, like a large closet being dragged or moved, again followed by what sounded like someone running downstairs. Between noon and 2 p.m., a friend of Namiko's called the house multiple times and got no answer. At 2:30 p.m., the landlord and his wife came by the Takaba apartment. They brought some produce from their garden to share. The landlord's wife had called ahead, but didn't get an answer, so she figured they should just stop by anyway. They rang the doorbell, they knocked, but nothing. The apartment was completely silent. The wife tried the door and found it unlocked, so she stepped inside and found Namiko lying dead on the floor. When
No.
police and paramedics examined the scene, here's what they found. Namiko was lying face down. She had multiple wounds on her neck that appeared to have been made by a sharp blade. There were also wounds on her hands, consistent with defensive injuries. She had tried to stop the attack. The cause of death, according to the paramedics, was excessive blood loss. Based on her movements that day and witness timelines, investigators estimated she had died somewhere between noon and 1 p.m., with a more precise estimate pointing to around 12:30 p.m. And there was no sign of a robbery. Nothing appeared to have been taken. The apartment hadn't been ransacked. The TV was on and tuned to what was apparently Namiko's favorite drama. On the kotatsu in front of the TV, there was a cup of noodles still soaking in hot water, and a bowl of miso soup Koi had left over from breakfast. A vacuum cleaner was sitting in front of the front door, suggesting Namiko had been cleaning when her killer showed up.
Damn.
The blood trail ran from near the front door through the hallway toward the bathroom where blood had been found in the sink, leading investigators to believe the perpetrator had washed their hands before leaving. Now, here's where the physical evidence starts to build a picture of who the killer might have been. Investigators found blood stains and shoe prints at the scene that didn't belong to Namiko. They were located near the doorstep and close to her body. They tested the blood that was suspected to belong to the perpetrator, likely from a wound Namiko inflicted while fighting back. The blood was identified as type B. Based on the DNA evidence, investigators believe the perpetrator was a woman in her 40s or 50s at the time of the murder. As for the shoe prints, they were identified as coming from a pair of Korean-made women's shoes, size 8 with a heel. But there was more. The blood trail didn't stop at the apartment. Despite the perpetrator washing her hands in the bathroom, drops of blood were found in the hallway, on the stairs, and in the parking lot of the building. The trail continued away from the apartment and extended through the surrounding area, eventually leading investigators toward Inao Park, roughly 500 meters away. 2 witnesses reported seeing a woman in the area. The first said she was wearing a pink top. The second witness described seeing a woman in black, standing on the road in front of Inao Park, clutching her hand as if she was injured. And she was apparently waiting for a car to stop. The 2 witnesses may have given different descriptions of her clothing, but their descriptions of the woman's physical appearance were consistent. At the park itself, investigators found traces of blood, suggesting that someone had tried to wash blood from their hands. From there, it appeared that the suspect had headed north into a residential area in the direction of Kita Ward. Given that she was presumably covered in, or at least marked with blood, and walking through a neighborhood in broad daylight, it was quite unusual that she hadn't attracted more attention. Back inside the apartment, one more piece of evidence turned up that investigators hadn't expected. On the doorknob, there were liquid remnants of a probiotic drink, similar to Yakult. The Takaba family didn't consume that kind of beverage, so it stood out. And on the kitchen table, right where Kohei had been sitting alone, investigators found a half-finished bottle of one of those drinks that appeared to have been brought into the apartment by someone else. When they traced the serial number on the bottle, they found it had been sold in the Nishimikawa area, about 35 kilometers from the crime scene.
Damn.
Investigators later concluded the perpetrator may have used the disguise of being a drink salesperson, someone going door to door, as a way to gain access to the apartment without raising suspicion. It would explain why Namiko may have opened the door, and why she may not have seen the threat coming. So, with blood DNA, shoe prints, witness sightings, a beverage traced to a specific region, and a solid timeline of events, why couldn't police catch the killer? A few things worked against the investigation.
Is the killer part of the police?
The police temporarily suspended their dog tracking operation on the night of the incident. The stated reason was frustration with the media, which had been aggressively pursuing the case and attempting to gain access to the bereaved family, including 2-year-old Kohei. And heavy rain that evening also washed away the blood stains at the park and erased the perpetrator's footprints, eliminating a significant portion of the initial physical trail. The police put 100,000 officers on the case and interviewed 5,000 people, but they found no suspects. With no clear answers, various theories circulated over the years about who did it and why. One of the more widely discussed possibilities was that the killer had come to the wrong apartment, that Namiko had been killed by mistake.
At the time of the murder, a resident with a different family name lived next door, but that name was written using the same kanji, or Chinese characters, as Takaba. For someone unfamiliar with Japanese, or even for someone whose kanji reading wasn't solid, the two nameplates could easily have been confused. After robbery was ruled out, investigators considered that it was the result of a grudge or personal motive. They interviewed everyone connected to the Takaba family and went through every relationship and interaction the couple had. Nothing suspicious came up. Everyone who knew them described them positively, to the extent that one investigator remarked that there was no couple less hated than Satoru and Namiko. So, at a certain point, investigators moved away from the grudge theory as well, leaving the motive genuinely unclear. After the murder, Satoru and Koei moved in with Satoru's parents in another part of the city. And it's understandable for someone to move after such a traumatic event. But Satoru did something that most people don't, or can't. He kept renting the apartment where Namiko had died. He was determined to maintain the crime scene as it was, in the hope that something there might one day help to catch his wife's killer. It cost him significantly, around 20 million yen, which is equivalent to almost 126,000 US dollars
dedication
over
is
time.
real.
But he kept it. He didn't disturb a single thing. Namiko's CD collection stayed where it was. The calendar on the wall remained on November 1999. Satoru also went to the apartment twice a week, every week, even 20 years after the murder. He said that when he walked inside, he felt like time had stopped. He didn't want to erase what was there, partly for his own memory of Namiko and partly for Koei's sake. And understanding Satoru's plight, the landlord even lowered the rent on the property for him. Satoru largely stayed out of the media. When he did appear for interviews, he made a point of not crying on camera and asked camera crews not to film him or Koei in tears. He said he didn't want to give the perpetrator the satisfaction of seeing the damage she'd caused. He wasn't going to let her feel like she'd won. So he smiled, he laughed when it was appropriate. He kept himself composed publicly, and he put his energy elsewhere. Satoru became the representative secretary of an organization called Sora no Kai, a group of bereaved families of murder victims, and has spent years supporting other families in similar situations, particularly those connected to unsolved cases. Along with other members of Sora no Kai, he fought to have Japan's statute of limitations abolished for murder cases. Satoru was up against a ticking clock. At the time of Namiko's death, the statute of limitations for murder was just 15 years, meaning the statute of limitations for her case would expire in 2014.
Damn.
Discovering her killer after that time had passed would mean that whoever she was, and whatever her motive, she would walk free. Satoru fought tirelessly to prevent that from happening, and eventually, in 2010, the statute of limitations for murder in Japan was abolished. On February 5th, 2020, the Aichi Prefectural Police announced a 3 million yen reward for any information leading to the arrest of the perpetrator. Despite the reward, the witness accounts, the physical evidence, and more than 2 decades of investigation, the case remained open. No arrest had been made until 2025. Police have been looking at several people of interest over the years, though not all of them had been willing to cooperate fully with investigators. One of those people was a woman named Kumiko Yasufuku. She was a part-time clerk at a local supermarket, and she had gone to high school with Satoru. For years, she denied any involvement in the case, but at the same time, she declined to provide DNA samples to investigators. Then on October 30th, 2025, something changed. Kumiko approached police officers who were distributing awareness posters at a train station, and she told them she was willing to give a DNA sample to help with the investigation. And the results came back as a match. It was her blood that had been found at the scene. After more than 25 years, investigators had their perpetrator. Kumiko admitted to what she had done. She told investigators that in the time since the murder, she had lived with a persistent anxiety, particularly around the anniversary of the incident each year. She described going through stretches where she couldn't eat, she couldn't stop ruminating, couldn't function normally. Then, in August of 2025, she got the sense that investigators may have already identified her and that an arrest was coming. And that feeling was apparently what pushed her to come forward in October and give the sample herself. So why did she kill Namiko? The answer traced back to a reunion. In June 1999, just a few months before the murder, a high school reunion was held. Kumiko attended. She was known as a quiet and reserved person. But she had been in the same sports club as Satoru back in school, and according to people who knew her at the time, she had feelings for him. At the reunion, people went around and shared updates about their lives. When it was Satoru's turn, he talked about his marriage, that he had married a woman 11 years younger than himself and had 2 children with her, but that the marriage ended in divorce and that he had since remarried a woman named Namiko, with whom he had a son, Kohei. He also mentioned that his eldest daughter from the first marriage had passed away 10 years earlier. According to what Kumiko told police, her stated reason for killing Namiko was that she wanted Satoru to understand what it was like to raise a child alone. Whether Satoru's comments at the reunion, particularly about the circumstances around his first daughter's death, sparked something in Kumiko that she interpreted as him not taking parenthood seriously enough, or whether there were other feelings at play that she hasn't fully articulated remains somewhat unclear. But that was the motive she gave. Kumiko had seemingly no feelings about Namiko at all. In fact, she had never even met Namiko before the day she killed her. Namiko was just a victim of falling in love with the wrong person. As for how she knew where to find Namiko, there is a theory that Kumiko followed Satoru after the reunion to find out where he actually lived, though that has not been confirmed. The disguise she used, presenting herself as a drink salesperson to gain access to the building without raising suspicion, showed premeditation. The beverage found in the apartment, the one that was traced back to the Nishimikawa area, 35 kilometers away, showed that she had thought it all through. So what happened to Kumiko? As of now, the case is in the legal process, with hearings and trials ahead. Whether she will explain her motive in more detail or tell another story entirely is yet to be seen. When Satoru was asked about Kumiko after the arrest, he said he genuinely had no idea why she would do something like this. He remembered her as being someone kind. That part, he said, he still couldn't make sense of. The thing that really stands out about this case for me is the power of love. Satoru was so full of love for his wife that he eventually would not stop until the killer was found. He rented the apartment for over 20 years to preserve the evidence and maintain the memories of Namiko for himself and his son. Even given the amount of time that had passed since her murder, he still visited the apartment twice a week. He fought to have the statute of limitations for murder abolished in Japan, and he supported other surviving family members of people who had been murdered. Before Namiko died, he told Satoru that she was the happiest she'd ever been. The two of them had just signed a contract for a new condominium and were planning on having a second child. That future was stolen from them. But despite that, Satoru showed his love and dedication. On the 27th anniversary of Namiko's death, after the eventual arrest of Kumiko, Satoru said, "I think Namiko will forgive me now that I've come this far." That is all for today. Thanks for watching.
Damn. That's crazy. All right, I'll do one last, or maybe two more. I don't know. If I finish this emote, then that's great, because I want to finish this emote.
June 2000.
Wait. One last and one last again, bruh. I want to finish this emote, so you guys are gonna hear more true crime. Isn't this cute? The emote is so cute. It's so cute. I wish I could be like this.
Perpetrators of horrific murder cases are predominantly male, which inevitably draws more attention to heinous crimes involving female murderers. However, a particularly atrocious murder case in South Korea in 2014 demonstrated that women, although appearing fragile and beautiful externally, can harbor a profoundly dark side. A particularly shocking aspect of this case was the weapon of choice, a chainsaw. Furthermore, the assailant vented her anger on a man with whom she had no prior animosity,
I made a mistake.
only to audaciously accuse the victim of violating her afterward. Today we delve into the Paju chainsaw murder case. Ko Mi-suk was a 35-year-old woman who frequently uploaded suggestive photos on her social media, baited men, and engaged in transactional romantic relationships via direct messages. Ko Mi-suk was extremely angered when a man who had been financially supporting her decided to unilaterally end their relationship. Could it have been because she felt that men exploited her for transactional relationships and then discarded her? Despite her boiling rage, she sought out another man. On May 25, 2014, she messaged a seemingly ordinary man in his 50s on a paid adult chat site, saying, "Shall we be lovers who care for and love each other?" She seduced the man and successfully arranged a meeting. The agreed upon price for the encounter was 300,000 won. Regrettably, this man told his wife that he was going to Seoul for a job interview and left the house, only to meet an unexpectedly grim fate. After meeting on a road near the Paju Unification Observatory, they drove to a remote motel in Ko Mi-suk's Chrysler in just 10 minutes. After making the victim undress, Ko Mi-suk, under the pretext of preparing for intercourse, instructed him to close his eyes. She then took out a 30-centimeter long kitchen knife, which she had previously prepared in her bag, and first stabbed him in the neck, followed by approximately 40 other stab wounds, ultimately resulting in his death. Many people suspected that she had a criminal history because she did not administer alcohol or drugs to the victim before committing the crime. However, according to official police records, Ko Mi-suk was a first-time offender. The kitchen knife, with a handle and blade of equal length, might have been carried by Ko Mi-suk for self-defense, given her profession as an escort. However, the black tape wrapped around the handle of the confiscated knife suggested she knew the handle could slip during stabbing, causing injury to the assailant's hand. Her skillful and swift stabbing of a sober man's neck, causing instant death, also indicated her familiarity with crime-related materials. After stabbing the chest area 41 times, Ko Mi-suk moved the corpse to the bathroom to drain the blood, reducing its weight. After changing her clothes and extending her room rental, she bought 2 bags to store the upper and lower body parts separately, and purchased a chainsaw and spade for burial at a hardware store. The store owner, surprised by a woman in a black miniskirt buying a chainsaw, asked its intended use. She calmly said it was for her father in the countryside. Ko Mi-suk, strikingly beautiful and thus not arousing suspicion, then bought rings and necklaces worth 3 million won at an Ilsan jewelry store using the victim's credit card. On May 28, 2014, 2 days after the murder, she tried buying 5 million won worth of valuables at the same store. The owner, finding it odd, asked for her ID. She canceled the purchase, disappeared, and went to another store. She then swiped the card, returned to the motel, and dismembered the corpse. She put the upper body, head attached, in one bag, and the lower body and legs in another, cutting the buttocks and knee joints to fit them into the bag. Ko Mi-suk used the victim's credit card to buy mist, which she sprayed generously to eliminate the blood smell from the bedding and room. She then thoroughly cleaned the room with detergent to erase all murder traces. It was clear that Ko Mi-suk was fully aware of her actions and was actively strategizing to avoid capture. However, the soon dispatched police later confirmed a substantial amount of luminal blood reaction all around the room. At the time of the police raid, the presence of other guests in the room immediately following the murder complicated the investigation, which could have made evidence collection extremely challenging. Though she eventually was caught because she drove her own car and abandoned the body, Ko Mi-suk audaciously engaged in additional encounters with other clients after the murder. Oddly, despite having all necessary tools for murder and disposal, she spared and released her subsequent clients. On the night of May 29, 2014, she disposed of the lower half of the torso in a concealed area of a rural road in Paju and left the upper half against a factory wall in the Namdong Industrial Complex, Incheon. 2 days later, a factory worker finishing the night shift discovered a travel bag with a foul odor and swarming flies, and he immediately reported it to emergency services, leading to Ko Mi-suk's capture. The victim, who lost contact after leaving for a job interview on the 26th, was already reported missing and under investigation. The police had identified Ko Mi-suk as a prime suspect, and she had purchased 3 million won worth of jewelry with the victim's credit card on the 27th. Incheon Namdong Police Station's violent crime team identified Ko Mi-suk's vehicle through CCTV footage and urgently arrested her at her residence, an office tel in Ilsan. Despite her careful planning, Ko Mi-suk left behind long hair strands and fingernail fragments on the red cloth used to wrap the body. The irrefutable evidence captured on CCTV included her carrying the body out of an unmanned motel, as well as the locations where she disposed of the body. Using the deceased man's card, Ko Mi-suk went to a nearby shopping mall and bought accessories. Astonishingly, she used the victim's card to purchase the bag and electric saw used for body disposal. Initially, she confessed to the murder, stating it was because the man tried to sexually assault her and not for money. However, the police believe she committed the crime to buy jewelry. Yet, Ko Mi-suk is not an easy person to interpret. At the time of her arrest, she sported the fashionable Cleopatra hairstyle and was adorned with luxury brands. Despite her residence costing 1 million won monthly and being filled with unopened luxury items, she had not paid rent, maintenance fees, and even her water supply was cut off. At the police station, she claimed she killed the man accidentally because he tried to confine her or touch her body parts, reversing the blame onto the victim while meticulously concealing her identity as an escort. Aware that shifting the blame for the assault onto the victim would naturally garner sympathy, Ko Mi-suk exposed her resentment during the interrogation, saying that she was so mad that she wanted to sever the victim's head, chest, stomach, and legs. However, facing a crime scene reenactment, she recanted her statement and entirely denied her crime. Simultaneously, she exhibited strange behavior by smiling while describing the process of murder and body mutilation. The audacious Ko Mi-suk actively approached men, consistently inquiring whether those she was about to meet would cherish and respect her. Disregarding the aggressive ones, she selected a victim who appeared the most submissive and frail. After the murder, she spent 2 nights in a motel room with the corpse, draining its blood for disposal, a stark contrast to the fear she exhibited during the interrogation. Komisuk had a unique relationship with a man surnamed Kwon for 4 years, which ended on a sour note.
Does it?
Forced to work as
Does
an
it look the
escort
same
again
now?
for survival,
Kinda.
she potentially could have created more victims. Claiming self-defense and seemingly incredulous, she laughed in front of the police, stating,
No, not
"That man
really.
tried to violate me." Profiler Pyo Chang-won noted, while money is undoubtedly a motive, it is not the sole one, diagnosing Komisuk as an extremely dangerous person.
I know what to do.
The motive for the crime could essentially be non-existent, or she might have merely desired to commit murder. The fact that she even spared another man who solicited sex indicates as much. Komisuk, who might have relished the moment when she held the life and death of that man in her hands after meeting him, is currently suspected to have histrionic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder. However, even this cannot be definitively confirmed. Komisuk, who falsely boasted on Instagram and Facebook about graduating from a prestigious high school and university in the United States, posted photos of herself alone at famous overseas tourist spots, cultivating fantasies of luxury. Living in an unfortunate environment, Komisuk was a fashion-sensitive yet socially isolated escort. The police could not secure any statements from her acquaintances, only discovering records of past drug and counseling treatments at a psychiatric hospital. Despite experts confirming that histrionic personality disorder, characterized by extreme emotional changes, is merely a personality issue that doesn't affect decision-making abilities, she later claimed mental illness as a defense. In the first trial, the prosecutor argued she lured the victim with excessive greed for money, brutally killed and mutilated the body. Even considering the absence of any criminal record, given the mental pain inflicted on the victim's family and the societal impact, it is appropriate to isolate the defendant from society, demanding life imprisonment. Komisuk countered, claiming hallucinations and hack chat records. She absurdly argued that even if she committed murder, it was due to mental disorder. Nonetheless, on February 4, 2015, the Incheon District Court acknowledged the murder and sentenced her to 30 years in prison. Komisuk appealed on May 15, 2015, claiming insanity, but received the same 30-year sentence as in the first trial. Ultimately, on July 23, 2015, her appeal reached the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court noted the case's brutality, her engagement in intercourse with another man even after abandoning the body, and her lack of guilt towards the victim's family, concluding that stern punishment was inevitable. They confirmed a 30-year prison sentence for Komisuk. Komisuk is imprisoned in Cheongju Women's Prison and is expected to be released at the age of 65 to 66. Komisuk, who shocked the world with her audacious crimes, later exhibited signs of mental illness and is reportedly transferred to a mental treatment detention center. Her actions, driven by a twisted blend of greed, a desire for revenge, and possibly untreated mental illness, resulted in a tragedy that devastated the victim's family and shocked the society at large. Thankfully, the quick arrest minimized the potential damage, as Komisuk could have claimed many more victims if not apprehended in a timely manner. As we reflect on this case, let us also extend our deepest sympathies to the victim and his family. That's all for today. Thanks for watching. Organizations promoting animal adoption often encourage compassion towards homeless animals by sharing before and after pictures of them receiving love and care. These pictures illustrate that love and care are essential in shaping the life, appearance, and the health of all living beings. However, a piece of CCTV footage recently shocked South Korea, which showed an 11-year-old child looking so weak that it seemed like he was about to faint. A child, who should have been playing outside with his peers, was instead captured on CCTV, blank-faced, as if he had stopped dreaming and lost all hope. This CCTV footage, capturing the heart-wrenching final moments of a child slowly dying, infuriated South Korea. If you have a child, watching this video will be incredibly difficult, so viewer discretion is highly advised. Now, let's delve into the Incheon child abuse murder case. On February 7, 2023, at 1:44 p.m., Lee Chang-won, the biological father of Lee Si-woo, a fifth grader, called emergency services to report that his son was not breathing at their home in Donyeon-dong, Namdong-gu, Incheon. Si-woo was found in a state of cardiac arrest, with no breathing or pulse. Despite receiving CPR and being taken to a nearby hospital, he eventually passed away. At the time of his death, Si-woo had multiple bruises, presumed to be from blunt force trauma. He stood 149 centimeters tall and weighed only 29.5 kilograms, which is incredibly underdeveloped for an upper-grade elementary school student. Moreover, he was wearing dirty clothes made of thin underwear material, unsuitable for the season. The child's thighs had dozens of wounds that appeared to have been made by a sharp object. There were skin deformations around the anus, resembling burns, and bruises all over the body that seemed to have occurred at different times. In total, there were 232 injuries on the child's body. The cause of death was determined to be multiple blunt force traumas, indicating a large amount of bleeding under the skin, resulting from being continuously beaten all over the body for an extended period. The medical staff suspected child abuse and immediately reported it. At the time, the stepmother, Lee Soo-jin, denied allegations of abuse, claiming she only pushed the child because he didn't listen to her on the day of his death. The biological father, Lee Chang-hyun, also denied all allegations, stating he had not seen the child for 2 weeks and only returned home and reported to the police after hearing the child was in bad condition. Although Yonhap News reported the emergency arrest of the parents, it did not receive that much attention from the public. However, a month later, the terrible incident was revealed when the case was covered by major broadcasters MBC and SBS on their investigative programs. According to the initial findings of the National Forensic Service, multiple organ damages were confirmed, but the exact cause could not be determined, prompting further examination. On February 15th, the police changed the charge against the stepmother from child abuse resulting in death to child abuse and murder, as they determined the death was not accidental. On February 16th, after receiving the case from the police, the prosecution conducted additional investigations through house searches and seizures. As a result, they find 22 more instances of child abuse, including stabbing the thigh with a pencil and tying the child to a chair with a curtain cord. Lee Si-woo was abused by his stepmother, Lee Soo-jin, until 2 days before his death. The evidence for this was the home camera installed by the stepmother to monitor her stepson, Si-woo. According to the prosecution and the police, the stepmother Lee Soo-jin started abusing Si-woo after having a miscarriage in April 2022 and blaming him for it. At the end of January 2023, when Si-woo suffered burns in his mouth and could not eat, requiring hospital treatment, Soo-jin instead intensified the abuse. On February 4th, she beat Si-woo with an aluminum shelf support rod for allegedly stealing something, and then tied him to a desk chair with a towel and curtain cord. With his face covered and his arms and legs tied, Si-woo was bound to the chair for 16 hours, listening to abusive language and insults blaring from a speaker. From 5 a.m., he was made to transcribe the Bible. On the same day, Si-woo was beaten again for allegedly taking his younger sibling's pocket money, and was then tied to the desk chair for another 2 hours. At that time, internal bleeding occurred all over Si-woo's body, but his father, Lee Chang-hyun, just watched. To make matters worse, on February 7th around 1 p.m., Sujin pushed Xiu, who was holding her arm with both hands and apologizing, causing him to fall over. Xiu fell and his head smashed into the ground. He died shortly afterward from the shock caused by internal bleeding. Particularly, Xiu, who was malnourished, appeared extremely anxious while buying and drinking a beverage at a convenience store the day before his death. His face was discolored and all his features had sagged, leaving no trace of the vibrant appearance typical of elementary school students. According to a convenience store employee who remembers Xiu well, when there was no kimbap available that the stepmother had asked him to buy, he went to another convenience store to get the exact one. Still, Sujin became angry, questioning whether he had really gone to the convenience store because he took too long. With the TV program Unanswered Questions showing 3 consecutive photos of Xiu, starting from a bright and vibrant Xiu a year before the incident to losing the light of life, public outrage reached its peak. 2 months before his death, Xiu had not been going to school due to his parents' decision to homeschool him in preparation for studying abroad in the Philippines. So no one really knew what was happening to him. The father, Changhyun, is known to be a successful businessman.
That is so sad.
He expanded his business into real estate, used cars, and interior design, and had significant financial power. He remarried 42-year-old Sujin 10 months after divorcing, and they had 2 daughters, aged 4 and 3, and she was even pregnant at the time of the incident. Xiu's biological mother divorced Changhyun in May 2018 due to domestic violence
Thank you for the
and
bloodthirsty
infidelity
stuff.
issues. Changhyun demanded that she give up custody as a condition of the divorce, so she had handed The biological mother believed that even though they were not on good terms at the time of the divorce, he was a kind and affectionate father to their son, so she didn't doubt that he would take good care of him. However, he did not keep the promise to let her meet Xiu regularly, and despite her repeated requests, she only saw Xiu twice. Eventually, she prepared to file a lawsuit to change the custodial parent due to his non-compliance with the visitation rights. However, when Sujin heard about this, she told her that the child thought of her as the best person in the world and that it could be confusing for him, so she should wait for the lawsuit. As a result, the biological mother dropped the lawsuit. However, after waiting for 2 years and growing tired, she visited Xiu's school in May 2022. Still, when he met his mother, Xiu immediately called home and reported this to his stepmother. Following his stepmother's instructions, he refused to speak with his biological mother. And 9 months later, she heard the news of her child's death. But it wasn't that Xiu hated his biological mother. It was found later that there were doodles left behind saying that he missed his mom so much. At that time, Changhyun told her to just take Xiu with her, but the one who stopped this was the stepmother, Sujin. Sujin was a person who was active in the church as a congregation member and was obsessed with her reputation. She was a devout Christian and served as a church deacon, participating in overseas volunteer work. However, this was ultimately for self-praise, and acquaintances knew that she had been lying a lot since she was young, especially pretending to be a wealthy child. Influenced by Sujin, who also continually underwent plastic surgery to show off to others, Changhyun also had plastic surgery, showing an obsession with external appearance. Experts speculated that the reason the stepmother opposed it was that she was worried it would make their family appear problematic to others. Sujin, who was always extremely conscious of others' gaze, needed Xiu to appear as a perfect family to others. More precisely, she needed the image of a generous mother who raises even the child she did not give birth to. To
It's like
maintain this
chicken
image
strips.
of a seemingly normal family,
I don't know if
Sujin
you
took
have some
family
chicken
photos with
strips.
Xiu, bragged about sending him to study abroad at Berkeley, and although she did discriminate against him, the abuse wasn't that severe at first. However, she became furious when the biological mother, who could tarnish her image, appeared in front of Xiu. According to the insurance payment records obtained by the biological mother, Xiu had been taking psychiatric medication from September 2018 until his death. At the time, stepmother Sujin consulted that Shu
should
had
really
attention
stock up on
deficit, sudden anger, and bullied his classmates at school, causing problems.
When I go out,
However,
when I have
experts
money,
diagnosed that it was more likely post-traumatic
I'm doing
stress
art
disorder due
commissions
to
'cause I'm
parents'
broke.
divorce rather than ADHD.
I'm trying to find a
Moreover,
job.
a psychology
but
expert
it's,
said that the
everyone
reason for
wants
Shu
AI and all.
blaming himself during counseling sessions was that he
So,
probably heard
it's
such
really
stories
hard
a
to
lot
find
from
a
his
job.
parents.
Like, do
And
you
right
know
after his
AI?
parents' divorce and the birth
If
of a
you know how
half-sibling,
to,
Shu was
like,
briefly sent to the Philippines by his stepmother,
do AI
without a
prompts,
guardian at the time.
blah blah blah. I'm like, bruh,
According to
I don't know
neighbors,
AI.
after returning from studying in the Philippines, Shu's expression drastically worsened, and he appeared depressed. He took on household chores such as sorting waste, delivering food, and looking after his sibling. Eventually, studying abroad was ostensibly for educational purposes, but a closer look reveals it was another form of child abuse. After returning, the stepmother threatened him to send him back to the Philippines if he did not listen to her. Some believe that not giving up Shu's custody rights seems to be mainly for various allowances like child allowance and multiple child welfare benefits provided by the government. An expert evaluated that the stepmother showed signs of histrionic personality disorder and narcissistic personality disorder.
Damn.
She might have vented her anger on Shu by equating him with her husband, especially on the day she fought with her husband. Moreover, while the direct cause of death lies with stepmother Sujin, the biological father Changhyun is also not free from blame. Changhyun was a violent, abusive character who often swore in front of the child without hesitation. During the time he was separated
child,
from the
man.
biological mother, when Shu and his friend got into a fight and the friend's mother complained to him after realizing her child got hurt, he punched Shu in front of others. Neighbors witnessed Shu's eyes severely swollen as if he had been hit, but it was already too late. Neighbors later said that at the time, Shu did not cry even after being hit so hard, raising suspicions of domestic abuse. However, no one could report it due to a lack of physical evidence. At first, during the police investigation, the couple denied all allegations of abuse, claiming that Shu's bruises were self-inflicted. However, under police questioning, they partially admitted to hitting the child and some abuse allegations on the day of his death. But in the first trial on April 13th, the stepmother, denying intent to murder, claimed she committed child abuse manslaughter, not child abuse murder. Sujin argued that she had a miscarriage, got pregnant again, and was physically weak, saying, "I lost self-control due to panic symptoms and committed the crime while trying to raise him somehow." Later in June 2023, the stepmother, holding a child born in prison, appeared in court and, even with Shu's autopsy photos in front of her, admitted to habitual child abuse, but denied the intent to murder, claiming she did not intend to kill and could not foresee it. Changhyun, indicted for habitual child abuse, admitted to the charges, but partially denied habitual child abandonment and neglect allegations.
Damn.
As a result, on July
Both are
15th,
just
the prosecution sought the
bad
death penalty
parents,
for the
horrible
stepmother
parents.
and 10 years in prison for the biological father. On August 25th, the court sentenced the stepmother, Sujin, to 17 years in prison and the biological father, Changhyun, to 3 years in prison. Since the abuse murder occurred in a secretive home, the prosecutor could not prove the indirect intent for murder, so child abuse manslaughter was applied instead of child abuse murder. Especially, Changhyun consistently claimed he had not seen his son for 1 to 2 weeks before his death, shifting the responsibility to Sujin. Because the wounds and bruises on Shu were concentrated about 1 to 2 weeks before his death, aiming for aiding and abetting child abuse. At that time, along with the biological mother's tearful petition for a harsher punishment, the stepmother shamelessly begged for a letter of leniency from the church she attended, but no one dared to side with her. The tragic case of Shu highlighted the importance of a more robust system that ensures the safety and well-being of children, even when they're under the care of one parent or a step-parent. The inability to adequately report suspicions of abuse due to lack of physical evidence, as well as limitations in the visitation rights of the non custodial parent, were among the significant factors that contributed to the unfortunate outcome of this case. If Xiu's biological mother had been able to regularly check upon her son and meet him, it's likely that the situation would have been very different.
Would have been avoided.
May Xiu rest in peace. That's all for today.
Sorry, Xiu.
Thanks for watching.
Damn. That is really sad. You know, like, I feel like if you are gonna get into a relationship with someone who already has, like, a child, I think you should be mentally and emotionally, as well as physically, I guess, prepared to, like, you know, raise a child that's not your own. Because if you're gonna marry someone, you're basically marrying not just the person, but everything that they've been through, everything that's connected to them, their families, you know, their past. Like, this woman also blamed the child for miscarriage. Like, girl, how can a child do that to you? It's just an unfortunate circumstance that there's a child that's not your own in the family, in the house. It's not their fault that your own child died. Like, I don't really understand this, like, mentality. Like it's so illogical for me. Well, it's just me though, just me yapping. But yeah, like what Corvin said earlier, that every child deserves to have parents, but not every parent deserve to have a child, because this is horrible. This is horrible. I hate the mistreatment when it's not their kid, even if it's your own kid. I understand. I am, when it comes to parenting, I'm not a parent myself, but I help raise a nephew of mine. I feel like gentle parenting doesn't really work all the time. So sometimes you have to be more strict, but not to the point that you're like killing your own you know, flesh and blood. So yeah, this is horrible. But I am very thankful for you guys hanging out with me while doing art, you know, listening to some true crime. I will be, no wonder my mom learned about kung fu. I will be, whatchamacallit, I will be reading out and I will be finishing the emotes off stream. Tomorrow we will have a new guest singer. I'm very excited to reveal the guest singer on the Shea Radio Show. We have a regular Saturday show called Shea Radio where I play your requested music and then introduce and interview a wonderful guest singer. That's for Saturday. For Sunday, I will be on that tech and grind. And for Monday, because I wasn't able to stream yesterday, Thursday, for Monday I will be playing I will be playing uh Monster Hunter on Monday. Are you going to do anything on Sunday? Mr. Ogre, I will be playing Tekken on Sunday. So I'll be playing Tekken on Sunday. It's Tekken grind time. You're welcome to join me if you want. We can do an open lobby after I reach my fake rank again. So once I reach my fake rank, we're gonna do open lobby Tekken. Okay? So thank you once again for hanging out with me today. Let us read out. Copy and paste your raid message, everyone. Let's see. My brain hurts, bro. It's been 5 hours looking down on my damn art, and I haven't even finished a lot. Well, I mean, I finished every line art, but I only finished an entire rendering for one emote. That's how slow I am. What server will be the open lobby? It's gonna be Asia, but we always play with NA and Europe. British ending right? How could you do this? How could you do this for the last minute, Mikoe? Africa, I'm not quite sure if we'll be able to play with Africa, but we can try. We have played with NA, we have played with Europe, but there will always be, just to set proper expectations here, there will always be a delay because of how idiotic the system of Tekken 8 is. But no worries about that. We always play with everyone. It's an open lobby. Everyone is welcome to join. And I'm so looking forward to the open lobby for Tekken 8 this Sunday. But that is after I have got my fake rank back. All right, I will be starting the stream with Tekken rank grind, and afterwards I will be opening the lobby for everyone to join in. That's for Sunday. Tomorrow, Saturday, we'll have a new guest singer for Shy Radio. I'm expecting all of you guys to be there ready with all of your song requests. And on Monday, I will be playing Monster Hunter Wilds. It's also an open lobby. I'll be farming for more materials, because there's some armor I need to complete. I also want to build more weapons for Inseclave, maybe dual blades, I'm not quite sure. Some long sword or great sword. Yeah. Alright, thank you so much. I hope you're happy with your redeem. Mikoa, let us copy and paste the read message for the followers and the raid message for the subscribers. Thank you once again for all of your support. See you tomorrow on the Share Radio Show. Get your song request ready, all right? Okay, there you have it. Thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate you. Let us start the raid. Woohoo! Let's go! Bum, bum, bum. Join me, join me, join me for the raid. Thank you, everyone. Bye. Woohoo! Da 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 da. Bum, ba, dum, bum, 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 bum.